our eye on. The gauge, we have a gauge downstream of this. This is our Meadow Valley wash gauge, which is located in Clark County. This gauge is normally dry, 360 days out of the year usually. But it had, because of that spillway activation, it had water flowing over it for about 4 days straight, 8 inches to 10 inches of water, which again isn't that much. I mean, that just flows through the Muddy River. It's not a big deal. It's not a flood potential. The big concern is if that embankment were to fail. And so we're just kind of keeping an eye on things. There's a lot of snowpack to the north of us, and as that snow melts, we're going to be keeping an eye on that reservoir up north of us, and if we see an issue, we'll start raising the red flags and let people know what's going on. We're also concerned about the city of Mesquite and with Virgin River. There's the snowpack, as we all know, is quite high, and as that melts, or if we get rain on snow, which causes the snow to melt very quickly, we can have flooding, and so we're really concerned about Virgin River. And we've already had a flood event in Mesquite. Some water in the Virgin River went past a temporary berm that's been built up there. We did alert the Mesquite Public Works about that, and they were able to stage some equipment and do some flood fighting there. So the concerns we have really, if the Echo Canyon Reservoir is full, it has about 1,100 acre-feet of water. That's quite a bit of water. If that embankment were to fail, as I mentioned, and there was a sudden surge of that water coming down through the Meadow Valley wash, it does have to travel 100 miles, so there's attenuation of flow, and it will reduce the peak flows because it has to travel so far. But we would be concerned about that, obviously, if it were to happen. It'd take about 18 hours for the water to travel from that reservoir down to Clark County.
Question?
Yes.
Can you punch me?
You're good.
I am good. Thank you. What are we doing? What type of materials preventatively are we doing to the basin? I mean, is there any new material after all these years since that was built to go ahead preventatively and
we don't have any plans for that. I mean, obviously it's in Lincoln County, so we don't really have jurisdiction, and it's also a state park. But we have reached out to the Nevada Dam Safety people. We got the emergency action plan from them, which is how we learned how the basin was constructed. And so they're aware of the issues up there. They were concerned when the spillway activated that it was eroding out some, but they said that it was working as designed essentially. However, it's not designed for a huge amount of flow. It's designed for about 12,000 cubic feet per second to go over that spillway. So I think really what we need to do is just monitor that predicted flow, and if we see a high peak there, then we'll really need to keep an eye on it and reach out to our state partners to make sure that everything is okay, and if they're monitoring it, to let us know what's going on.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, but what about federal funds or something that's been ongoingly? There's so much flooding around the country. What has been done in research in situations such as this, the materials that are available to shore up dams and walls, and then aren't there federal funds that we or Lincoln County could go after at this point and that we could help them?
There are funds available likely. However, I don't think that they really feel there's an issue to be addressed at this point. It's just something that we need to monitor.
Okay.
If it gets worse or if there's another spill, then maybe more action needs to be taken. But at this point, it's just something we just kind of need to keep an eye on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm by no means an expert, but Mayor, just for you to know, I mean, I fish at Echo Canyon, Eagle Valley, Sunnyside. There is a series. I mean, there's a whole bunch of earthen retaining dams all across central to mid-central Nevada, and I guess all of them are going to be at some point to some extent at risk because of this record snowfall in many places. This is just one that I guess what you're paraphrasing is this is one that might impact us if anything happens, basically.
That's correct.
And there's just a whole bunch of others that might impact, other municipalities, right, or other localities. But this is the one that might impact us. I do have one question. Do we have any forecast as to? I mean, it was like 92 degrees here just a couple of days ago, right? So instead of there being a nice, gentle, gradual raise, I mean, we see a steep spike, which has got to be playing, havoc with the normal way that things melt. I mean, normally, we have just a gradual rise in temperature, and you have, the spring flow. Are we getting any forecast that there's going to be like a sharp spike and then a really weird, massive snow melt?
Well, you bring up a good point. If the temperatures rise up quicker than we would like to see, we get a rapid snow melt, and then again we can have rain flowing then on or dropping on the snow as well, causing it to melt even quicker. So that's definitely a concern. It's a concern not only for this area but also upstream of Mesquite.
Mount Charleston is probably going to be an issue then?
Mount Charleston, to some extent, they're pretty well protected right now. There's a berm that was built as part of a core project. I think it was built by the state actually in conjunction with the Corps. After the Carpenter 1 fires in 2014, that berm is still there to protect the developed areas up there. So I'm not as worried about Mount Charleston, to be honest. And then if any water makes it down into the valley, we got detention basins already that will help control that water. So more worried about the Virgin River up along Mesquite and the Muddy River. Lots of things to just kind of monitor at this point. I don't want anyone to panic, but it's something we need to keep an eye on. One other issue that I wanted to bring to your attention, on March 15th, there was a pretty significant storm actually down in Laughlin, the other end of Clark County. This storm, you can see our gauges there. We have 4 gauges on our side of the river, on the Nevada side of the river, that those are the total rainfall amounts that were measured on that day. The 0.86 is the highest rainfall amount, which you can see, which isn't really that much. It was kind of spread out over a longer time frame, and so it wasn't very intense. So we weren't really that concerned about this storm. But it turned out the center of the storm kind of followed the path of these blue arrows here. And so it kind of bypassed our gauges. The most intense part of the storm bypassed our gauges, and it actually occurred between our gauges and the developable area of Laughlin. So this little box that's popping up here, I'm gonna zoom into this area. That's where the little resort corridor is in Laughlin, where the hotels and casinos are located. I'm gonna zoom in there a little bit. And so right at that location, there's a number of washes that come together into one kind of larger wash that flows south of the outlet mall you see there, and it crosses over to Casino Drive and then flows through the parking area of the Edgewater and the Colorado Bell. It was designed that way years ago when these hotels were built, I think in the early 90s. They put a big pipe in. It's a 102-inch pipe, which is not small, but that pipe cannot handle a larger storm event. So the pipe did take some flow, but what it couldn't take overtopped Casino Drive, and it flowed through their parking area, and it flowed between the buildings out to the Colorado River. The Bullhead is on the other side of the river in Arizona. The storm was actually even more intense on the Bullhead side. They had some issues over there as well. There were no injuries or deaths associated with this storm. People, despite our multiple warnings, still tried to drive through that water on Casino Drive. Some people got stuck, had to be rescued. There was a swiftwater rescue on the Bullhead side where a guy wound up in a channel and he managed to get on a tree, and the first responders lowered a ladder to him and were able to rescue him. So I guess one thing I want to point out here is that there is some social media. There's a YouTube video in particular that was produced by somebody. We don't know who it was. It's kind of a robotic voice. It almost seemed like it was an artificial intelligence thing put it together. But they said that businesses were flooded. They said homes were flooded. They said people died. They said the Colorado River overflowed its banks. None of that happened. And so I was getting people calling me saying, hey, what's going on down in Laughlin? And I'm trying to tamp down what happened, what actually happened on the ground versus what was being, spread through social media. So I guess the point is, be careful what you watch on. If you're not looking at a website from a reputable news agency, be careful what you're watching. But that said, it still was pretty bad. This is a picture of the wash looking west, going right, from Casino Drive looking west, where it kind of enters the roadway. You can see cars were trying to drive through it. Again, more shots of cars just driving through the flooded areas. Obviously, we recommend you don't do that. If a car were to get swept up into this, or if a person tried to walk through it, they'd get swept into the Colorado River. So it was a significant event, and it's not something to...
Steve, do we help with the cleanup after this, or is that the city's responsibility?
Just in the public rights of way. So the roadways were all being cleaned up. There was a lot of mud left over at the end of this, and so Public Works was out there, I think the same day, actually working on cleanup. But as far as the parking lot and everything else,
That's ours.
that's
Okay.
on the private developer. A couple more shots of people just driving through the flooded areas.
Cast the sign down. Wow.
Not a good idea. So,
The township of Laughlin is in the county, so there's not actually quote unquote a city of Laughlin, so it's all in the county.
Oh, that was Mayor Hardy clarifying that Laughlin
Right.
isn't a city. It's just part of Clark County.
that's right, it's unincorporated. We do have a detention basin proposed here. The blue you see there is a little sediment basin in that 102-inch pipe I had mentioned that was built by the developers when they built the hotels that got overwhelmed. That basin is proposed on our master plan, and there's some levees you see going to the south to catch that more southerly wash and bring it into the basin. Once this is built, the flows out of that basin will match what the capacity is of that 102-inch pipe, and everything should stay underground at that point. But this is on our plan. It's not on the 10-year plan at this point, so it's going to be a few years or a number of years before it gets built. But there is a solution that is proposed to take care of this eventually. That basin, just so you know, got an inflow of about 4,600 cubic feet per second, which is about the same flow rate that's in the Flamingo Wash that flows through Commissioner Sigerbloom's district. So quite a bit of flow coming through here.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask, what's the estimated cost on that?
I didn't look up the estimated cost, but I would say it's in the range of 15 to 15 million, probably, depending on the spillway size and that type of thing.
We get credit for that water going back in the...
Unfortunately, no. I'm sorry, we don't. And that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Any other questions? Seeing none.
I do. I wanted to thank you, Mr. Parrish. When the river did come out of its banks, the city of Mesquite was notified 2 days before that this event was going to take place. They were able to get sandbags ready, and it saved a lot of problems in the city. So good job, and thank you very much for making sure that when an event's coming, the people know it is so they can prepare for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Part 2 of your agenda is the consent agenda. These are items 6 through 11 and are considered to be routine and may be acted upon in one motion if the board so desires.
All right, entertain a motion. All right, there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion carries.
Item number 12 is action to approve the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and authorize the general manager to request the Clark County Chief Financial Officer to submit the budget to the state on behalf of the district or take action as deemed appropriate. Mr. Chair, we have prepared the 2024 budget and we have a presentation ready to go. Ms. Jessica Honors here to present for us. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm pleased to present the district's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. The agenda backup includes detailed information that supports the budget. The district's budget includes funds that address operations, maintenance, debt, and capital projects. The tentative budget is expected to be filed with the Nevada Department of Taxation prior to April 15th, and a final budget will be filed on or before June 1st. As in the past, the budget will be submitted to the state with the Clark County budget submittal. As part of the budget process, historical analysis of sales tax as well as economic projections are made by the district to estimate future revenues. This chart shows a rolling 12-month view of sales tax revenue received from inception to date, where each month is a sum of the previous 12 months. Since 2012, Southern Nevada's economy included strong employment and population growth, robust consumer spending, increased personal income, and high taxable sales. However, starting in 2020, you see the impacts due to the pandemic, followed by a very sharp rise in sales tax revenue. In the last several months, we have received record sales tax receipts. However, since sales tax is the district's primary source of revenue, we are mindful the adverse changes in the economy can impact future tax receipts. The next slide provides a more detailed view of sales tax focusing on fiscal year 2021 and forward. The gray bars represent actual sales tax revenue for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. The green bars represent our revised estimate for fiscal year 2023 and our projected sales tax for fiscal year 2024. As shown in the chart, for fiscal year 2023, we project sales tax revenues at $154.2 million, a 6.3% increase over the FY23 budget of $145. In fiscal year 2024, we anticipate sales tax revenues will start to level out. As a result, we expect sales tax at $158.9 million, which is a 3% increase over the FY23 revised estimate. Resources. In fiscal year 2024, district resources are estimated to total $161 million as shown in the chart. As this illustration shows, the largest share is the district's primary funding source. This is 1/4 of 1% of Clark County sales tax. As I previously mentioned, sales tax revenues are projected to be $158.9 million. Additional resources are budgeted at $2.1 million, which is primarily comprised of interest earnings. Expenditures. In fiscal year 2024, we are requesting expenditure authority in the amount of $494.6 million for all district funds. Of the nearly $495 million, pay-as-you-go projects, which are funded directly from sales tax revenues, represent 68% or $338.3 million. Projects from existing bond funding are budgeted at $76 million or 15% of expenditures. In the 2024 budget, there are no new bond proceeds programs. Combined pay-as-you-go and bond funding expenditures total 84% of district expenditures at $414.4 million. Later in the presentation, I will discuss capital project expenditures in more detail. Now, continuing on with the district's total expenditures. Debt service includes principal, interest, and other payments related to our 6 outstanding bonds. We are requesting debt service expenditure authority in the amount of $48.2 million to meet debt obligations. For our annual maintenance work program, we are requesting budget authority in the amount of $20 million to provide funding for flood control maintenance. This program is designed to ensure that flood control facilities and the master plan are maintained in a manner that maximizes their useful life and ensures their operation at design capacity during a storm event. While nearly 97% of our expenditures are dedicated to flood control infrastructure, only 3% is programmed for operations, which accounts for salaries, benefits, professional services, services and supplies, and operating capital. We are requesting operating authority in the amount of $12 million. These 5 components make up the $494.6 million in total expenditures. This slide further illustrates district operations. It shows a relationship between sales tax revenue, operating expenditures, and the number of full-time equivalent employees from fiscal year 2016 through 2022, including a projected view for fiscal years 2023 and 2024. The blue bars represent sales tax revenue. The gray bars at the bottom of the chart represents district operating expenditures, and then the white line represents the number of full-time equivalent employees. I'd like to point out this year's budget includes title adjustments to 3 positions. These proposed requests are detailed in your backup. Additionally, operating expenditures are planned to remain less than 10% of sales tax revenue, as they have throughout the district's history. Project expenditures. As I mentioned earlier, approximately $414.3 million is budgeted for ongoing and future flood control projects. This is by far the largest share of our total expenditures. Ongoing project commitments for open interlocal contracts are budgeted at $206.3 million. Future projects are budgeted at $208 million, which includes pay-as-you-go resources directly from sales tax revenues, existing bond proceeds, and up to $1.6 million for new local drainage projects. Flood control projects continue to be designed and constructed throughout Clark County. Ongoing projects include 42 design projects and 11 construction projects. Including items on this agenda, funded open interlocal contracts total nearly $456 million. By the end of the current fiscal year, approximately $250 million will be spent on those ongoing projects, and there will be $206 million remaining to pay. If we are able to complete these ongoing projects in fiscal year 2024, we estimate an economic benefit for our community of over 2,400 jobs will be created or sustained. Future projects will be specifically identified and prioritized in the 10-year construction program, which is scheduled to be presented to the board in June. This slide provides a summary of the district's proposed budget. The budget before you today, if approved, will give the district expenditure authority totaling $494.6 million. Additional details are in your backup. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for your very detailed presentation. I appreciate it. Any questions from the board?
So I know North Las Vegas has been having a pilot program to hire private contractors to protect the wash. Does this budget include anything for something like that in unincorporated Clark County?
Yes, it actually is included in all of the budgets. For the maintenance work program is where the budget is included for the security program. We've already received the tentative budgets for all of the entities, so that will be presented in June. Our engineers are currently reviewing everything right now.
Okay. So in June we'll be able to get more details?
Yes, I think there's budget money available for the security, and then we'll work with each of the entities to determine if each section of channel or wash is, meets the criteria that was established to allow for security to be done.
And also, does this budget, and I don't know if you can say it now, include anything for the Orchard flood control project on Sunrise Mountain?
That is programmed on the 10-year construction program. They haven't requested funding for that yet. They're still trying to get their, their plans to 90%, get all the prerequisites for funding done.
Okay, when you say they, you talk about our Public Works?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
Clark County.
All right, good. I know where to go then. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman?
No, I just want to thank you and your team for putting together a really good presentation. The one thing I've come to really appreciate is a good financial team that can put together these budgets. This just reflects why I'm so proud to be part of this organization. You have a lean, mean operation. I don't think you'll see too many entities that have such a that they actually do what they've been designed to do and have very little, on the way of fat. If this is an athlete, this guy would not be able to swim because it's sink down to the bottom of the pool because there is no fat here. If there's nothing, if no one else has anything to say, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could read
Sure.
recommendation in the record. Staff would recommend that the board accept this tentative budget as the final budget and then it be submitted to Clark County to the state.
That's my motion.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Item 13 is action to evaluate the performance of the general manager, adopt management goals and objectives for 2023, and adopt recommendations from the committee to adjust compensation or take action as deemed appropriate. As chair, this board appointed a committee to review the performance of the general manager. We met last month, went through all of the results of the strategic plan and went over the strategic plan for the following year. There was a recommendation that was provided by the committee, which we're bringing back to the board today, which included a 3% COLA for me and a 3% merit increase.
Very good. I appreciate those who participated on the evaluation committee, and very much appreciate you, Ms. Parrish, and for assembling the wonderful team that we heard about, and really leading this organization. We like organizations that are no drama, so we appreciate that. And you guys do a fantastic job, and you are truly a great leader for this organization. Anyone want to comment from the evaluation committee?
Just my understanding is a lot of that is actually going to have to go to your PERS, so you're not going to feel anything in your pocket.
Thank you. Yes, I understand that.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman, you have been outstanding. We just really appreciate all that you do. And during the hard times and challenges, you're a remarkable man, and we appreciate what you do.
Well, thank you for those comments.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow me, actually, what it must be noted is that the chairman here, he is not just a leader. He's actually a leader he is the leader in the field. Can you explain that position you were picked for by a very large jury of your peers?
Yes, I was elected president of the National Association of Flood and Stormwater Management Agencies, more easily referred to as NAFSMA. It's a nationwide organization that's made up of public works agencies and flood control districts across the country. There's about 130 members. So it's public works agencies and, general managers and, directors of public works all attend those meetings, similar to what we have here in Las Vegas.
Very impressive. And again, as my colleagues have pointed out, you've done an outstanding job. You've assembled really a fantastic team around you, and that's leadership defined.
Very good. The mayor was asking how many years you have with flood control.
I started in 2000, so 23 years at flood control, and I worked for Clark County Public Works actually for 8 years before that.
I think you came in right after Oscar became mayor, so you're almost a quarter of a century, too.
That's right.
And you've aged very well.
He was on our board.
Great.
Very good. Do you want to make a motion?
To make a motion to approve.
All right. There is a motion to approve the evaluation committee's recommendations of a 3% salary increase and a 3% cost of living adjustment for the next fiscal year.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all for those comments, and thanks to the committee members for participating in that. I really appreciate the feedback. Item 14 is comments by the general public.
This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak to the board with regards to matters before the Regional Flood Control District, now is your opportunity. Please come forward to the microphone, provide your comments, and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to step forward? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the second final public comment period, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started with the meeting of the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. Your first item is to conduct your first citizens' participation period.
Thank you. This is the first time set aside for public comment. This time is limited to comments on items included on today's agenda. There will be a second public comment period after our meeting for anyone who's here on any matter that is not on our agenda today. Those wishing to speak on posted agenda items, now's your opportunity. Please come forward to the microphone, provide your comments, and state your name for the record. We'll be limiting comments to 3 minutes per individual. Is there anyone wishing to provide public comment with regards to an item on the agenda today? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the first public comment period and turn it back to Ms. Maynard.
Thank you, Chairman. The next item is to approve your agenda. It is in order and ready for your approval.
Great. Entertain a motion. There's a motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks, Chairman. Next item is to receive the CEO report. And first, I'd like to share some good news about funding. We were recently notified that the RTC will receive several grant awards, totaling more than $7.5 million from the U.S. Department of Transportation that will help enhance public safety. Through $5.5 million in community project funding, we will install new pedestrian collision avoidance technology on more than 400 buses and add standalone solar lighting to 500 bus stops throughout the valley. Additionally, $2 million in SMART grant funding will supplement a project to test cloud-based signal timing at specific intersections within the city of Las Vegas. This project looks to optimize traffic signal timing to support emergency vehicles and buses, as well as collect data like near misses and red light running through artificial intelligence analysis. I'd also like to note that through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the RTC received increased federal funding directly for regional projects. This year, we conducted a call for projects with local agencies and identified 20 high-priority projects that will be supplemented with $49 million in IIJA funding. I want to thank our federal delegation for continuing to advocate for our public safety efforts. As you know, this funding is critical to deploying initiatives that will better protect some of our most vulnerable road users. While we're on the topic of grant funding, last week, U.S. Department of Transportation Deputy Secretary Polly Trottenberg conducted a listening session on roadway safety and infrastructure priorities. Our federal delegation members and member agencies, including you and your staff, some of you helped make the event a success. City of Las Vegas Deputy Director, City Traffic Engineer Joey Paskey, who was amazing. She led the group on a tour of Stewart Avenue, which is the recipient of a $23.9 million RAISE grant that will go toward funding a complete street overhaul of the corridor. I want to thank Joey and the City of Las Vegas for their support of the Deputy Secretary's visit and to Chairman Jones for moderating the listening session. And next, we'd like to recognize Victoria Taylor, an operator from our contractor MV Transportation. And to present this item, we have a video with Deputy CEO Francis Julian.
Thank you, MJ. Today we're celebrating Victoria Taylor from MV. Victoria was actually at a break at a layover, and she actually saw a convenience store getting robbed. She immediately went back to her bus and called law enforcement. They came, apprehended the person, and nobody was harmed. So, Victoria, thank you so much for what you did and keep our community safe. Let's go and surprise her. Hi, Victoria. Hi, my name is Francis Julian. I'm the Deputy CEO for the RTC. Do you know why I'm here? You just won the Crystal Bus on behalf of MJ Maynard, our CEO, and our Board of Commissioners for when you called the law enforcement when that convenience store was getting robbed. So thank you so much for what you did, and congratulations. Woo!
Is Victoria here?
I appreciate it. I feel like this is what I have to do, I guess, daily, because this is giving back to the community. And this is something that I do anyways, you know, dealing with foster children and dealing with the community. You gotta know how to handle situations. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Victoria. Is Victoria here today? I'm not sure she's here, but thank you to Victoria for fantastic work keeping our community safe.
And for our next item, Director of Engineering John Panuelos will provide you with an update on the progress of our roadway funding, including fuel tax and sales tax.
Thank you.
Thanks, JP.
Thank you, MJ. Good morning, Chair Jones, members of the commission. Appreciate it. Let me get the clicker here. All right. Coordinate a couple things here. All right, very good. So I'd like to begin our third quarter roadway funding update by sharing our total roadway projects to date. Since 2014, when the fuel revenue indexing program began, 629 roadway projects have been started, with 383 of those being completed. These are projects made possible by all local funding sources, including fuel revenue indexing, motor vehicle fuel tax, and sales tax. As of today, we have 126 projects under design, the blue there, and 120 active construction projects on the street, and that's in red. Since 2014, we have awarded more than $2.4 billion in contracts to your agencies. The breakdown of funding includes more than $2.1 billion in fuel taxes and more than $338 million in sales taxes. This graph shows how the dollars under contract compare to our total revenues and expenses. As of the third quarter, fiscal year 23, the total revenues and contracts are both more than $2.4 billion, and the total expenses are more than $1.6 billion. The RTC and your public works staff are working diligently to deliver projects and invest the money back into the community so we all can enjoy a safe and well-maintained surface transportation network. Okay. And then finally, the roadway projects funded and developed in partnership with your agencies have created more than 15,000 jobs since 2014. So the next part of the presentation will be to share a few of the construction projects that have been completed during the third quarter of fiscal year 23. These projects highlight how your agencies, consultants, and contractors are using critical roadway and trail funding to improve mobility, enhance safety, and maintain our valley's surface transportation network. The first project I would like to share with you today are roadway improvements on Industrial Road from Yucca to Canyon in Boulder City. The improvements include repaving and restriping, adding ADA ramps and buffered bike lanes, as well as upgrading the streetlights. The total cost for the project was approximately $3.1 million. The next project to highlight are roadway improvements. Our roadway improvements in Clark County on Silverado Ranch Road from Boulevard, from Arville to Dean Martin. The improvements included repaving and restriping the roadway and adding sidewalks, raised medians, and again updating the streetlights. Total cost for this project was approximately $19.3 million. Now to the City of Henderson and their latest roadway improvements on Sunset Road from Burns to Padco. The improvements here included repaving and restriping, adding sidewalks, bike lanes, and raised medians. Additional improvements included street lighting and updating the traffic control devices. And then finally, I'd like to share, the final project I'd like to share is in the city of Las Vegas on Pinto Lane from Martin Luther King to Shadow. The roadway improvements included repaving and restriping the roadway, widening the sidewalks, adding shade trees, and installing streetlights. Total cost for this project was approximately $3.2 million. And that is the extent of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, JP. Any questions from the board? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? I'm sorry, Councilman?
No,
I think we're just listening to the report today. Right.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. That concludes your CEO report. The next item on the agenda is to receive the Nevada Department of Transportation's report from Director Tracy Larkin-Thomason.
Thank you. Director.
Can you hear me? Great. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm going to share on our safety slide a little bit of good news. The statewide total crashes are down more than 5%, and of those, the statewide total crashes with fatals, there's a 19% reduction. So just noting that, it is a favorable trend, and we hope it continues. Yesterday in the city of Henderson, Congresswoman Susie Lee presented a $5 million check to NDOT to use towards the Henderson interchange project coming up. And so that we are currently in the design build procurement for this one, with the final designs next year before construction starting in 2024. The project could be between 300 to 350 million, and 5 million is a good start. I also want to always do a shout out. It's one of those things we want to say in Nevada. Nevada has one of the highest ranked bridges in the nation and has for well over a dozen years. We are ranked in the top 3 with less than 1% deficient. And when I say deficient, it generally means that it's no longer to the current codes. It was built to the codes. There's really nothing wrong with the bridge. It just doesn't meet current standards. But I always like to highlight that because it's something that we're very proud of, and it's a good place to be. The I-15 Tropicana update, we're well into phase 2 of the project, and we're prepping to rebuild the north half of the Tropicana overpass and the new half interchange on the south side of Harmon. There is many lane shifts and a temporary lane closure on I-15. And next month, the crews will also begin to install the first of 10 new automated traffic management signs, or ATMs, that are going up as part of this project. This is basically a continuation of what was put on with Neon. And then I also just want to bring up that we have been monitoring very closely the situation with the driver confusion on the temporary diverging diamond interchange. Just going through, we have closed it down several times and refined the work zone. Each time it seems to be going a little bit smoother, and we will continue to monitor and keep it going. On the 515 Charleston, the project in East Las Vegas, we are basically just finished a 30-day closure from Charleston to northbound I-15, and we will be getting a 30-day closure of the ramp from southbound I-15 to Charleston starting this morning. And then each ramp in the interchange will get a complete rebuild as part of the project, but it's progressing very nicely. The Summerlin Parkway project it continues. It started in late February. It is scheduled to be completed in August, and it does make several improvements to the safety, mobility, landscaping, and aesthetics along the corridor. It includes curb ramp upgrades, replacement of the overhead signs, and I also really want to note that you're going to see a lot of trees coming down. The pine trees have been victims of an invasive park beetle, so we'll be removing all that in the landscaping and replacing it with other trees and other landscaping less susceptible to these type of infestations. Also want to say that we will be putting in a wrong way driver alert project. It's coming up. Frankly, the only reason it's not underway right now is procurement issue. It's got a long lead time, but we have 4 new interchanges down here. I-15, well, you can read them. I-15 Star Avenue and US 95 at Kyle Canyon Road, Sky Canyon Park Road, and Durango Road. We will be monitoring things, and then we'll be looking to enhance and expand the system as we move forward. We have done some pilot ones in northern Nevada. We have noticed there's an 85% success rate with them, so that's a pretty good reason to continue to expand the system. And now for those who were riveted at the Transportation Board meeting on Monday, we have some new HOV lane designations came up for a vote, and we have been working realizing that we cannot continue to widen the interstate through here. The high occupancy or HOV land was created with the intent of moving, increasing numbers of residents in there. But as it is, there is a lack of enforcement, and it is being highly violated and on there. So the vote was put forward of whether to completely remove the HOV lanes or reduce the hours. So looking through, NDOT did a thorough examination of the past, the things that led up to actually the creation of them, law cases in the back on what we could do and the funding that was used to build the HOV lanes. So we presented the board with 3 options. One was to convert the HOV lanes to general purpose lanes, and per the direction from FHWA and a letter from the US DOT FHWA in DC, this option would require the department to analyze the environmental effects of the conversion, and the NEPA study will require the department to look at the impacts of the proposed project on the areas of
traffic noise impacts, air quality, and environmental justice equality. It also requires public and stakeholder outreach and public comment periods. And the FHWA requirements also include analysis of the possibility of the new traffic configuration degrading the operation of the system. This includes the impacts of the HOV interchanges at Elkhorn, Harmon, and Neon Gateway. So then this option 2 was to change existing HOV lanes to express lanes with basically the same mitigation factors as the first one. But I will also tell you, even from NDOT's point of view, having the candlesticks back in is a maintenance nightmare. So, and we don't want to just completely cut it off with like a barrier rail, because then you don't have the access in and out for emergencies. The third option is to reduce the hours of the HOV lanes. The board voted to go forward with reducing the hours. So in the next month, you will see changes in signs, reducing the hours to 6 and to 8 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. on there. And then there was a separate motion, it was also voted to go forward with option 1 and to pursue looking at eliminating HOV lanes by doing the reevaluation and the NEPA process. So those are the 2 things. Expect to see the signs in there. And please feel free to drive in the lane between all those other hours. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the board? Mayor?
Can you do me again, please? Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thanks. Can you give us in the future any reports about the 95, 155 downtown, 515 downtown, whether that's an environmental study, what's happening with that continuum of the 95? Whether it's going to go underground or whether it's going to stay elevated?
I will bring that back to you. That's still not fully decided.
Okay, but it is back in.
It's still moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
But I will bring you an update or send you an update even to your office.
And on the HOV lanes, which I know, having heard our Lieutenant Governor when he was councilman for the past 11 years, every day about the HOV lanes. Are those in Southern Nevada in totality that these hours are going to be affected, or only in certain
in
areas?
Totality.
In total. Okay, thank you.
So the entire system.
Thank you.
Any other comments? With regards to the HOV lanes and the NEPA study, I know Clark County Air Quality is currently, with regards to our ozone non-attainment, is currently in their process of providing a new plan to the EPA. Does that factor into the air quality aspects of ozone non-attainment?
It does. It will factor into the presence of the HOV lanes and the use of it. From what I have seen from the documentation, I don't necessarily see that the hours per se affect that. That is, and the hours are generally set by the traffic studies monitoring the traffic within that lane. So as we move forward, we will continue to monitor it. We do have a study that was looking at the traffic within the lanes and the overall patterns during the day. That still continues and going on. We will start the NEPA process in a few months, actually as soon as we get it together. And I expect that to take 18 to 24 months. It then does go back to FHWA. They look at the reevaluation and they can still say yes or no.
And does that also take a look at, I know one of the things that, as the mayor mentioned, Councilman Anthony had raised is 18-wheelers, whether there's an opportunity for the 18-wheelers to perhaps have an express lane and get them out of the annoyance of them moving back and forth in front of everything. I mean, is there going to be a look at the 18-wheelers and whether they ought to be in a particular lane?
It was not part of the initial thing looking at it. One thing about moving them back and forth is unless you plan on keeping them in those lanes, they have different destinations as opposed to if they're going completely through, because I-15 is a heavy freight traffic, heavy freight interstate. And then you have a number of them that will be getting off, truck traffic that gets off at different areas to feed the resort corridor and everything else along the way.
Okay. Yep, Mayor.
Sorry, one more thing. Are you continuing the work with Caltrans to try to get the widening of State Line to
Yes.
Barstow? Thank you. We
That
please,
project is
as you
moving
can, report that back to us, because I
Sure.
know we haven't even completed that 5-mile path that was supposed to be widened and repurposed. So, thank
No,
you.
that is moving forward
Thank you.
and soon.
Thank you very much, Director. We'll move back to our agenda.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. The next item is to approve the consent agenda. It consists of items 5 through 36 and can be taken in one motion.
All right, I'll take and entertain a motion. All right, there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Not on okay. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to turn item 37 over to Mark Trosdahl, our Chief Financial Officer.
And thank you, MJ. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. The Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada's tentative budget for fiscal year 24 is due to be filed by April 15th, 2023 with the Nevada Department of Taxation. The tentative budget, along with a detailed report of the proposed revenues and expenditures, is due to be filed with Clark County Clerk and will be placed on record at the RTC for review by the public on or before April 15th, 2023. The document includes all agency funds. Suggested action by the board is to direct the RTC Department of Finance to submit the tentative budget to the Nevada Department of Taxation by April 15th, 2023, as required under Nevada revised statutes. Additionally, NRS requires that a public hearing on the tentative budget be held not sooner than the third Monday in May and not later than the last day in May. At that time, the board will be asked to conduct a public hearing on the tentative budget. So we'll start the budget presentation by looking at our funding sources. You can see this pie chart shows that we are budgeting almost $954 million of revenue or sources of funding, the largest being sales tax at 33%, followed by fuel taxes of 22%, and then bond proceeds of 19% for road construction, and then grant funding of 17%, and then transit fare revenue of 7%. Our sales and use tax revenue is shown here historically and what we're projecting. In fiscal 22, we had a 25.4% increase in sales tax. That was a $58 million increase from fiscal 21. And that increase has been offset by inflationary increases in labor and supply costs on the expense side. For fiscal 23, we are projecting a 5% increase in sales tax. Year to date through January of 23, we've had an increase of 9.9%, but we're being conservative in our projections due to our economic forecasts. We're also being conservative in fiscal 24 in budgeting a 2% increase in sales tax for the budgeted year 24. Then on the streets and highways side and the Clark County Department of Environment and Sustainability, this is 1/8 of the sales tax. You can see we're budgeting $77.4 million with $65 million going to streets and highways. The fuel tax revenue, we're budgeting $210 million of fuel tax, which includes our motor vehicle fuel tax and the FRI, both programs of FRI, for that total $200 and almost $11 million. Our transit funding sources, we're budgeting those at $471 million. You can see the sales tax here of $232 million that we're budgeting. That represents 0.3% of sales tax. And then you can see we're budgeting capital grants, $124.5 million, and then $32 million in operating grants to help fund the operations of transit. And that's a total of $471 million for our transit department. Then you can see our general market and strip corridor fare revenue. You can see here that we're projecting a gradual return to pre-pandemic revenue. We're budgeting $59 million in fiscal 24. Then we'll move over to funding uses. And our total funding uses are also budgeted at $954 million. You can see the capital outlay is over 1/2 of our expenditure budget at $490 million, and then contracted services at $305 million, mostly for the transit department. And then our debt service, we're projecting that to be $102 million, and salaries and benefits at $56.6 million. The capital outlay, you can see at $490 million, $326 million is for roadways for our member jurisdictions, and $160 million for transit capital, mostly being transit buses and equipment. Then this is a historic look at our roadway spending. You can see in 22, we spent $266 million. We're projecting $310 million in 23, and budgeting $326 million in 24. We do plan to issue $300 million in bonds in May and June next month, and then June of this year. And with those bonds issued, we will exceed about $1 billion in outstanding debt after those issuances. The whole idea there is to only issue debt as needed so we can maximize pay-go projects and minimize interest expense. Maryland Parkway BRT is coming up. We are budgeting $95.1 million in fiscal 24 budget. And as has been mentioned, we're looking at a $150 million grant, capital improvement grant from the FTA to fund about half of that project. Our transit funding uses, you can see that contracted services makes up the majority of our expenditures there at $270 million or 57%. Our total transit funding uses are about $471 million, and you can see again the capital outlay at $160 million. Salaries and benefits for transit only are about $26 million. If we look at those capital expenditures for transit, you can see that those are grant funded by about $124 million out of $160 million of expenditures for fiscal 24. A few highlights of our budget, our capital budget for transit. We're looking at preparing for zero emission buses in the future. We are budgeting $7.8 million for electric charging infrastructure and $3.5 million for hydrogen bus infrastructure. We are budgeting about $87 million in fleet expenditures in 24. And we're also budgeting for facility upgrades and improvements to about $14.5 million. That includes cameras, and then about $4.7 million that we are going to receive in a grant for pedestrian detection. And then about $20 million in technology upgrades. If we look at our fixed route contract cost, we are budgeting $155.6 million in 24, and that increase is due to a new contract. A new fixed route contractor will start July 1 of 2023. Here's a graph of our fixed route service hours. You can see those remain quite stable. We're projecting 1.7 million hours in 23 and 1.75 million hours in fiscal 24. Our paratransit contract cost, you can see that we had quite a dip during the pandemic in fiscal 21, and we're gradually coming back up in our expenditures in the paratransit contract. Our transit security, you can see the increases there from 2020 through 2024. We're projecting almost $12 million of expenditures in 23 and about $12.5 million of expenditures in 24. Our fuel budget, you can see, has benefited here through the use of compressed natural gas and a alternative fuel excise tax credit for a net expenditure that we're only budgeting about less than $5 million in 24. And that concludes my prepared remarks for the budget. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Trosdell. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, you did a great job.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate, Councilman.
Yeah, just to clarify, and of course, it looks what the projected thing that what members of the public might be kind of like led astray, thinking, hey, we see a large, we're anticipating large amounts that are coming in. But of course, we have to be, well, your point is maybe it wasn't made so well, but we're also, with the cost of inflation of everything, that it should balance out, right? Although we have more income coming in, that's going to get balanced out against, of course, anticipated rise in operating costs, fuel costs, buying more machinery, and so on. Can you kind of like speak just a little bit more to that?
Oh, absolutely. Those are good points. That sales tax increase looks wonderful on the face, like you said. But then on the other side, the cost of buses has escalated tremendously. Inflation for supplies has escalated also largely. And then also the cost of labor has increased quite a bit. So they do offset each other. So there's not a huge benefit to that increased revenue, other than if we didn't have that increased revenue, our budget would be under a lot more strain to cover the increased costs. So it does balance out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, need a motion to direct RTC to, okay. All right, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to direct.
All right, we're going to, the motion to direct the RTC Department of Finance to submit the tentative budget to the Nevada Department of Taxation by April 15th. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. The next item, 38, I'm going to turn over to Krisha Harris. She's our Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, members of the board. This item is to evaluate the performance of the Chief Executive Officer for the period of January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. Formulate recommendations on management goals and objectives for 23, and adjust compensation or take action as deemed appropriate. On February 9th, 2023, the RTC Board of Commissioners appointed Chair Justin Jones, Vice Chair Isaac Barone, Mayor Carolyn Goodman as members, with Mayor Pro Tem Brian Knutson as an alternate, to serve on the Evaluation Committee to review the performance of the CEO. On March 29th, 2023, the Evaluation Committee met to evaluate the goals and accomplishments of the Chief Executive Officer. Recommendations may be presented at today's board meeting by the committee. Mr. Chairman, this item is now turned over to Ms. Maynard for a brief presentation, then over to the board for action.
Thanks, Krisha. So, resilient is a word that we continue to hear, particularly in 2022. When I think about the past year, I certainly want to acknowledge all that we've been able to accomplish. We would not have been able to do that without the staff, our contractors, and our customers. It's clear that we've had to be incredibly resilient, again, from some of the labor shortages, the cost of supply. It was a challenging year, and I think the team was very nimble in addressing these significant challenges. I'd also like to thank you, the board. You continue to inspire us. Your constant leadership, your direction, your vision helps us as we maneuver sometimes very difficult situations in the community, and we are very, very lucky to have you as our board. And where would we be today without a workforce? And I'll tell you, I may sit here and talk about all of the goals, but if not for the team, none of this would be possible. I certainly want to thank the executive team. They are passionate. They are focused. They have a lot of energy, especially someone in particular down there. It's such a pleasure to work with Francis Julian, David Swallow, Angela Castro, and Mark Trosdell. They not only lift their teams up, they inspire our contractors, they inspire me, and I'm incredibly fortunate. Again, these notable accomplishments today are really in part because of the team at the RTC. They are incredible. They strive for excellence in all that they do, and they really care about their community. And of course, We would not be able to do what we do without our contractors. They're amazing employees, all of the drivers, the mechanics, Keels and MV. They certainly make us look good. They are dedicated, and we appreciate all that they do. All of our jurisdictional partners and all of our nonprofit partners. Again, it really takes all of us to achieve the annual goals here at the RTC. And so I'm just going to briefly just go over, for those of you on the evaluation committee, you saw this, but I do want to acknowledge the funding initiatives. We take it very seriously to go after every single grant dollar that we can. Again, just in 2022, received $14.5 million in grants every year. And it takes an entire year to get a clean audit finding. It isn't just something that happens overnight. And the finance team not only got a clean audit finding on our component unit financial statements, they also got a clean finding, no material issues on the single audit and the field revenue index and agreed upon procedures. So they work at it every day, and it really is a big deal. And then certainly last year we worked with our member agencies. Your staff is incredible. You approved a $2.4 billion capital improvement program. The Streets and Highways team, they managed over 400 contracts over the course of last year, and that is it doesn't sound a lot, but walking down that department, they're busy. We worked with Southwest Gas to extend a renewable natural gas partnership, negotiate an increased a contract that will extend another 5 years and bring in another $11 million in additional revenue. We worked with our Transportation Resource Advisory Board. We shared our transit baseline with them. We talked about the issues in our upcoming transit deficit, and they advised and adopted recommendations for RTC staff to continue looking for revenue solutions, and something we're doing right now in the legislative session. And then our contracts purchasing team, they're small but mighty. They issued $161 million in contracts to Nevada businesses, with particular attention to small business engagement and participation. Through our RICE committee, we take it very seriously that we try to stand up our small, local, diverse businesses. Last year, safety is, and I know that there's a lot of conversation around it today. Safety is a big deal, and it's something we take seriously. Last year, we began negotiations on 3 pilot programs for advanced intersection analytics to study red light running and near-miss trends in Southern Nevada. The FAST team also developed the Emergency Traffic Management Strategies Plan and also prepared the first annual ramp metering report that led NDOT, and Tracy, thank you to your team, to implement 24/7 traffic responsive ramp metering throughout the valley. The Metropolitan Planning Organization, that's within our own agency, they conducted an RTC extreme heat vulnerability and transportation impact on health studies with all of your staff. We really wanted to understand who's most at risk for heat and health impacts in our valley. The heat study led to a variety of recommendations, and certainly adding more street trees, more shade is at the top of the list. More shade structures at bus shelters where there's not where we don't have the traditional footprint. We're going to look at slimline shelters there. And this, as part of this study, we were able to create a forecasting model tool that's going to help all of the planners understand the health benefits of proposed transportation projects. Cycling and pedestrian safety is particularly important to the RTC, and especially in light of the rising fatalities from 2021 through 2022. So we continue to work with the community. There were more than many events that the team sponsored. We have had over 1,200 community members participate. We have done walk audits throughout the community to understand where we need to improve safety, whether it's identifying grants for more projects or identifying roadway engineering design improvements. The RTC convened the Southern Nevada Walk Audit Plan group that meets quarterly and consists of staff from local jurisdictions, the Southern Health District, and the Nevada Department of Transportation. And this study is the effort of implementation from last year's Assembly Bill 343. And then we're working on a really interesting project with UNLV. It's called the Dynamic Rumble Strip Project. It's a testing system that raises rumble strips when a pedestrian is crossing the street, so it brings attention to the drivers in the car. There's more awareness that there's somebody crossing the roadway. It provides a physical and an audible notification to drivers, and so the pilot just concluded, and we'll bring back the results of that pilot to you. We completed a bike and sidewalk inventory project. And we also did that at Mesquite and Boulder City. We used LiDAR to understand the gaps in the bicycle and sidewalk networks, really looking at ADA issues, and also understanding by using LiDAR, we didn't have to use really intensive in-field staff to go out there and take a look at it. The mapping provides a detail of all the bike and pedestrian facilities and where improvements can be made. And then when it comes to transit, we're continuing to improve and increase lighting at our bus stops. Again, we're adding the slimline shelters in areas that don't have the right way for the standard size shelters. And we are going to anticipate installing more than 1,200 standalone solar lightings at bus stops by the end of 2023. And then finally, we launched an artificial intelligence pilot to gather real-time information on bus stop and onboard conditions by way of our onboard cameras. And we piloted video mirrors on vehicles to improve nighttime visibility at bus stops. The feedback from drivers has been positive on this pilot, and so we're going to look for grant funding to install those on the rest of the vehicles. In addition to regular transit service, we did provide in 2022 transit to thousands of passengers attending VGK, Raiders, and UNLV football home games. Again, many thanks to the drivers that provide that service. They also provided service to the NHL All-Star Weekend, NFL Draft, and NFL Pro Bowl. We absorbed additional costs from the transit app, so our riders could continue to have full access to this app. They're able to plan their trip, see where the vehicles are in real time, and also pay for their fare. In conjunction with our paratransit contractor, MV, we partnered with the rideshare company UServe as another mobility option for our paratransit customers to improve service and efficiency. The HOPE grant that we received in 2020 allowed us to study and develop a plan for microtransit in areas that may be considered transit deserts, or maybe there's a fixed route service in that area, but it's not close to, for example, a grocery store. And so with additional funding, we'll be able to implement microtransit service in those areas to help the customers that are living there better get to grocery stores, just again for some of the things that we all take for granted. We also completed design on the GoMed autonomous circulator between the Bonneville Transit Center and the downtown Las Vegas Medical District. We expect to begin construction this year. We coordinated on pop-ups at the Bonneville Transit Center, including 7 produce pop-ups. So more than 2,500 pounds of fresh produce were sold. We partnered with Opportunity Village, Southern Nevada Transit Coalition, Southern Nevada Housing Authority, Clark County Social Services, and the Nevada Homeless Alliance. And then on our freeways, we collaborated with our awesome partner, NDOT. As they added a 3rd lane on the I-15, to your point, Mayor, at the Nevada-California border. So we completed actually the agency's first sustainability plan that is helping us to better define, initiate, and advance environmental sustainability through 47 near-term action items and performance targets. Some of the biggest projects that we undertook to improve sustainability, including 62 new transit vehicles into operation, and preparing to receive our first, which we've done this year, we've received our first hydrogen fuel cell electric buses, and we'll be receiving some battery electric buses. We also continued to develop renewable public transportation and transit infrastructure projects like the Maryland Parkway BRT and yay, we just received, again, noted by Mark, $150 million for that project. And then that BRT project will be the first route that will be an all-electric route with 15 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. We expanded the bike share system. We added a new station at MLK and Alta Drive and new electric bikes. And then when it comes to traffic management, our FAST team selected a consultant to create a modern communication network master plan. That may not sound very sexy, but if you sit in a red light and it just doesn't change, chances are that there's a gap in the communication. Either the fiber optic network is not there, there's something wrong with the loop system. So this is the first step of making the traffic signalization optimized. And then we continue to work with the City of Henderson on adaptive traffic signal control, particularly around the Dollar Loan Center and on portions of Eastern Avenue. And then finally, am I almost there? Nope. In 2022, we entered into 5 interlocal contracts with your member agencies worth more than $9.5 million to construct and study multi-use pedestrian bridges and trails. We assessed more than 1,300 miles of sidewalk in the Las Vegas Valley and 490 paratransit clients for path of travel barriers Then we worked with the Regional Event Traffic Management Collaboration, a lot of events, and that takes a village, and it's certainly RTC has convened and works very closely with all the jurisdictions and with Metro and the resort corridor to ensure that we're moving folks as efficiently as we can with all those events that go on. And then for small and diverse businesses in 2022, we awarded 3 federal contracts totaling $12.7 million, of which 23.9% went to disadvantaged business enterprises, surpassing the agency's 11.2% goal. We also hosted 2 RISE, and that stands for Resources Involvement, Support, and Education networking events, connecting 43 businesses to 9 prime contractors and 12 RTC departments. Attended 32 community networking events with more than 2,500 attendees and added 5 firms to our RISE database. I have one more because I want to thank the GAM team. It is, you know, we can't do our job without talking to our community. And so we have to be really creative in the way that we reach out to the community. And so in 2022, the GAM team, Angela and her team, secured 320 local and 62 national media stories, as well as 10 national award recognitions. We gathered more than 2,500 responses from our community on key RTC priorities through 7 customer surveys and 257 community events and speaking opportunities. We secured 14 new partnerships that provided incentives and benefits to our customers. And we produced more than 2,200 unique education and awareness pieces for our transit service. As a result of these efforts, we increased our blog subscriber list from 20,000 to 26, a 30% increase. We increased social media followers on the 3 major platforms by 15% and live streamed 4 press conferences on Twitter and increased our marketing email database from 170,000 to 203. So really a great effort by Angela and her team. I want to thank Francis and his team for all of their dedicated work this past year. Dave Swell, his team, Mark. It's, again, the team RTC couldn't do without you, so thank you. And that concludes my...
Thank you, Ms. Maynard. We really appreciate all that you have done in assembling the amazing team that you have and the fantastic contractors and all the work on the many, many huge contracts that we had over the last year. Mayor Goodman, I got some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm exhausted. I mean, what you have covered in this, but I'm not even sure if it's only you and perhaps Tracy and well, thanking everybody. But I have a question that maybe I missed it because you did it so quickly. Where are we? I mean, obviously, RTC, everybody depends on income. Where is the legislature, the governor, this body, NDOT, on finding the income that would balance off FRI, Fuel Revenue Index, for the electric vehicles? How are they going to be able to participate comprehensively as ownership of electric vehicles and responsibilities for that? Where are we, and when will an income source from electric vehicles be part of a comprehensive discussion that can be voted on, and will that only happen at the legislature and with the governor, or is there input from this body and other bodies?
Mayor Goodman, that is, there's a lot of conversation about it. I'm going to actually turn over to Angela Castro. She's been up, she and her team have been in Carson City every week.
I knew you were silent for a reason.
Good morning. So there's several things that have occurred. As you know, NDOT led the advisory working group to study this. I believe right now, actually, I know right now that in the legislature there's a subcommittee. Tracy has a seat in that subcommittee where they are talking about what the potential could look like. We're not sure if a road usage fee or vehicle miles traveled solution would happen this legislative session, but there is a lot of conversations about what could be explored. And I'm going to turn it over to Tracy if she wants to add anything. But we do recognize, let me say this, there is a bill right now to continue the indexing of the gas tax, motor vehicle fuel tax. Look at Chairman over there, of the indexing of the motor vehicle fuel tax, while we work through a longer term solution, because we recognize with more fuel efficient vehicles and with inflation that our revenue stream, the cost of doing projects has increased significantly. And so there is a bill this legislative session. It actually just made it out of committee last night on the assembly side, and it'll go to a floor vote hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And so there is a short-term solution. Conversations are taking place for the longer term, because whatever we decide on what that model will look like will eventually take place of the fuel revenue indexing program. I'm going to hand it over to Tracy now.
To follow up on what Angela is saying, is there is AB 184 that does have the working group that's looking at potential options going through. I honestly do not know where it's going to land. Outside of that, I have meetings set up with the head of DMV to start talking about what it would actually take to implement as we move forward. So we would have an implementation plan, which would take time to get going anyway. So those conversations are beginning. We're setting up in the next month. And then from there, also just looking at working on, as we increase those, I'm also concerned about looking at the other factors in there. As we get more EVs and as the Biden administration keeps pushing out some new directives that are increasing, or I wouldn't say increasing, but accelerating the impact of the EV fleet, also looking at actually how we're going to support it with energy and have the grid to actually have the stations moving around so that once we have them, we'll be able to handle them. So I guess the short answer is, don't know the answer, but we are actively working on things to address it, because just like RTC, that's, it's critical to end up. Without it, we have no funding.
Well, and I have to just really emphasize, everybody thinks the city of Las Vegas, the mayor's office, is a good place to call when there are, airline trails in the sky, or if the smoke is coming in from California. But we constantly hear from the public about the roads and the upkeep, and it all costs money. So the question is, as we move more and more into electric vehicle licenses and everything else, where that fund's going to come from. And I mean, when I tell you on a regular basis, we hear this road, that road, and we know that down the road, we have to find the funds. And so it's not going to be fuel unless something occurs that some new fuel is there for us. So just if you would keep us up to date on what's happening legislatively in this area, because we need to have answers to tell the public. And I know there is no source of additional funding coming in to repair the roads, take care of the lights, all the things that we as residents use.
And also, I want to work some more on the education, because exactly the point is, most people don't realize that transportation is so fundamental. It's a fundamental building blocks. I consider it a support economy. If we're doing it well, you never think about it. The minute goes right. But we need to connect it to how important it is to, one, economic development, to getting to school, getting to work, and all those things. And that's really not that connection there. Most people, it's like they just get out and there's a sidewalk.
Well, and the public's impatient and they want answers, and I don't blame them. I don't know how many years we've been playing this game with Fry, but knowing that we need to come up with those answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other comments from the board? Councilman?
Yes, I just want to personally thank you and your staff for all the efforts you've made to bring me up to speed and educate me on how this works. So thank you very much.
Councilman?
Being new here, I would say the same thing. Thank you for all you guys do. You do a wonderful job, and it's a pleasure to work with you.
Very good. I want to thank the Evaluation Committee for their consideration of Ms. Maynard's performance. I think we can all agree that Ms. Maynard's performance has been stellar. If there are any other comments from the board, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, but again, getting through pandemic, fantastic leadership. Not all agencies across our country or even in the state of Nevada did as well as the RTC, and that's definitely a major accommodation. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to accept the Evaluation Committee's recommendations of a 3% salary increase and a 3% cost of living adjustment for Ms. Maynard. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
MJ.
you, Commissioners. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The next item, 39, is, so the regular meeting of the RTC is scheduled for Thursday, May 11th. 2023 Nevada Revised Statute requires that the RTC set a public hearing for the tentative budget no sooner than the third Monday in May and not later than the last day in May. So rather than hold two meetings, it is recommended the RTC reschedule its May meeting to a new date of May 18th, 2023.
All right, I entertain a motion to move the board meeting date from May 11th to May 18th.
Make a motion to move.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 40 is to receive information from our legal counsel. There are no items to discuss. We can move on to your final agenda item, which is to conduct your final citizens participation period public comment.
Thank you. This is a second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak to the board, now is your opportunity. Please come forward to the microphone to provide your comments and state your name for the record. You'll be limited to 3 minutes for your comments, and I would ask, I know there's a lot of people here today, if you could make sure that if a prior speaker has already stated sort of your sentiments, if we not get repetitive, but certainly you have your opportunity here. Ask people to line up if there are multiple people who wish to provide their public comments here today. This is the first four. Okay, I got a request that we have a couple of folks in order. So I have Dennis Hennessy.
Commissioners, staff, Dennis Hennessy, coach operator for Keolis Transportation, soon to be First Transit / Transdev. One thing I just want to mention, it was great to see that budget presentation. Really? $12 million for security? Wow. Might want to check that. I'm coming forth today to ask for transparency. Many years ago, Metro was involved in a situation that forced the FBI to come in and do an evaluation of Metro. And now Metro could be one of the most transparent police departments in this country. You have an officer involved shooting, you have a report before they leave the scene, and within 3 days, the sheriff lays it out. If the officer was guilty or did something wrong, they say it right then and there. What I'm asking for is a monthly agenda item on your council that doesn't get lumped into a sum and just, hey, go. We need a record of how many incidents on a bus that happens in this city. We got to have a start point because, guys, it's out of control. We got drivers being assaulted on a daily basis, urine thrown on them, spit on, glass barriers busted in the hit. You got passengers murdered. You've had in 8 months, you've had 3 passenger-on-passenger assaults that either started on a bus and ended right after the bus, or started and ended on a bus where the passengers were killed. Our system is not safe. Mrs. Goodman, you're the last Mohican. I've been coming up here for a lot of years. Larry Brown's gone. Nothing effective has been changed. Chris Giuliani's gone. No effective change. Mayor John Lee's gone. No effective change. Lois Tarkanian's gone. No effective change. Our ex-governor used to be on this board, Mr. Sisolak. No change. Are you going to be the last one when you leave to have no change? We need help. We need transparency. The staff's doing some things. We keep hearing year after year that there's no way we can have transit police. Well, let's be transparent. Tell the public and tell us what's going on at the legislature. Are we getting transit police next year? Budget doesn't look like it because it's the same as it is this year. $12 million for guys to take pictures. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Sandra Adams, Vice President, ATU Local 1637, and I also work for NV Transportation. And I got to kind of piggyback on what Dennis just said. When I just saw it said RTC's priority is safety. Safety for who? Safety for what? We come here every month, and everybody up there, they listen to us. They look at us. Nobody has reached out to us. As a matter of fact, I take that back. There's one person on this board that has approached us to help us in any type of way. It just seems like everything is falling on deaf ears. The uptick in driver assault is going higher and higher every day, and nobody is reaching out to us or our community. But you let something happen out there on the strip, they got security everywhere protecting tourists, and we can't even protect our own community. The people that we drive to work or wherever they have to go every day, we get assaulted. So what is it going to take for my phone to ring it every day? What is it going to take? I don't want to get that call saying one of my drivers has been killed. We need some help now. What does it take? I mean, there's only so much we can do. Who up here is reaching out to us? Who up here thinks about us once we leave here and say, what can we do for those drivers? You know, every time something happens, I get a call to see if I'm okay, if I'm coming home, or if I knew the person just got assaulted. And sometimes we don't even hear about it until we get back or we get home and our families are telling us, we saw in the news that somebody got killed, somebody got stabbed. What is it going to take for us to get some help here? I mean, we hear you talk about all these millions of dollars on these darn roads and stuff like that. A road is not more important than my life, you know? So these people cannot get back and forth to work. We move this city. Who has our backs? Somebody needs to stand up to the plate and help us out. We're begging you. I'm embarrassed to have to get up here every month and talk about this. Who cares about us? So I'm begging you, please do something to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Leo Henderson.
Good morning, RTC Board and Commissioners. My name is Leo Henderson, a candidate for Nevada State Senate. As your constituent union member, RTC contract employee, please help us provide a safe environment for our employees traveling public in our great state of Nevada. I would like to state in part of the NRS 277A.260, security, operation, employment of personnel, establishment of fines. A commission may provide for maintain such security in operation as necessary for the protection of the person and property under the jurisdiction and control. We need to draft a legislation bill to mandate RTC to enforce security and protection of our drivers, tourists, and passengers. We need to unite the hands of our Metro police officers and revise the custom code of conduct. Please help us return safely home to our families after every shift. Enough is enough. This is my second time up here, but I respect Francis, MJ, Commissioner, Mayor. We need to make a change. Enough is enough. Let's make these drivers come home safely. Let's have these passengers feel safe, because as my constituents, all this stuff happened in my district and also happened in my colleague's district that she'll be coming up to speak soon. But we beg you guys, it's time to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good morning. I'm on East Coast time. My name is Stanley Small, Senior Organizer with ATU International, and I come before you on behalf of these professional operators to tell you at what cost are y'all going to protect their life. I've seen and I've witnessed bus operators be killed, and I'm reminded every day when I talk to them, are they the next Thomas Dunn? And if you don't know who Thomas Dunn is, he's a gentleman in Tampa, Florida, who drove a bus and a passenger walked right up to him and said, "God bless you," and slit his neck. They're not far from that, right? They're not far from that. And I seen the quotes in the paper today, $13 million for security. That is 4%. That's less than 4% of your police budget, right? And it's $13 million you're paying people with a laundry list of things they can't do. I think it's time to expand on what they can do. I understand somebody gave a report that they surveyed the operators here. I would like, our president would like to see that report on when you said operators feel safe, because we surveyed over 475 of our members and talked to more of them, and they truly feel unsafe. They are truly scared. And I caution y'all on that, because at what point, at some point, if y'all don't do anything, we'll be here telling you, you cost this individual their life. It's time to act. You could do something. Doing nothing is not the answer.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Terry Richards. I'm the president, business agent for ATU Local 1637. Like Sandra, I come up here a lot and I express how we feel to you guys. We need transit police. We did a rally outside today. It wasn't to go against anybody on this council. It was to gain recognition. You're already our public officials. Get behind us. Help us get that legislature we need. I've been getting calls in the last 3 weeks of passenger-on-passenger violence, stabbings, shootings. There was a shooting last week on Maryland Parkway. I got a call about a passenger was shot because another passenger was shooting at somebody else. We need to get a handle on this. We don't want, like Mr. Small said, we don't want to be like the other cities who have to have a tally of how many bus drivers got killed this year. We don't want any of our drivers killed. We don't want any of our passengers killed. We need to, every time I get up here, I implore you, please get with us. Let us all get together and solve this problem. We can't get 100%, but at least we can bring the 4% that we are at now up to 60 if we work together. And after 60, eventually maybe we can find a way to get to 100%. But right now, it's almost like we're doing nothing. I don't even allow my grandchildren to ride the bus anymore. I'm late for work taking them to school because I don't want them on public transportation, and that's my job. Please, get with us. Don't just say, okay, we'll work with you. Actually contact us. Be available when we contact you so that we can get this legislature, because if you're behind us, I don't see any way we can lose. Thank you.
Janan Logan.
Good morning. Good morning, board. Good morning, mayor. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Janan Logan, and I'm here today helping represent the union of ATU. I'm a fellow union member of TWU 556, and I'm tired of our government not fulfilling promises. These drivers are tired of RTC listening to lawyers and bureaucrats instead of the people who actually make our city move every single day. I'm a flight attendant, and as a transportation safety professional, I'm blessed to have air marshals and TSA screeners that actually look at passengers before they get on my aircraft. These drivers absolutely deserve something similar. Transportation police willing to stop disruptive behavior and criminals and put them behind bars. Crime is up everywhere. These drivers need prosecutors to actually prosecute and go after violent criminals before they get on their buses. They need them taken off the streets. The transportation safety professionals have had enough. We need your help. We need your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Arturo Brown.
Afternoon, Mayor. Afternoon, Commissioners. Okay.
How you doing? I'm Leo Henderson's communications chief for State Senate. Logan as well.
Sir, this is not a forum for campaigning, so keep to the issues.
But we want to let you know, as a former driver, as a representative of the people, we need help for these drivers because they are abandoned out there. We had a situation last night where they didn't have access to proper security because their system wasn't in place because of an erratic passenger. This is important because that erratic passenger may have some type of weapon. We need to push state legislatures in our state to impose a shell, a mandatory on this board to get RTC more available security measures so they can enforce the measures that's on the law books now. Okay? Or we need to revise those boards. We need to work with the lieutenant governor, the governor, Tracy, all these individuals to do something to make a change for the people because with the Super Bowl coming here, all these events, more people moving here, what is going to happen with the transportation industry? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to provide public comment this morning? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comment period, and we are adjourned.
And I can't need you any more than I do. And if no matter what I do, you won't be happy, then just let it be. Don't waste your time on me. Nothing stays the same, and the tables they have turned. Bitten by the flame from the bridges that you burn. And I can't love you any more than I love you. And I can't need you any more than I do. And if no matter what I do, you won't be happy, then just let it be. Don't waste your time on me. Only the very best. That's what I wish for you. And as for all the rest, I hope you'll find somebody who can. 'Cause I can't love you any more than I love you. And I can't need you any more than I do. And if no matter what I do, you won't be happy, then just let it be. Now don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I can't love you any more than I love you. And I can't need you any more than I do. And if no matter what I do, you won't be happy, then just let it be. Don't waste your time on me. Thank you. This is a brand new song that I just wrote. It's called The Mirror. Now, some of you might ask, now, what's a blind guy doing writing about mirrors? Well, this is a metaphorical mirror. So you think you don't need me anymore? They say I'm no longer what you're looking for. All your so-called friends are just means to an end. You're losing the battle to win a war. But I'm holding up a mirror you see, 'cause I'm holding up a mirror so you can see what you look like to me. That's right. Raw ambition is a mother, though. It can steal away your heart and soul, make you sell out the people that you used to know, so you can get to the place where you think you wanna go. But I'm holding up a mirror. Do you like what you see? Well, I'm holding up a mirror so you can see what you look like to me. Now I have been down the road you're on, craving fortune and fame, a shooting star, then the moment's gone and everyone forgets your name. Forget. A lesson lived is a lesson learned. Music suffers as the system turns your heartfelt expression into a deal for a fee. But you better keep it coming, 'cause they get it all for free. And I'm holding up a mirror. Do you like what you see? Well, I'm holding up a mirror so you can see what you look like to me. Well, I'm holding up a mirror. Do you like what you see? And I'm holding up a mirror so you can see what you look like to me. Oh yeah. Yesterday, just a photograph of yesterday, and all its edges folded and the corners faded, sepia brown, and yet it's all I have of our past love, a postscript to its ending. Brighter days, I can see such brighter days, when every song we sang is sung again. And now we know this time it's for good, and we're lovers once again, and you're near me. I can remember the thing and the sun and leaves around, coming down. last word of me and yearning. I can't figure about that. Memories of God. Get a picture of all our yesterdays I can see. I can kick it up and keep it straight again. I can remember the rain and the sun on the leaves are down, tumbling down. Instead I did love and adore you. The nights filled with joy were our yesterdays, and tomorrow will bring you, baby. I can't figure out that. Memories of God. Get a picture of all our yesterdays I can see. I can kick it up and stick your gaze at me. I see moments of history. Your eyes meet mine, and they dance to the melody, and we live again as if dreaming. The sound of our hearts beat like castanets, and forever will know their meaning. I can't figure my life. Memories of God. Get a picture of all our yesterdays I can see. I can kick it out and stick your gaze at me. You gaze at me. I see moments of history. Your whole world meet mine, and they dance to the melody, and we live again as if dreaming. The sound of our hearts beat like castanets, and forever will know their meaning. I can't figure my desire. Memories of God. Get a picture of all our yesterdays I can see. I can kick it out and take that space. Yeah, 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 yeah.
All right. Chicoria. The only cover of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is another song from my If You Really Want record, the orchestra record. It's a tune I wrote called Ride on a Rainbow.
Put all your money on the table, take off your shiny new shoes. Let's make believe that it's midnight and we got nothing to lose. You bring a bottle of sunshine, I'll bring a bottle of rain. If we can mix them up just right, we'll catch a ride on a rainbow. A ride on a rainbow, yeah. A ride on a rainbow. A ride on a rainbow. They got red kangaroos in Australia, turquoise in old Santa Fe, princes and kings in the Bay, yeah, they got no clothes in LA. I know a place on the border where you can be what you dream. Dreaming is truth out of order, where you can ride on a guru or a trip to Bombay. 'Cause when you open your eyes inside your mind, you'll find they're on your way. You don't need a guru or a trip to Bombay. 'Cause when you open your eyes inside your mind, you'll find they're on your way. Ride, 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 ride on a rainbow. All right. Oh, ride, 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 ride on a rainbow. Oh, yeah. Now ride on, ride on. Now ride on, ride on. Well, I'm riding on a rainbow. Riding, riding, riding on a rainbow. All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming out to the park and I'd like to finish out with this little tune called State of Mind.
Used to sit and worry about the future. Worrying about the future don't change the past. Used to think tomorrow would be better. Now I know that I'm doing the best that I can. I'm just a man trying to find the reasons why I stand. Took some time to realize that I am what I am. And I want to be rich, I want to be happy, and live inside a love that shines bright enough to last a lifetime. Want to be rich, more than a fantasy. Ride the winds and climb, 'cause it's all a state of mind. Yeah. Check it out. Wake up in the morning and I turn the pages. Don't understand what's going down. Everybody's acting so outrageous. It's gonna take a lot of love to turn things around. And I'm just a man trying to find the reasons why I stand. Took some time to realize that I am what I am. And I wanna be rich, I wanna be happy, and live inside a love that shines bright enough to last a lifetime. Wanna be rich, more than a fantasy. Ride the winds and climb, 'cause it's all a state of mind. little bit of heaven right here on earth. Troubled times lead to healing times. I was sad, now feeling fine. It's a taking and a giving that makes this life worth living. Makes this life worth living. I wanna be rich. I wanna be happy and live inside a love that shines bright enough to last a lifetime. I wanna be rich, more than a fantasy. Ride the winds and climb. Ride the winds and climb. Ride the winds and climb. Yeah. Because it's it's a state of mind. Oh yes it is. It's a state of mind. It's a song I wrote for my wife way before she was my wife. It was part of like trying to close the deal, you dig? It's called Waited All My Life. Whenever I'm near to you, I don't know quite what to do. My body starts shaking. Baby, I'm not faking. If you would turn your eyes to me, it would be so clear to see that I'm not mistaken. And I'm hoping that you'll see what we'll say upon that special day. With our hearts is more than words can say. You'll be in these arms of mine eternally. And I have waited all my life for you, but I didn't know it. And I have waited all my life for you, but I didn't know it. Oh no, it's not the way you look at me or your personality. It's deeper than these things, and it's been going on so long. You give your love so naturally. You go to my heart, you see. You're all I'm dreaming. Baby, we were meant to be. What we'll say upon that special day with our hearts is more than words can say. Now you're in these arms of mine eternally, yeah. And I have waited all my life for you. That's right. But I didn't know it. And I have waited all my life for you, but I didn't know it. Oh no, no. I get along without the moon, get along without the stars, get along without the rainbows in the sky. I get along without the joy that would shine from love when I can look into your eyes. You know why? 'Cause without love I can't survive. I have waited all my life for you, but I really didn't know it. No, I didn't really know it. Oh, I really didn't know how to show it. Oh, I've been waiting all I heard your voice, and I knew that I really didn't have any other choice, 'cause I've been waiting all my life, baby. I've been waiting all my life, waiting all my life, waiting all my life, yeah. Waiting all my life, waiting all my life, waiting all my life, yeah. Waiting on, waiting on, waiting on. Baby, 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 yeah. Better and better. That's how it's gonna be when we get together. I like the weather, sunny and warm. I keep you safe from the storm, and you and me from now on forever. It's never like this until we finally get together. Then it's pure bliss, like a first kiss. It's a musical dance, a poetry, rhythm, and harmony, just like a fantasy. Been waiting all my life for you. Oh yeah, I've been waiting all my life for you. Oh, I've been waiting all my life for you. Oh yeah, waiting all my life. I have waited all my life for you. But I didn't know it. Oh no. Don't you know that I've been waiting all of my life, but I didn't know it until right now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Join Clark County Parks and Recreation for Tacos and Tamales, a unique culinary food and libation experience on Saturday, April 29th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The entire Las Vegas community is invited to Desert Breeze Park for a truly fantastic foodie event. Taco and Tamales creations range from the traditional to the totally insane, all from local vendors. Entertainment includes live music and lucha libre wrestling, a carnival, and alcohol tasting. For more information, visit tacosandtamaleslv.com.
Hi, my name is Richard Parker. I'm a recruit with the Clark County Fire Department.
Hi, my name is Ariel Asensio, and I'm a recruit with the Clark County Fire Department. I'm also a paramedic. I work on private ambulance for a year.
Been a paramedic for 2 years now. I wanted to be a firefighter because I grew up in the fire service. My dad was a firefighter back home in Oregon.
Approximately 5 years ago, I had a medical emergency with one of my closest friends, and I didn't have any EMS experience at all. I wasn't a paramedic at the time. And I remember Clark County Fire Department coming to my house and essentially rescuing my friend who was in the greatest time of need. And ever since then, it's what sparked my interest in becoming a firefighter, as well as a paramedic, to better serve my community.
Since then, I've had the strive to become a firefighter for CCFD. I went to medic school, I applied, I've loved it ever since. I love rookie school, I love being a paramedic. Open enrollment for paramedics is open now.
Paramedic enrollment is open now.
Check us out on joinccfd.org.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District A issues with a man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Michael Neff. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Randy. Good to be back with you.
We're here in District A at the Silverado Ranch Park. District A is one of the massive ones in Clark County. It ranges from the central part of the Las Vegas Valley all the way to Laughlin. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District A. District A is one of the largest in Clark County, and this diverse district features some of the most recognizable world-class resorts, sporting and concert venues, cities and rural towns. Much of the south part of Las Vegas Boulevard is in District A, including the Strip's Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign, a Betty Willis-designed creation that has served as a popular place for visitors to take photos and selfies, and as a community meeting spot to pay tribute to noteworthy people, events, and causes. Just down the street is the home of the Las Vegas Raiders football team, Allegiant Stadium. Since opening in 2020, this striking silver and black dome has already welcomed an A-list of concert headliners and hosted hundreds of other special events and sporting contests. Some of the Valley's fastest growing commercial and residential activities are taking place in corridors along the Beltway and in neighborhoods such as Silverado Ranch and newly developed areas in Henderson. Of course, District A also boasts Silver State rugged rural areas all the way to the borders of Arizona and California, including Searchlight, Jean, and Cal Navari. The town of Laughlin, Nevada sits at the southernmost point of Clark County and is home to several thousand residents and a couple million annual tourists who come to this expanding Colorado Riverside destination for food, fun, and adventure. From the bright neon lights to the desert beauty to some of the Valley's best neighborhoods, there's something for everyone all around District A. Commissioner, it just seems like yesterday we were sitting out here doing an in your neighborhood here at Silverado Ranch Park, but there's a big difference looking over my right shoulder here. Community center, I know you're very excited about this 37,000 square foot community center that's under construction. Tell me about it.
That's right. This has been 4 years in the works now between getting the funds together for the capital to build it, creating the design, deciding on the location, which I think this is just going to be a perfect location in the heart of Silverado Ranch, accessible easily from both the 215 and the 15, but really in an area that is so underserved by county resources. We don't have that many parks in the area, and we don't have any community centers in the entirety of Enterprise Township. So I think this is just going to be a really great addition to the neighborhood. Community centers not only bring people together, but they raise property value and give kids something to do. There's about 4 schools within walking distance of this spot. So I'm thrilled about the location. I'm thrilled to see action over there and to see the building actually going up, because I know that it means soon we'll be able to cut a ribbon, unlock the doors, and let people enjoy this amenity.
The thing I'm most excited about, Commissioner, is there's a second level walking and jogging track where that's never been done in any of our community centers before. And I understand that this really has community in community center because you went out to the people to help them put the designs, put the elements in there, right?
That's right. Nearly every single part of this building and the amenities inside of it and even the programming is because of the input that we received from members of the community, people who will actually use this facility. So we did surveys early on. We did meetings with stakeholders in the area. We have different both businesses and individuals who live and work in the area solicited their opinion. And in particular, that walking track you mentioned that's never been done in a county building, that's here because of some input we received from a group of ladies who told me that they come to this park right now every morning and they walk around, and some days it's too hot, some days it's too cold, so they just thought that would be a great addition to the center. We figured out how to do it without increasing the cost too much, which is typically the problem in these types of projects because of the nature of the square footage it takes up, and in this case we elevated it, but we figured out how to get it done, and I think that's like you, that's something I'm really excited about.
Very cool, very cool. I know you just had the first anniversary at another part of District A at the Echo Trail Park over in Russell and Buffalo, 5-acre park with room for expansion there. Tell me about that neighborhood park.
Well, that's another area that, while not as mature as Silverado Ranch, it's an area we've seen a lot of new rooftops in a short period of time, and also an area that's really underserved by parks and recreation facilities. So it's a 25-acre area site that is reserved for parks. We've developed out 5 of it with tennis court, a playground for both toddlers and older kids. We've got a splash pad, which, while it was a little too cold for our 1-year anniversary, it was still nice to have the water going. And just a park that is really, in this year since it's been open, has been incredibly well used, incredibly well maintained by our RPM department, who takes care of all of our public facilities, and just has become a neighborhood meeting spot. We had nearly 500 people come out for the anniversary. We had food in the park. We had live music from the band at the Blind Center of Southern Nevada, and it was just a great time.
And much like this facility we are here, you have more acreage there, and that's something you hope to add other phases in the future?
So while we were there for the 1-year anniversary, we took the opportunity again to solicit the opinions of people who actually use that neighborhood park. So we had Parks and Rec staff out there filling out surveys on behalf of people who came, and really getting a better understanding of what we could do with that remaining 25 acres to make it the best park it could be for the area.
another park in District 8, Commissioner, James Regional Park, which is already a world-class area for soccer fields, and now you're adding 8 baseball fields, including one that will be a championship type thing. Now, this is for youth sports or other organized groups like that, right? And this is a different type of park than the one we're sitting at, or Echo Trail.
That's right. Unlike this one, which is really for the people who live in the immediate area and for people just to come and enjoy in a more relaxed setting, James Regional is the most pristine tournament play facility in the area. It's actually an economic development project for the community because it does so well with tournaments from all over the region. Neighboring states come, and lots of thousands of people come to play soccer right now on those pristine fields. There really aren't. One, there's a shortage of soccer fields of all kind in the valley. There's a tremendous shortage of soccer fields at that caliber. So it really brings people from all over the place to play on those fields who are part of leagues and tournaments. But as you mentioned, we just got a federal award of nearly $40 million to help build out those softball facilities. So that's going to be the next generation, the next step we take in developing out James Regional Sports Complex.
It's not like you have an unlimited pot of money here. I know you and all of Clark County are dealing with nearly a $2 billion annual budget for the next fiscal year. And places like this during the pandemic wouldn't have been able to be built, Commissioner. Have we recovered from that, from the pandemic, money-wise?
We have. We're doing there were some real dark, scary days there, and the county had to do some shifting. We did we took a lot of actions that we probably didn't want to take, but were obligated to and had to. But since then, thanks to many things, one thing that I always give credit to Governor Sisolak for is allowing construction to continue during the pandemic. And when you think about what that did, is it allowed us to reopen from the pandemic once travel continued, in a place where we had a new NFL stadium that was actually built and constructed. We had the Boring Company operating 3 stations. We had an entirely new convention center, the West Hall at the LVCC. We had Madison Square Garden continuing and soon to be opening. We had Resorts World able to open out of the pandemic. We had Fontainebleau able to resume construction and looks like a bright future ahead after 14 years of sitting idle. So because construction didn't really take a pause, all of these projects were really able to contribute towards our strong recovery here in Southern Nevada.
Let's start with the Legion Stadium, Commissioner. That has obviously been an amazing boon for the community. Just recently, Taylor Swift sold out there. We've got Beyonce coming, world-class soccer. There's a little football team down that calls that place home. What has that meant to the community, to our economic development?
Well, we taped, I think one of my first times being on your show 4 years ago, we were outside of a construction site, just a big hole in the ground at Allegiant Stadium, talking about one day in this building we would be able to qualify for an event like a Beyonce concert. And what that means for us. You have 40 plus events a year that we otherwise would not be able to attract to Southern Nevada because we simply didn't have a venue for them. So it's been an incredible revenue generator for the community. It's been an attractor. It's been a tool to get people to stay longer when they're here for other reasons. And it's really put us on the map, and I think that's going to continue as we look towards hosting the 2024 Super Bowl.
2024 Super Bowl, Super Bowl 58. That is huge, and that is a great get for our community. What do you expect, the economic development, how is that going to help us grow?
One thing that I'm really excited about, in addition to the event, it's important to recognize that there's well over 100 sanctioned NFL events that occur during and around the Super Bowl itself. So that brings lots of business. But also, they've done a really good job implementing their Business Connect program. And this is where they tap into local businesses and entrepreneurs who are already that are already working in the community, rather than outsourcing from external locations. Really take advantage of the resources that we have right here, take advantages of the businesses that are already operating. And what is really exciting about that is that long after the Super Bowl comes and goes, that list will still be in place for procurement purposes, for being able to, anytime any large event comes to town, we'll know which small businesses are ready and able, and what services and amenities they offer.
And even before that, there's, oh yes, this little thing called Formula One, the Las Vegas Grand Prix, which is the Super Bowl on steroids around the globe. This is a huge get. I know the Formula One parent company has already invested more than $500 million on a piece of land and their paddock start-finish area. This is just monumental. People really might not be able to wrap their mind around how big this is.
And I was one of those people. Before we secured it, I didn't fully comprehend just the scale and the scope of what this meant for our community. I thought, great, we're getting another event. This is so much more than another event. Not only is it multiple days, but it has an international reach unlike anything else that we have ever done in the history of Las Vegas. There will be more people here internationally. There will be more spectators watching the Las Vegas Strip at night with the cars racing down it than you could even imagine. And what that will mean for the marketing potential of Las Vegas, advertising us as a destination. And I know years from now people will come to Las Vegas because they saw it on a Formula One race.
I know Steve Hill from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority said something that was very interesting to me, that he thought that without Allegiant Stadium, Formula One maybe would have never been on our radar. Is that?
I agree with Steve. I think that demonstrated the capacity that we have to host large-scale events. To really, it tested everyone from Metro to the Clark County Fire Department to the private ambulance companies to the parking guys who do logistics for us. It really gave everybody an opportunity to stretch their legs in a big way and get ready for these massive events.
Well, that's only a few months away. Well, we'll talk more about that as it comes closer. We must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District 8 Commissioner Michael Naft. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Number 3, the dog ate my summons. Number 2, I don't like wool. Lawyers wear too many wool suits. And the number 1 most creative excuse, I'm a psychic and I know something bad is going to happen. We've heard every excuse in the book.
Jury service is vital for our community. Participate in our jury and justice system. I served on a jury and it was a great experience.
Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons. Play your important part in our justice system.
District A is home to Laughlin, the southernmost point in Nevada and Clark County. This Colorado River town is home to about 9,000 people and is an important destination for gaming, tourism, and water recreation. Clark County is a governmental entity that provides Laughlin with public safety, public works, water, wastewater, and other infrastructure needs. Laughlin is located 90 miles south of the valley in District A, and speaking of District A, we're talking to the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Michael Naft. Commissioner, you sit on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and one of the most recent conventions was the ConExpo, 139,000 attendees. They say it was their largest convention ever. Is our convention business back, or talk to me a little bit about how conventions are today as opposed to before the pandemic?
Well, our international visitation is still down. We're seeing domestic visitation and business travelers coming back pre-2019 levels. You could see we have more routes, more nonstop routes than we had before the pandemic. And so that's a really positive, good sign. We want to continue to work towards that international visitation because those visitors tend to spend significantly more, they stay significantly longer, and they're a really valuable asset to locals who benefit from the economic engine of Nevada, the Las Vegas Strip. So that show was unbelievable. It was great to see it. We actually had a board meeting while that show was going on, and it's, I believe, the only trade show in town that rents out literally every single square foot of space that the Las Vegas Convention Center has to offer, including the parking lots and all the surface areas. So it's a great win for us.
Harry Reid Airport, 4.2 million passengers in February. It was the best February in history. Things like that, indicators like that, must be music to your ears.
It's really exciting because we know that the passenger through count at the airport directly translates to employment for people who live here, for opportunities for people like me who grew up here, and I just think it's wonderful. And we need the airport to continue to process passengers as smoothly as possible, because it's the first look people get of our community, and it's the last look as people leave. So I commend the Clark County's Department of Aviation. We're the owner and operator of that airport and others in the area, and they just do a great job making sure that people have a positive experience as they come through town.
The board and the Department of Aviation are always very forward-looking, and this is, I believe, is it FAA mandated by the time we reach 65, 70 million passengers per year, something else will have to be done. Is there a possibility to expand Harry Reid Airport, or is a second airport potentially in play?
Well, we've recently procured some surface area around the airport to expand some of the areas where particularly general aviation aircraft can park and stay. That's a significant part of the business at the airport. But no doubt we have for many years now been looking at the expansion of the auxiliary airport, the Southern Nevada Supplemental Airport in Ivanpah to the south of the valley. That's going to be a really important part of the future of Clark County and allow us to continue to grow, because there doesn't appear to be a slowdown in people wanting to come here by air.
Another form of transportation that could happen sometime, Commissioner, is the Bright Line, the high-speed train.
It will happen.
It will happen, okay. Talk to me, give me an update on the Bright Line project.
Well, I think for a lot of people like me who've been hearing about high-speed rail to Southern California, in my case for my entire life, you can see why people are skeptical. But there's an opportunity right now, unlike ever before, where you have an operator like Brightline who is not only tested and proven in Florida, but they're committed to the valley. They've closed on over 100 acres of land right on Las Vegas Boulevard in Robindale for what would be the Las Vegas station. They've committed to locating their the area where they would work on the trains and fix them on the Nevada side of the border, which is great for our workforce here. Those are high-paying, skilled jobs, and they have the right-of-way all the way through to Southern California. They recently signed commitments with labor organizations who will help build the train, and they're really better positioned than anyone else to get this done. So I'm thrilled for it. I'm really excited for what it means for the environment, reducing the carbon footprint, reducing the impact on the I-15 to Southern California. We just can no longer allow for visitors to come here from Southern California. The majority of visitors who come are from California, and we just can't allow them to have a negative experience heading home on the 15 for 8 hours. There's only so much they're going to put up with that. So I think Brightline will be one of the ways that we ease the congestion on the 15 and make for a better experience to and from California.
These easier modes of transportation do translate sometimes into economic development. Commissioner, I know in the past couple months here, past couple weeks, you've been visiting a number of businesses that have set up shop here, everything from Mark Wahlberg opening up a second burger place to a chopstick factory where they take their Chop Value recycles chopsticks and creates beautiful projects. I mean, things like that, the economic development is wonderful, that businesses like this are continuing to call Clark County home.
That's right. Well, something else we've been talking about for most of my life is diversifying our economy in this state. And, it seems no matter how many efforts have been made, we always have a challenge doing that because people think of Nevada and Las Vegas as the Las Vegas Strip. Well, as we like to say at Clark County's Economic Development Office, there's more than the bright lights of the Strip to Nevada, and that includes places like Chop Value, who are figuring out how to reuse and recycle 6.5 million chopsticks last year. They're taking them from restaurants and repurposing them into beautiful art and functional things like tables and desks, and doing wonderful, incredible things right here in Nevada, right here in Clark County. So it's great to see the continuation of the food and beverage industry and the nightlife industry and the resort corridor. That's going to continue to get bigger bigger and better, but it's also really exciting to see some of these innovative businesses really come into play. Just recently I did the topping off ceremony at the T-Mobile Experience Center. That's at the UNLV Research Park in District A. That's a whole other area that is just ripe for expansion and bringing in these new innovative workforces to really help build our diverse economy.
District A, gosh, we've been all over the place, and I know Laughlin in the South County is a place that is very near and dear to your heart. You dedicate much of your team out there, and you spend a lot of time out there yourself. What are the issues that people in Laughlin, Searchlight, and the South County, the differences and the similarities to us folks here in the Valley?
I think it's a really important point to make that Clark County and the work that we do is representative of people from Bunkerville to Laughlin and everything in between. So while we each represent a district, Clark County is the size of New Jersey geographically. It's 2.5 million people, and the needs are different from rural to urban parts of the county to urban areas and outlying areas like Laughlin. But I think overall people want from their local government the same thing, no matter if you're in Laughlin, Searchlight, Las Vegas, Henderson. They want accessible government. They want to be able to reach out and tell you what they want and get it when they ask for it. And they also want access to information and the tools they need to get business done. So in Laughlin, we've done things like expanding the hours of Clark County business licensing down there, code enforcement spending more time down there, and just figuring out how to bring the tools and the resources of Clark County to the area. I've also spent a lot of time working with our friends from across the river in Bullhead City on things that we could do to improve safety along the Colorado River and water. It's a tri-state area, and working with all the stakeholders in the region has been really important to getting a handle on that.
Let's shift gears a little bit now to Traffic Safety Commissioner. I know that you were one of the major proponents for the Office of Traffic Safety. You've been installing a number of full traffic signals all across District A and other growing parts of the community. We've hired crossing guards dusk to dawn. Talk to me a little bit about traffic safety, why this is so vital.
Well, not only does it impact, no matter who you are, you utilize public infrastructure. Whether you're driving your car like so many do in Southern Nevada, whether you're the passenger next to the driver, whether you're the cyclist riding his bike, or whether you're the person, the mom walking her kids to school, you rely on the public infrastructure and you depend on it to be safe. And unfortunately, we don't have a very good track record here. We've seen in the last number of years things getting worse and worse on our roads. So it frustrates me to no end. We've done a lot in recent years to address it, to really get a handle on how we engineer, design, construct, and build our roads, how on the back end we enforce the rules of the road, and how we educate people on how to really intersect with each other when they're commuting. Something I'm really excited and proud about is our Safe Sidewalk Ordinance. That was something that was adopted by the board a few months back, and it requires detached sidewalks. In most jurisdictions around the country, neighborhoods, you don't have a sidewalk right up against a 45-mile-an-hour road. We know that it takes a driver an average of 4.2 feet to compensate, to correct if they accidentally pop onto the curb, to correct. So giving a 5-foot buffer not only is the safe and the right thing to do, but it's also a really great way to increase property value in the area. You look at many of the areas that have master plans, places like Summerlin or Seven Hills, you only see detached sidewalks. It's because it looks good, it's aesthetically pleasing, it boosts property value, and it saves people's lives.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District A Commissioner Michael Knapp. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Number 3, the dog ate my summons. Number 2, I don't like wool. Lawyers wear too many wool suits. And the number 1 most creative excuse, I'm a psychic and I know something bad is going to happen. We've heard every excuse in the book.
Jury service is vital for our community. Participate in our jury and justice system. I served on a jury and it was a great experience.
Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons. Play your important part in our justice system.
District A is home to Allegiant Stadium. This place is named for hometown Allegiant Vacations, and this place has already hosted many high-flying concerts, events, and sporting contests. The NFL's Las Vegas Raiders are Allegiant's top tenant, bringing hundreds of thousands of fans annually to cheer on the silver and black, and visitors perhaps cheering on their own teams. Allegiant Stadium will host the biggest sporting event next February, as Super Bowl 58 is sure to put a colossal spotlight on our community. Allegiant Stadium is located at 3333 Al Davis Way in District A. And speaking of District A, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Michael Naft. Commissioner, your social media outreach is everywhere. You and your team are everywhere, but I know you still love to meet and greet people, and I know your Coffee and Conversations program has been very popular. I know you've gone with Commissioner Justin Jones. You almost always bring someone from the state legislature to come out there and hash out local issues. Talk to me about that program.
Yeah. Well, the work we do at the Government Center and in the building is really, really important. But there's nothing better than getting out and actually hearing from people what's on their minds and how we could actually use the authority that we have to improve their quality of life in their communities. And so one of the ways we do that is with Coffee and Conversations. We hold them nearly every month or every other month for sure in targeted areas around District A, everywhere from Flamingo to Laughlin, everything in between. And so I do partner usually with a state legislator or a colleague on those events, because my goal is to answer as many questions as possible. If we don't have the answer, we can follow up and get you the answer, and really help carry the voice of the community to the policy work that we do to help get things done for people in Clark County.
And I know you're excited about the sneak peek that's coming up here in a couple of months here to keep people up to date on what's going on here at Silverado Ranch.
That's right. We're calling it the sneak peek. It's basically a preview of what will be at the Silverado Ranch Community Center. So working with the Parks and Recreation Department, we're going to have, right where we're standing right now, we're going to have so many of the things that will be offered in a kind of sample format. So we have a demonstration kitchen, so we're going to have folks demoing how to, kind of a mini clinic on how to cook healthy meals. We're going to offer dance classes, so there'll be someone doing a dance clinic. And everything that'll be offered out of that center will be on display and to be sampled at our sneak peek coming up in May. I'm really, really excited about it. I think it's going to, one, show off all that will happen in this facility, but also get people in the area excited about what they stand to gain from having the community center in their backyard.
All right. Well, thank you so much as always, Commissioner. Great talking to you. I know we could talk for another half hour, but we'll let you get back to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Michael Naft for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District A. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Good morning. This is our zoning meeting. We welcome you here this morning. The meeting will come to order, and the first order of business is public comment. We'd invite anyone who wishes to make a comment on any specific item that is on our agenda to please indicate to us your name, spell your last name, tell us which item you're addressing, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Ms. Coleman?
Yes, good
Which
morning.
item are you addressing today, Ms. Coleman?
The item I'm addressing is public comments, and also,
Would you speak right into that microphone, please?
I said the item that I'm speaking upon is public comments as well as property concerning 1316 Wizard. That should be on there. And it's concerning identity theft. As you know, this is a picture of myself, whereas it'll stop identity theft. Up on your agenda has vacancy and abandonment. Now, my property, 1316 Wizard, was handed down to another ownership, whereas it's been controlled by the HUD office. Now, you know this lady right here. Her name is Shanta Coleman. But during the time when Shannon Moore Hughes took over the property, is stating that she's Denise Watson and she worked in the accounting department. Now, she created this identity theft, whereas of today, she got Miss Atlantis involved that is in charge of the security division service solution. And she's not helping my situation because she works for social services, but she's putting threats like, you know, oh, you need to go to the crazy house. I don't need that kind of, statement made to me when I'm trying to make a point clear. My point is, I don't owe anybody anything. I worked the 8-hour job to receive this workman's compensation. Now, I'm not saying everything that I really want to say. 1226 was caused by the Thompsons, and it caused me to have this setback to place in a eviction notice to 1316 Wizard that was created, diversion by Mrs. Perkin that collected $18,000. That was a DBA worker, and during the time they took that money and refinanced 1316 Wizard. Now, I should have gotten the deed, and the reason why I'm here is to receive the deed from Maryland. Now, I pointed out Shanta Coleman, that was the accounting department employee for 1316 Wizard. I would like to wind this up in saying that I'm the owner. I need to get out of this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the public comment period this morning? There being no one, Ms. Amundson.
The second item is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. For the participants and applicants and audience's information, please be aware that additional re-notification fees may be required if 85 days have passed since initial notification or there are modifications to the original application. Staff has the following request. Hold to the April 19, 2023 BCC meeting, item 5, ET 22400136, item 9, UC 230066. Hold to the May 17, 2023 BCC meeting, item 20, ET 21400175, and item 21, ET 21400176. Hold to the June 7th, 2023 BCC meeting, item 22, ZC 220413. Withdraw without prejudice, item 15, VS 220593. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are items 5, 9, 15, 20, 21, and 22, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. Are there other changes to the agenda at the pleasure of the board? There's a motion for approval. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. The agenda is approved.
The third item is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the March 8th, 2023 zoning meeting are ready for your approval.
There's a motion for approval on the minutes by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. And the motion carries.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 19, except those items previously deleted. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item unless modified. Staff has the following modifications. For item 14 and ZC 220592, we would like to add the following conditions. Work with Public Works to address on-site circulation and coordinate construction schedule with the Commissioner's office. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item unless modified. If there are no objections from the audience, the public hearing is now open and the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Are there any changes? In other words, would we pull anything to hear it? There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Excuse me. Yes, please come down. Mr. Gronauer.
Good morning. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here on item 14. Just want to clarify that that's per plans. Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
Next are items 23 and 24, which can be heard together. Item 23, ZC 230045, zone change to reclassify 19.9 acres from an RE rural estates residential zone to an MD design manufacturing zone. Use permit to allow loading spaces to not be screened from a public street. Waivers of development standards for the following: increase wall fence height, permit alternative street landscaping, reduce driveway throat depth. Design reviews for the following: a distribution center, alternative parking lot landscaping, and finished grade. This is generally located on the northeast corner of Rainbow Boulevard and Richmar Avenue within Enterprise. Item 24, VS 220046, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Serene Avenue and Richmar Avenue and between Rainbow Boulevard and Redwood Street, and portions of right-of-way being a portion of Richmar Avenue located between Rainbow Boulevard and Redwood Street within Enterprise.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Liz Olson, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a 20-acre site. We're right on Rainbow and Richmar. We're currently zoned RE. This site is within the Arden industrial area. Everything around us is zoned for industrial or has existing industrial on it. The intent of this area was to have industrial uses, so we believe that our requested zone change to MD for this project for a distribution center is appropriate. We are requesting that MD to allow for a single building distribution center. Our layout of the site includes a single building in the center. We've provided several different access points to allow for better circulation through the site and on and off of the site. Working with staff, we have made a couple of proposed changes that we sent in for a quick review. The main concern from staff was along Rainbow Boulevard. We do have docks on both sides of the building, and we have 3 access points along Rainbow. The concern from Public Works was having the docks directly in front of the driveways here. And as staff, as part of their analysis here, they say under their throat depth waiver analysis, with the loading docks and parking stalls directly opposite in 4 out of the 5 driveways, the likelihood is that vehicles will be stacking in the right-of-way, causing potential collisions. So the proposed change that we would like to make, This is the revised plan that was sent in. We'd like to remove the southern driveway entirely, so that would remove one of those access points. We'd also like to remove the docks that are directly adjacent to the center driveway. There are no docks directly in front of the northern driveway. We could also remove 2 additional docks if the board deemed that would be necessary, so we can do that. Those changes would mitigate and address concerns from staff for their throat depth, we believe, and that also addresses the special use permit, as we would no longer have any docks that are not screened towards the right-of-way. So with that, we're happy to discuss any questions, but appreciate Enterprise's recommendation and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on this item, which is these items 23 and 24? There being no one, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Olson, for your presentation. In speaking with Antonio, there are remaining concerns with regards to the rainbow access point there. I appreciate that you have removed the one driveway and removed some of the docks that are directly in front of the remaining entrance there. I think that despite that, there are still remaining concerns, so I'd ask that you consider also removing an additional dock door on each side of what's reflected in this latest set of plans. Great. And so, Antonio, would that help resolve those concerns?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's tough to say without actually seeing it on paper and without seeing it with dimensions. With the size trucks that they're bringing in, it would be nice to see a set of plans with dimensions on it.
If I may, just to clarify here, so our distance between our docks and the parking spaces behind us is 130 feet. So there's quite a bit of on-site circulation area to allow trucks to come in and utilize that open space to help mitigate any potential stacking on the right-of-way.
Commissioner, even though we have 130 feet, these trucks are pretty big. They're up to 73 feet long. So even though we have the dimension that Ms. Olson is saying that we have, you still need to pull forward far enough to be able to back up. So they would be blocking the drive aisle as the next person is trying to jockey their way in the driveway.
So I'm going to go ahead and move for approval of agenda item number 23 and 24, and I'm going to condition or ask that the applicant accept the condition of removing 2 additional dock doors as reflected on what you've put up there, and also to work with Public Works to consider whether additional dock doors need to be removed in order to accommodate the concerns that have been raised. Is that a?
Yes, that's okay.
Accepted?
Thank you.
All right, that's my motion.
There's a motion for approval as indicated by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion on his motion? Then please cast your votes. And the motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Thank you.
Next is item 25, AG 239000105, is to discuss temporary commercial events for properties within the Stadium District and direct staff accordingly. Commissioners, we have come before you 3 separate times to talk about temporary commercial events in the Stadium District at the same time that they are having large events. And you've asked us to bring it back every time. Instead of continuing a moratorium, it might be a good idea to require properties in the Stadium District that want to have temporary commercial events to come in for a use permit for temporary commercial events, and then anyone else is not, cannot get their temporary commercial events. That way there's a little more control, and you can place additional conditions on that. But that's staff's recommendation. I will let Commissioner Knapp speak.
Commissioner Knapp, do you have thoughts about that?
Thank you. This is after a lot of deliberation and an attempt not to punish everybody, just carte blanche. So the idea would be that they come through with a use permit, and then they would still have to, just like they do now come for individual special event permits for each individual race that we would administratively approve. It's a pretty similar model to how Town Square does it. They have a use permit, ongoing use permit, but then for every single special event that they do, they come through, and our office in that case signs off administratively.
Anything further from others? Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. And I was just going to say, hopefully our special events calendar is out for a BIS now, so that should all kind of play into it so that everybody can be notified in the area. So
thank you. And that would be limited to the Stadium Overlay District.
That's correct. And we just need, if we're so directed, we will initiate that now. So it in a way lifts the moratorium that we have, but requires them to come in for the use permits so that we can have an understanding of what properties might want to do temporary commercial events in the future.
I would just ask, and we can work with you to make sure that we notify everybody that we can. We can notify the Stadium District Business Group and the individuals who've participated in the overlay.
Yes. Yes.
Can I just ask a clarifying point? But then you'll also make sure, because what's happening today is when these events take place is not every agency is being notified, so at least notify business licensing so the health district and the fire and everybody knows about them?
Yes.
Okay.
Then you have some clarity.
Yes, I do, and I appreciate that.
All right. Well, then, thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing what you come up with.
And the last item is final public comments.
This is the final public comment. I invite anyone to come forward who wishes to speak. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
I stayed due to the fact I didn't finish what I had to say. I have proof of service concerning a 24-hour eviction notice. It's the reason why I'm needing the deed. Those papers was rendered and served to the defendant due to the fact they shouldn't have been in there in the first place. They're squatters and they're taking up my time, and I keep coming here telling you the same thing. I want my reimbursement. I need my property that I paid out of my pocket. I come to Maryland due to the fact it states in my records that was Melissa Ingerstein, whereas she worked for Creative Realties. I don't, and Shannon L. Hughes was the third party and she's Shannon L. Hughes through my records, whereas she's fictitiously changing her name, and she worked for the district court during the time. I have paperwork and evidence up on that. I would like you to give that approval to give me the deed so I can serve it to the constable to get the people out of my home. And that's the only way I can go back in. I'm tired of sleeping in my car. I have to keep coming up here for the same thing, reimbursement on my money that you stole and you have used on a continuous basis, and you won't return it. And you look at me as though I don't belong here in the state of Nevada. If I don't, I did win a court order, and you guys have insulted me continuously and not given it back. So I wish you give approval for me to have what I'm entitled to.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public comment? There being no one, public comment period is closed, and this meeting is adjourned.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Popular app-based ride-hailing services Lyft and Uber make it easy for passengers to arrange for a ride to their home, hotel, or other destination using a mobile device. Simply pull up the app and request a ride when you're ready to walk outside.
The pickup areas for these services are located in the parking garages of both Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
To meet your driver in Terminal 1, exit baggage claim and follow the signs for Lyft and Uber. Take the elevator or escalator up to level 2. Cross the pedestrian bridge on level 2 to the parking garage, then turn right into the area to wait for your ride. Travelers arriving in Terminal 3 will find the Lyft and Uber pickup area on the valet level of the parking garage. From baggage claim, take the elevator up to level 1. Cross the pedestrian bridge on level 1 into the parking garage. Then, take the elevator down to valet level. Now you'll know before you go how to find Lyft and Uber pickup areas. If you still need a little assistance in the terminal, ask a friendly team member.
What did women do with the vote once the 19th Amendment passed? Just about everything. They worked with the nonpartisan League of Women Voters in voter education. They worked with political parties. They ran for and were elected to political office. Women took many different paths to political participation.
Eva Adams became Nevada's highest-ranking female federal office holder. Her path to political power utilized one of the few avenues available to women of her time. She served as an aide to a powerful man, United States Senator Patrick McCarran. Adams was born in a little mining camp called Wonder, Nevada in 1910. She graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno, and at the age of 19, she moved to Southern Nevada to teach at Las Vegas High School. This period introduced her to many influential people, such as newspaper publisher Al Kalin and Ed Clark, head of the Clark County Democratic Party. Adams continued her education, receiving a master's degree from Columbia University. She then returned to teach English at UNR. In 1940, Senator McCarran hired her to run his Washington, D.C. office. Well, she ended up being McCarran's most trusted aide, running interference and speaking for him on many, many issues. Adams never married and devoted her life to her profession. After McCarran died, she worked for his successors, Ernest Brown and Alan Bible. Upon Bible's recommendation, President John F. Kennedy appointed her Director of the United States Mint, and Lyndon Johnson reappointed her. She immediately reorganized and modernized the Mint. After a full career, Adams retired to Reno, where she spent the rest of her life. Unlike her predecessor, Jean Young Ford never imagined a life in politics. She saw herself as a traditional wife and mother. Yet Ford became active in several community organizations and eventually held office herself. Ford was born in Missouri, graduated cum laude from Southern Methodist University, and worked as a recreation therapist for several years before marrying Sam Ford, a dermatologist. They moved to Las Vegas in 1962, and she quickly became involved in the community. Chaired the committee that created the Clark County Library District in 1964 and 65. She became a member of the League of Women Voters to work on public education on political issues and candidates. She became the president of the local branch and then statewide president. The League introduced her to the mechanics of politics and led to her appointment on statewide committees that forged plans for land use and the environment. In 1972, Ford was elected to the state assembly and served 2 terms as a Republican. When she returned to the legislature in 1978, she served in the Senate as a Democrat, having changed both party and House. Ford said she took the most pride in her work to end sex discrimination in the state's laws and to preserve Nevada's wilderness. During the last few years of her life, Jean worked harder and faster to complete several projects that she had begun. These include her work to establish the Nevada Women's Archives and the Nevada Women's History Project, as well as publication of a guide to manuscript sources on Nevada women. What did women do with the vote? As the lives of Eva Adams and Jean Ford illustrate, they brought their ideas and their skills to public life.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located here in McCarran International Airport. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will look at the history of Southern Nevada's own Bonanza Airlines. Created at the end of World War II, it eventually became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. In 1945, Edmund Converse, Charles Keene, and June Simon founded Bonanza Air Services in Las Vegas. Begun as a small charter operation, Bonanza soon added a training school. The company was based initially at Sky Haven Airport, today's North Las Vegas Air Terminal. The next year, the company acquired its first DC-3, an ex-military C-47 converted back to civilian use. During its first 2 years, Bonanza moved its base of operations 4 times. When Clark County opened the new McCarran Field in 1948, Bonanza was one of its first 4 airlines. In fact, Bonanza flew the first scheduled flight out of the new field 1 day before the official opening on December 19, 1948. As the airline grew, more DC-3s were added. By the late 1950s, Bonanza had a fleet of 10. During the late 1940s and early 1950s, Bonanza's service area also grew. Beginning in 1947 with passenger service within Nevada only, Bonanza graduated to interstate service on December 19, 1949 with flights to Phoenix. Other routes were acquired. The airline became known throughout the Southwest. In 1958, the company began buying Fairchild F-27A turbojet-powered aircraft. With the retirement of its last DC-3 on November 1, 1960, Bonanza became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. This achievement was noted by no less than the Smithsonian Institution, which placed a model of a Bonanza F-27A in its permanent collection. Starting within Nevada, by the early 1960s, Bonanza served an area bounded by Los Angeles and San Diego, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, and Reno, with Las Vegas the hub and base of operations. Bonanza began adding Douglas DC-9s to its fleet in 1966 and moved its base of operations from McCarran Airport to Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport in order to build larger facilities to accommodate the new aircraft. In 1967, talks between Pacific Airlines, West Coast Airlines, and Bonanza Airlines led to the first 3-way merger in commercial airline history, creating a new regional airline named Air West. The new airline got off to a rocky start. Chief among the problems was an untried computer system. Within a year, the airline was purchased by Howard Hughes, who renamed it Hughes Air West. In 1980, Hughes Air West was purchased by Republic Airlines, which was later acquired by Northwest Airlines. Though Bonanza as a company is gone, it lives on in the historical record as the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, you drink, you drive, you lose. How UMC trauma is taking on one of the Valley's deadliest issues on the roads. Plus, a half-court miracle. A basketball player suffers a major heart attack right in the middle of a game. what doctors say saved his life. And a tearful reunion. A family meets the people who saved them from a fiery inferno, their inspiring story of survival. Plus, an out-of-this-world night of entertainment and food for a one-of-a-kind cause. We take you inside the Evening of Hope Gala. Hello and welcome to UMC Digest. Thank you for joining us. I'm Danita Cohen, the Chief Experience Officer at University Medical Center. On this edition of UMC Digest, drunk and distracted driving continue to be big issues here in Southern Nevada. And now county officials are sounding the alarm as more people are dying on the valley's roads in crashes that are 100% preventable. Here at UMC's Level 1 Trauma Center, our skilled physicians and nurses treat thousands of the most critically injured patients every year, and they're hoping that these stories can inspire our community's newest drivers to make smarter decisions behind the wheel. Tires screeching, crushed metal, sirens, and the humming of the air ambulance. These are the very real sounds you could hear if you choose to drink and get behind the wheel of a car.
The stuff you see in movies and TVs and stuff, we see this real every single day, and it's very, very sad.
It's a reality UMC Trauma Medical Director Dr. Douglas Fraser hopes can make a lasting impression on local high schoolers in a program called You Drink, You Drive, You Lose.
In all honesty, every single person sitting here can be a victim of this. We don't like making those phone calls. I mean, I can't think of anything worse than to have, a moment where we have to notify a family member of a young child that's injured in a crash or hurt in some way, of walking across the street and someone else decided that they want to be on their cell phone and look down for a second.
Just some of the stories are so moving that it's like you want to do whatever you can to prevent it, and he talks a lot about the preventable accidents.
The program gives students at AmPlus Academy an up-close and personal look at the consequences of drunk and distracted driving through real-life demonstrations with first responders and first-hand accounts from victims like Anne Marie.
That driver took away someone's son and someone's brother, and he did a 180 on my life. And the next thing I know is my mom is at my bedside in the hospital at UMC. She's telling me everything that happened. And she's telling me that Jesse died. He tried to shield me from the car, and he passed away from his injuries.
Having people physically in front of you, it really realizes the situation as opposed to just hearing about, another drunk driving crash last night. It makes it real for us.
It's reactions like this Clark County Commissioner Michael Naft is hoping will change a sobering trend in Southern Nevada.
It's because this issue, this problem has gotten so severe in our community, 30% increase in the last couple of years, that even the people who make money selling alcohol have realized it's a problem.
That's why Dr. Fraser says it's important for everyone to be aware of their surroundings on the road so you don't become a victim in one of these crashes.
It's a privilege to drive a vehicle. And you need to be responsible, and that means you need to look when you go through an intersection. That means when you're sitting at a red light, you need to look up in your rearview mirror once in a while and make sure another impaired person is not going to change your life.
A cardiac arrest on the court. Seemingly healthy and winning at a local basketball tournament, a California father dropped to the ground after making a layup. Doctors say it's a miracle he made it to UMC, and now he's sharing what saved his life.
I'm a 58-year-old guy, but I still play on 40 and over, 45 and over,
Meet Edgard Leongson, a father, a hard worker, and a basketball fanatic.
I've been playing since I was maybe 8 years old, 10 years old when I was from Manila.
Edgar moved to the U.S. when he was 21, and he's been traveling from his San Francisco area home to tournaments all over the country. It was his latest tournament here in Las Vegas that changed his life forever.
I went for a layup. That was the last basket that happened. And then as I started running down the court to play back on defense, that's where I fell on my face, flat on the ground.
Edgard's heart stopped, and everyone in the gym mounted a full court press to save his life. A coach, who was also a physician, and an off-duty nurse watching the tournament rushed to start CPR.
I was on flatline twice. So the third time the ambulance came, that's when they hit me with their defibrillator and then just, give me the electric shock. And then that's when I opened up my eyes and everybody started clapping,
Edgard was transported to UMC, where heart surgeon Dr. Giovanni Ciuffo was shocked that he had a patient to operate on.
He actually had something that is commonly known as the widowmaker, or the left main coronary artery stenosis, plus his right coronary was completely blocked. You have to realize that once your heart stops, the clock is ticking. You really have a very short amount of time. Once your brain and your kidneys and all your organs are deprived of blood flow because the heart stopped, within a few minutes, these organs get damaged.
Dr. Ciuffo performed life-saving open heart surgery, bypassing 4 blockages in Edgard's heart. He says Edgard is very lucky to be alive.
And I can tell you my experience, what happened to him is really dangerous. Very few people survive a situation like that. But he had the right people at the right time every step of the way.
It was really a miracle.
Something as simple as knowing how to do chest compression, assisting someone who's unconscious to breathe, and having one of these automatic defibrillators can save so many lives. And I think it should be something that most people, especially in sport events or anywhere where there is a physical activity, or even in simple shops that have a lot of customers, there should always be someone who can bail out someone from such a deadly situation.
As for Edgard, he says he'll be sitting on the bench for a little while, excited about his second chance at life.
Maybe I will just spend more time with the family and friends,
But Dr. Ciuffo is confident we'll see Edgard back on the court soon.
I am sure he's going to go back to playing basketball. They all talk like that because they still feel they're being hit hard by the operation. But within the next 2 months, he's going to start making plans about back on the league like nothing happened.
A family on the trip of a lifetime now fighting for their lives. Their incredible story of survival and their special reunion with the first responders who saved their life on the other side of this break.
Calamity. It lurks around every corner. Or not. That's why UMC Quick Care is around every corner, with locations around the valley. UMC Quick Care, for all your small calamities.
With Nevada's only transplant center and verified burn center, the science is here. With award-winning cardiologists and the state's only dedicated heart failure clinic, the talent is here. With Nevada's most advanced robotic surgery, the technology is here. And with the Silver State's only designated pediatric trauma center, hope is here. All because we are here. UMC.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. What started out as a trip of a lifetime ended with a loving family in the greatest battle of their lives. The Copeland family spent months here at UMC's Lions Burn Care Center after a massive explosion ripped through their home on wheels. Today, they're alive and making new progress every day, and they want to thank the people who made that possible. A reunion full of tears, hugs, and hope for Kyle Copeland and his family.
Good to meet you guys. Were you guys so grateful?
2 months before, no one would have ever believed this meeting could happen.
Saving my daughter pumping her heart for 10 minutes. Thank you.
It was December 27th, 2021, just 2 days after Christmas. The Copelands were on the ultimate family adventure. Kyle and Whitney had sold their home and moved into a converted bus with their 4 children, ready to travel the country. On this cold December night, the family was in southern Utah, where their dream quickly became a nightmare. Their home on wheels suddenly set ablaze after a propane tank exploded, and 2 of their children were stuck inside. Kyle, an Air Force veteran, ran into the flames and by some miracle was able to pull 12-year-old Pepper and 4-year-old Crew out of the fire. The family was rushed to the St. George Regional Hospital where they were stabilized, but their burns were severe and they needed expert care. That's why they were transported via helicopter to UMC, home to the only verified burn center in the region. With burns to more than 50% of her body, 12-year-old Pepper was clinging to life. Her heart stopped mid-flight and the paramedics sprung into action. They performed life-saving CPR on her for nearly 10 minutes.
Without their interventions, Pepper would not have made it to UMC and we would not have had the opportunity to continue to care for her.
Now, 2 months after the day that changed their lives forever, the Copeland family is doing something they never thought they'd be able to do: thank the people who saved their lives.
You could call this a tragedy, an incident, but we have received such compassion and love from so many people, and we feel a ton of gratitude for everybody that's been a part of this.
I know it's their job, but at the end of the day, it meant something way bigger to us than just a job. And so being able to see them and put a face with a name and the flight crews, it was very special.
Alyssa Holt and Dexter Shears are the flight paramedics whose quick action kept Pepper alive. Experienced in all sorts of emergencies, they say they frequently meet people on their very worst days, and they don't often get to know how their patients are doing after they get them to the hospital.
It's humbling, but it's also a little rewarding because, like for us, it's another day in the office, is another day at work, but it's rewarding.
We'll never forget that night in Vail and meeting the Copeland family the way that we did. And so to get to see them here now, the progress that they've made when it was a pretty rough night is incredibly special. And I don't think we'll ever forget the opportunity to come and say hello to them, let them know that we've been thinking about them every day.
They've made tremendous progress. They had very severe burns. All 3 individuals had burns that were a threat to their life. But thankfully, because of the work that our EMS crew did in the field and then the work that we've done since then in the burn unit and in collaboration with our pediatric ICU colleagues for the 2 kids and all the other ancillary staff, we were able to get them through this and get them save their lives and get 2 of the 3 discharged. But the work continues.
The Copeland family still has a long way to go on their road to recovery, but their amazing story of survival continues to inspire others, including Broadway star Katharine McPhee.
You all have been through a lot, but you managed to still smile and you're doing your best, stay positive.
There's still love and peace and chaos,
Yeah.
The American Idol star, moved by the family's positivity, performed the Nat King Cole classic, Smile.
If you smile through your fears and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through. If you just smile.
A message the Copeland family takes to heart every day.
Our lives have been changed forever. We know that, and that's okay. And we're grateful for the opportunity to take something on that's new, and that might be difficult, and hard is okay. And that's where we stand as a family. But we couldn't do this without everybody.
Kyle, Crew, and Pepper have been released from UMC, and they continue to heal every day. The family recently moved back to their home state of New York, but before they left, They spent a fun family night out at the Las Vegas ballpark thanks to the Lions Club of Clark County. The organization has been a beacon of hope to burn patients just like them and thousands of others as the namesake of the world-class Lions Burn Care Center right here at UMC.
Lions Worldwide Induction Day.
A roar of applause at Las Vegas ballpark for a worldwide organization that does so much for our community.
Where there's a need, there's a lion. So wherever a need is identified, we do it.
And that's exactly what the Lions Club of Clark County did more than 50 years ago when members funded the Lions Burn Care Center here at UMC.
Lions have a burn center, and it's the only one in the country. In fact, it might be the only one in the world.
This historic and unique partnership started in 1968 when the local Lions Club funded the world-class burn center that now bears the organization's name. At that time, burn victims in southern Nevada had nowhere to turn for the specialized care they needed.
I think over 50 years that we have worked together, and Burn Center has saved thousands of lives. You know, we couldn't live here without them.
3, 2, 1.
Esther Louis Henry and her late husband Dan spent decades fundraising for the Lions Burn Care Center, helping it to become Nevada's only verified burn center, also serving patients from California, Arizona, and Utah.
I know I have family that live in Arizona, California, Utah, all those places that the residents come over and their lives are saved.
Esther says hearing inspirational stories of survival like the Copelands brings tears to her eyes.
That caught my attention. And so when I saw him crying, I cried also. So I think for him, it was very emotional. And for me, it validated that all the years that I worked side by side with my late husband was worth it. Because here's one family that was saved.
World-class entertainment, celebrity chefs, exclusive experiences, and inspirational stories of survival. The UMC Foundation's Evening of Hope Gala had it all and raised a record-breaking amount for programs aimed at helping our valley's most critically ill and injured patients. Take a look.
It's epic. It's everything. Tonight we made history for UMC.
A night to remember under the stars with the stars.
Hello, everyone. You right there all night. Come on.
Broadway stars Catherine McPhee and Eric Bergen.
Oh, what a night.
Bringing down the house with powerful performances as the headliners for the UMC Foundation's inaugural Evening of Hope Gala.
We have such a fabulous evening planned for you. The lineup tonight, folks, is stacked.
From performances by Spiegelworld's Atomic Saloon Show and Absinthe to the opera stylings of Sarah Folco, the Evening of Hope Gala was a show to remember.
Let's talk about these chefs we have, ladies and gentlemen. Over a dozen celebrity chefs here tonight supporting UMC. Show them some love, folks.
This fundraising event also making history for a very delicious reason, giving guests a record-breaking amount of James Beard award-winning chefs all in one place for one very good cause, UMC's patients.
Gala's been out of this world. My kids and my family are so amazed at how good this is. And I grew up in Vegas and in the convention industry, and this is top-notch.
The gala raised funds to enhance the healing environment at UMC and UMC's Children's Hospital through integrative therapy programs and renovations to patient care areas.
It's raising funds for the pediatric sedation room where children come in for some scary procedures, and we're going to help make that not so scary and bring some, electronic devices and things to help calm them in those fears.
The night also featured stories from some of UMC's most famous trauma survivors, including Andrew Lynn.
UMC is the lifesaver. They saved my life. Wouldn't be here without them.
Andrew made national news 10 years ago when he was impaled in the face after crashing into a fence.
I mean, the x-ray is so unbelievable. It looks fake. To me, it still looks fake. It's hard to understand that, how that could happen and how somebody would still be alive. So, yeah, it's humbling, to be honest with you. It's very humbling.
Andrew says he's so happy to see the community coming together to support the hospital that saved his life.
Especially knowing firsthand the benefits of UMC and what it can do for somebody and how they help people, it's invaluable. I don't know if people realize how lucky we are to have UMC and the trauma center and how good they are. The doctors are best in the world. So to see the community help raise money for them, it's really inspiring to see that.
A smashing success for Nevada's highest level of care with more than $1 million raised. The sky is now the limit for next year.
This year's goal was $1 million. Next year we'll go for $2 million.
Coming up on UMC Digest, Halloween. It's a favorite tradition of kids all over the country, from costumes to the trick-or-treating. But what if you're stuck in the hospital? You could miss out on the fun. So a popular Halloween store is making sure that doesn't happen for our youngest patients. Stay with us for the story.
Calamity. It lurks around every corner. Or not. That's why UMC Quick Care is around every corner, with locations around the valley. UMC Quick Care, for all your small calamities.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Monsters, princesses, superheroes, and even human tacos haunted the halls this Halloween at UMC's Children's Hospital. It's all thanks to Spirit Halloween and their mission to make the hospital experience less scary for our youngest patients.
You okay, buddy? You like the army guy or the Mad Hatter? Yeah. You like this army guy? So mom had the army.
Making sure patients at UMC's Children's Hospital don't miss out on a spooky good time. Spirit Halloween brings costumes, games, and treats directly to them.
You know, to provide one day a little respite of where they can forget about anything that's bothering them and maybe bring some joy to them and take their mind off of their illness.
Brennan Scott owns the Spirit Halloween stores here in Las Vegas. He says he looks forward to hosting this event every year.
The look on their face when they get the joy, and honestly, their family and the other kids are like, "Oh, can we just take one?" It's like, "No, fill up your bag. Let's." I really enjoy that. Money, all of this stuff donated for the party today. That's 100% Spirit donates that. That's a corporate donation from Spirit to make sure that these kids have a Halloween party they can remember.
For those patients, the get away and be a character during the Halloween season makes it really special. So we're so appreciative of the relationship with Spirit Halloween and the entire team. They do a great job in our community.
And their generosity doesn't stop there. Spirit Halloween's nonprofit, Spirit of Children, raises money every year to support child life programs at UMC's Children's Hospital, making the experience a little less frightening for our young patients.
Every year we raise money. 100% of every dollar we raise goes directly to UMC. If you come into one of our stores and donate $1, that $1 goes to UMC.
Since 2010, Spirit of Children, through Spirit Halloween, has raised more than $844,000 for the UMC Children's Hospital, with a record-breaking $200,000 in 2021.
We nailed it this year.
Yes, you did. That's a record.
Yeah.
It means a lot to us because it just shows that there's a lot of community support for this hospital and for the Children's Hospital. And the money that they bring is being put into a lot of good use. You know, we're helping getting games for the children, and this year we're trying to do a total renovation of the second floor where the pediatric patients are. So this money really helps and goes a long way.
Bringing the gift of hope to UMC and UMC's Children's Hospital, the UMC Foundation's second annual Gift of Hope 5K was a massive success, raising close to $25,000, and all of that money going directly to improve the healing process for some of our Valley's most critically injured and ill patients. Take a look at the fun.
Go!
With cheers, cowbells, and even a honk or two, this year's Gift of Hope 5K kicked off with record support from the Las Vegas community. The event taking place at Cornerstone Park in Henderson.
You are helping the foundation raise money for UMC to support the highest level of care in Nevada.
Runners, walkers, aliens, Avengers, Empire forces, Jedi Knights, and even dinosaurs laced up their shoes for this incredible cause. The Gift of Hope 5K also welcomed a special group of rider athletes from Team Hoyt, an organization helping people with disabilities compete in endurance athletics.
They love it. They love the course with the characters on the course, the Marvel superheroes. You can't argue with the Marvel superheroes. So all these kids are standard 17 to 22-year-old kids. So that's right up their alleys.
There was a party on the other side of the finish line too. Participants got to cool down with donuts, music, and raffle prizes, making for a fun morning for the whole family.
We have everyone you can think of. Staff is here, community members, kids are out to enjoy the race, free pink box donuts, can't beat it.
The UMC Foundation team wants to thank everyone who participated. To find out more about upcoming events or how you can donate, please log on to umcsn.com/foundation. Thank you so much for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. To learn more about how we provide Nevada's highest level of care and our world-class service lines, please visit our website at umcsn.com. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you back here next time right here on Clark County Television for UMC Digest. Until then, take care.
Calamity. It lurks around every corner. Or not. That's why UMC Quick Care is around every corner, with locations around the valley. UMC Quick Care, for all your small calamities.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
Join Clark County Parks and Recreation for Tacos and Tamales, a unique culinary food and libation experience on Saturday, April 29th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The entire Las Vegas community is invited to Desert Breeze Park for a truly fantastic foodie event. Taco and Tamales creations range from the traditional to the totally insane, all from local vendors. Entertainment includes live music and lucha libre wrestling, a carnival, and alcohol tasting. For more information, visit tacosandtamaleslv.com.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Coming up next. next on Clark County Chronicles. Clark County's Office of Community and Economic Development is here to listen and help your business grow. April is Donate Life Month and seeking all Silver Staters to register as organ donors. And it's ground level ozone season. We've got some tips to help you breathe easier this spring. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. Clark County's Office of Community and Economic Development is the agency designed to entice diverse companies to move to Southern Nevada while attending to their business needs and solutions.
In about less than a year of operation, we've gained about 6.5 million chopsticks. It's around almost 20 tons of chopsticks.
Here, we train pilots for business aviation.
We want to help small businesses because small businesses are our lifeblood. They're so important to our community.
Shawnee Coleman is Clark County's Director of Community and Economic Development. It's her mission to tout Southern Nevada as a diverse and dynamic place to do business, while working with and encouraging new companies to hire locally and set up shop in Clark County.
Clark County is bright beyond the lights, right? There is more to Clark County than the Strip, and this shows our community and others outside of our community that there's so much more going on in Clark County than gaming.
Chop Value Las Vegas is one new non-gaming company that opened their factory and showroom in Clark County. Brooke Smith is the owner of the franchise small business that provides, collects, and recycles used chopsticks from area restaurants.
The chopstick is made only to be used for about 5-10 minutes of dining, and then it's thrown away and just never used ever again. And so this is the process of giving that a second life, repurposing it, and then putting it into people's homes, and to where it kind of goes into a full circle.
Chop Value takes mountains of discarded former food utensils that are repurposed and then manufactured into coasters, cutting boards, furniture, and other household goods. This circular economy saves a humble single-use item from a lifetime of languishing in a landfill, and instead designs beautiful minimalistic products to use in a person's home.
So we look at companies like this, manufacturing, those are one of our target industries. And so they're doing two things. They are actually manufacturing, but they're also addressing sustainability. So it's really exciting. You kind of get 2 for 1 with a company like this.
With 75 employees and growing, CAE Las Vegas is another recent addition to Clark County's soaring tech industry.
CAE is a high-tech company with 75 years of history. We have over 13,000 employees in over 40 countries.
Training students to become business aviation pilots, CAE offers an array of full-flight simulators that realistically mimic conditions, movements, and mechanisms of an actual airplane.
What we can do in a simulated environment, in a full-flight simulator, is when a pilot is doing a maneuver, we can blow up the engine, we can create turbulence, we can do all kinds of things that you would normally not want to do in the real world.
CAE's multi-million-dollar simulators are designed to replicate the cockpit of Gulfstreams, Bombardier, and other premier aircraft manufacturers. This is one of the world's largest civil aviation training companies, with facilities in some of the globe's most desirable destinations. The location to the airport, the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas are just part of the reason their newest facility landed here. Clark County's can-do business-friendly environment helped CAE ramp up local operations.
People from the Clark County took the time to understand what is it that we needed, and they were able to help us. As an example, the district attorney's office in Clark County, when we brought our simulators, which are these big machines, they helped us with finding the applicable code for these machines to get the permits. And I think I want to give a shout out to them as well for their support.
So whether your company teaches people to fly planes, urban harvest chopsticks, or is any other type of industry, Clark County is business friendly and prepared. Diversifying the local economy, creating jobs, and assisting entrepreneurs with zoning, planning, licensing, and other requirements is why Clark County's Office of Commercial and Economic Development was started.
As you know, it's been an incredible focus of the County Commission in the last couple of years. We've not only created the Clark County Office of Economic Development, but expanded it with a workforce, and they're just doing great things, providing services to both small and large businesses alike, and really meeting the needs of this growing economy here in Southern Nevada.
Clark County's economic development is bright beyond the lights. Visit ClarkCountyNV.gov and navigate directly to the Doing Business in Clark County page for more information. The largest job fair in Clark County history, more than 130 employers and tens of thousands of job seekers, was held here at the West Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center.
3, 2, 1.
Thousands of eager employment seekers arrived as the doors opened to the spring job fair at the Las Vegas Convention Center's West Hall.
Fill out the application.
More than 130 companies, government entities, and hiring agencies were all looking to fill more than 20,000 jobs.
But may I have your resume?
Clark County and Employ Nevada have staged several job fairs in the past, and this year's event was bigger and better than ever.
Formula One, Super Bowl 58, a busy schedule for our community and the entire Las Vegas Convention, business, industry, and center. We have a lot to look forward to that will keep Southern Nevada's economy growing strong. But employers are hiring as a consequence of all of that robust activity.
We have a few full-time and part-time positions.
Hiring events like this one are crucial in driving the Silver State economy forward. Nevada's employment picture is mixed. On one hand, the Silver State leads the nation in job creation, and on the other, unemployment. Nearly 3,000 job seekers attended the fair, vying for jobs that range from entry-level to executive. Many people are hired on the spot, while some employers, including Clark County, required background checks.
So what we do...
Many potential applicants prefer to seek employment in person than through Zoom or online.
It is really nice to be out and show my face, because people, they're like, oh, can we do a virtual interview? Can we do an online interview? Maybe they'll just see my test results on the resume, but they don't see me for who I am. They don't see how I dress, how I talk. You really lose that if it's only online.
Anyone interested in joining the Silver State's largest local government team should simply visit ClarkCountyNV.gov and seek out the Human Resources page. Here you'll find all current job postings with job description, benefits, and salary information. And you can also fill out a job interest card, and Human Resources personnel will contact you each time a position opens with Clark County. Laughlin Township is in the southernmost part of Clark County. Commissioner Michael Naft and his team do all they can to ensure that this part of District A receives the same robust services as do all of his constituents.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here.
Commissioner Michael Naft, County Manager Kevin Schiller, and a panel of community stakeholders convened to discuss water safety at the County Regional Government Center in Laughlin. Keeping boaters and swimmers safe while offering a fun place to recreate requires a collaborative effort in this tri-state region. The Colorado River is straddled by Laughlin and Bullhead City, Arizona, and is the liquid playground that brings many tourists to the area and provides jobs and recreation to residents on both sides of the river.
While we're the unincorporated provider of services here in Laughlin, we are on the other side of the river with Bullhead City, with Mojave County, with the state of Arizona, and all of that factors into the work we do, particularly when you look at river safety and safety along the Colorado River. That's been critically important to have those partnerships. Bullhead City Police and Fire do a portion of the services, so does Metro and our State Department of Wildlife.
1, 2, 3.
Small businesses employ more than 500,000 people in Nevada, and owner David Lewis is bringing his entrepreneurial skills and roasted beans in opening the first coffee shop in Laughlin. The Double Shot Java House is already a popular meeting spot for locals and is the latest new merchant to set up shop in the El Mirage area of Laughlin.
3.
The area's first ever grocery store, The Market, opened a couple years ago, giving food shoppers convenient access without having to trek across to Bullhead City.
The issues that are top of mind to people here in Laughlin are the same as they are in every part of my district, every part of the county, and probably every part of the country. People want to have a high quality of life and low crime rates, and be able to raise their family with good education nearby, and that's all what we're here to talk about today.
Commissioner Naft and County Manager Schiller took a tour of the Laughlin Library. This beautiful building is the largest rural public library branch in Clark County. Places like this serve not only as a reading zone, but a true community hub with employment services, free computer access, and even an art gallery.
The next phase of the project is scheduled to be...
Public Works Director Dennis Cederberg fielded questions about an upcoming repavement project in Laughlin, bringing commissioners, department heads, and senior management to meet with constituents in outlying areas is an ongoing mission in providing results-oriented government directly to the citizens.
We have regional services. We provide rural services. We provide suburban services. These rural services and the constituencies are equally important. I think having those services accessible down here in some ways can be even more vital in terms of need. And I think that face-to-face side, we're really seeing a growth down here with our staffing. And it's very evident that that is translated to relationships with nonprofits, business providers, and our constituents down here.
New self-service kiosks, including a new one here at the Pearson Center, will help some of the county's most customer-driven departments become even more efficient and convenient in serving the public.
We appreciate all of you who have joined us on this morning to launch our marriage certificate kiosk.
Since 2013, the Clark County Recorder's Office has utilized the remote, multi-purpose interactive recording kiosk to make their services available and convenient to citizens in outlying areas. The Recorder's Office has continued to improve upon the original concept by enabling other departments to leverage the kiosks by adding their services as well. Starting by offering marriage certificates and eventually offering recording services, the most recent feature added to the recording kiosk is the ability for the Treasurer's Office to receive payments for residents of Clark County for their property taxes. Future plans call for expanding accessible services. The advent of multi-purpose kiosks stands to progressively elevate the services to remote and otherwise cost-prohibitive areas. Citizens may obtain copies of recorded documents and access other services they normally would utilize by going into the recorder's office. The added touchscreen feature is like other face-to-face applications, where the customer interacts with a deputy recorder simply by navigating the screen on the kiosk. The kiosk is designed with two-way security cameras and additional security features. Each kiosk will be located inside staff buildings and will operate during normal business hours for the facility. The kiosks will only accept credit card payments, and receipts are made readily available moments after completing the transaction. The kiosk can and will be programmed soon to offer other county services. Clark County Recorder Debbie Conway is proud to provide the public with the newest technology and convenience.
The upgraded technology improves the experience for our constituents as they are able to interface with a recorder in our office and transact business face-to-face, in addition to providing the opportunity to make tax payments with the County Treasurer's Office, all in one trip. The kiosk saves the customer time and money because there is no waiting in line, and it eliminates the need to come to the downtown government center location for the services that the kiosk will provide.
Clark County Recorder Debbie Conway and Commissioner William McCurdy snipped a ribbon, opening the newest kiosk at the William U. Pearson Community Center.
As at times, you know that it's difficult to get to the Clark County Government Center, as well as the increase in the amount of traffic and congestion that we're seeing. I think this will have a particular benefit. And also, we know that a lot of people, they have a hard time even navigating the process when they come down. So this offers them an opportunity to expedite their service, speak with the live agent, and they can do it all from the comfort of their local community center.
South County constituents in and around Laughlin can save hours of driving by visiting the new kiosk located in the Regional Government Center. Future kiosks will be installed at the Mesquite Public Library and the Desert Breeze Community Center. For more information on these kiosks, locations, and services available, go to ClarkCountyNV.gov/recorder. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll tell you about ozone season in Clark County. This is Clark County Chronicles.
I had to leave my parents. I had to move schools. I don't know anyone here. Everything keeps changing. Why is this happening to me? I'm sure glad you're here.
Change a child's story. There's a child in foster care waiting for a volunteer like you. Learn how you can help at casaforchildren.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them. Ground-level ozone is a colorless gas and has a direct impact on our health and the environment. Clark County's Division of Air Quality issues an ozone advisory from April to September.
And then it gives us up-to-the-minute reading on today, where the levels are and how they're looking and where they fall. So like for PM10 and 2.5, we're looking pretty good.
Clark County's Division of Air Quality is a team of air pollution control professionals who keep a close eye on what enters our lungs.
Ozone is created by what's called volatile organic compounds.
And during our warmest months, ground-level ozone is one of air quality's major concerns. Technicians use data at 13 air quality monitoring stations like this one, scattered strategically throughout the county, gauging criteria pollutants, including ground-level ozone, every minute of every day.
We also issue daily forecasts so that people can look at the air quality forecast and they can decide for themselves, well, if this is going to be a heavy ozone day, maybe I should do my exercise in the morning, or maybe I should not jog, maybe I should just walk, or maybe just stay indoors altogether.
Ground-level ozone occurs most frequently in our warmest months and is a prime reason for urban smog. Ozone is created by hot temperatures mixing with chemicals that emit from gasoline vapors, car exhaust, and natural calamities such as wildfire. Individuals with health and respiratory problems should take the caution during the days with unhealthful levels of ozone and exercise less or during the coolest times of the day.
People with breathing sensitivities definitely have to be more mindful during ozone season because it can affect your lungs. So folks with asthma or COPD, we want them to be especially careful because it is harmful to your breathing.
Ozone levels rise during the day, peaking in the late afternoon, and decrease during the nighttime hours. Here's a few things we can all do daily to reduce ground-level ozone and protect the air we share. Fill your gas tank before sunrise or after sunset. Avoid unnecessary idling in traffic. Keep your car well maintained and running efficiently. Use public transit. And conserve energy by keeping tabs on electricity use and air conditioning. For more tips and information regarding air quality in Clark County, go to ClarkCountyNV.gov and scroll to the pages of the Division of Air Quality. April is Donate Life Month, and the Nevada Donor Network urges everyone to give the gift of life and health through organ, eye, and tissue donation.
On May 17th, 2019, my amazing, beautiful son, Michael Sigler, became an event number. But he also became the answers to so many prayers of a second chance at life. There are 5 individuals today alive, thriving, because Michael said yes to organ, tissue, and eye donation.
Courtney Kaplan is talking about the lives saved by her son Michael, who died from critical injury sustained in a motorcycle crash 4 years ago. The 18-year-old's final honor walk at the University Medical Center concluded with surgeons harvesting his organs, which were transplanted into 5 other people, thanks to Michael's final wish as a registered organ donor.
We are inspired by you, our real everyday heroes, to help us encourage Nevadans to make the heroic decision to register to be an organ, ocular, and tissue donor.
The Nevada Donor Network is a not-for-profit organ procurement organization and is leading the efforts to encourage us all to register as organ donors. The Nevada Donor Network has established partnerships with the Clark County Coroner's Office, Southern Nevada law enforcement agencies, and issued a friendly competition during Donate Life Month.
Las Vegas Metro Police Department.
The Silver State Challenge includes 32 first responder agencies to spread the word and sign up the most people to become organ donors. There are at least 100,000 Americans, including more than 600 Nevadans, who are awaiting organ transplants right now. To learn more how you can become an organ, ocular, and tissue donor, go to nvdonor.org. Our most famous sign was given a red light bulb color change recently, an apt illumination to honor the work of the Red Cross of Southern Nevada.
1, 2, 3.
A trio of county commissioners joined a group of Red Cross volunteers and officials in declaring the month of March as Red Cross Month.
We truly and most sincerely appreciate Red Cross and the work that they're doing, all their volunteers, because at times they're the ones that are preparing for and responding to and helping those recover from some of the most disastrous emergencies throughout our nation.
The familiar Red Cross logo has been around for 140 years. Clara Barton founded the Red Cross, and since that time millions of volunteers, blood donors, and supporters continue their timeless mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering.
We make sure that everyone in the community knows just how important it is to get out, to support their efforts, to either volunteer, to donate blood, to contribute in other ways, because we need them in our community and we need you supporting them.
The Southern Nevada chapter lives up to its name, serving the communities of Lincoln, Nye, Esmeralda, and Clark County.
Officially proclaim the month Red Cross Month in Clark County.
The Board of County Commissioners also presented a proclamation to Rachel Flanagan and the entire team of tireless champions who provide heroic humanitarian work locally.
On behalf of our entire amazing team, which this is obviously a small subset of disaster responders, blood sponsors, we have our blood recruiters, we have board members, we have everybody present with us today representing the various lines of service, and we just want to say thank you so much to our community who continue to support us, and if you'd like to join us, we encourage you to do so.
Visit the American Red Cross of Southern Nevada webpage at redcross.org to learn more. Another lighting ceremony here recognized Developmental Disability Awareness Month in Clark County.
2, 1.
Commission Chair Jim Gibson joined officials and friends from the Collaboration Center Foundation in turning the lights orange to declare March as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month.
Developmentally disabled people include those who suffer from and experience autism, behavioral disorders, brain injury, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, fetal alcohol syndrome, intellectual disability, and spina bifida.
It's estimated that 1 in 6 children in the United States live with one or more types of developmental disabilities.
But we all agree that this is really important.
The Board of County Commissioners presented Collaboration Center Foundation CEO Linda Taché with a proclamation to honor their work. The Collaboration Center Foundation is one local organization that believes everyone with DD can lead productive lives, dream their dreams, and achieve their full potential. And that's the motivation the Collaboration Center is using to transform this ranch into a 5-acre campus to be the largest disability resource network destination for families touched by all intellectual, physical, learning, and developmental disabilities.
The Collaboration Center Foundation was created to work with other disability-related community nonprofit organizations, providers, government agencies, and education systems to form a strong, inclusive, and diverse community supporting the many needs families with DD have over their lifespan.
To learn how you can help the Collaboration Center Foundation construct this dream campus, call 702-329-3208, go online to collablv.org, or follow on social media at CollaborationLV. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicles.
Hi, my name is Richard Parker. I'm a recruit with the Clark County Fire Department.
Hi, my name is Ariel Asensio, and I'm a recruit with the Clark County Fire Department. I'm also a paramedic. I worked on private ambulance for a year.
Been a paramedic for 2 years now. I wanted to be a firefighter because I grew up in the fire service. My dad was a firefighter back home in Oregon.
Approximately 5 years ago, I had a medical emergency with one of my closest friends, and I didn't have any EMS experience at all. I wasn't a paramedic at the time. And I remember Clark County Fire Department coming to my house and essentially rescuing my friend who was in the greatest time of need. And ever since then, it's what sparked my interest in becoming a firefighter as well as a paramedic to better serve my community.
Since then, I've had the strive to become a firefighter for CCFD. I went to medic school. I applied. I've loved it ever since. I love rookie school. I love being a paramedic. Open enrollment for paramedics is open now.
A paramedic enrollment is open now.
Check us out on joinccfd.org.
Are you ready to celebrate Cinco de Mayo? Then join County Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick for the official Cinco de Mayo celebration of Clark County. Join us for an evening of fun, free food, music, and the best entertainment. You can't miss the mariachi bands and the best authentic Mexican dishes. Mark your calendars for May 5th. It's Cinco de Mayo at Bob Price Park. We can't wait to see you there.
Your irrigation clock is the most important hidden feature of your landscape. It keeps your plants and grass alive, but it also depends on you to set it right to make sure your landscape gets the water it needs.
If you're a homeowner or renter, your clock is likely hanging on a wall in your garage. In some homes, they're found on the side of the house. Either way, they're not in the most convenient place for you to get to when you're required to change your watering schedule. This is where a smart irrigation controller can make your life easier. The technology allows you to change your clock on your mobile device from anywhere, anytime. You don't even have to leave the comfort of your couch to turn your water off when it rains. Smart controllers act like a thermostat for your watering system and tell it when to turn on and off. They use local weather data and landscape conditions to tailor your watering schedule. And our research shows these smart devices can save the average homeowner up to 30,000 gallons of water a year and between 5 and 10% of your household water use.
Smart controllers aren't just for residents. HOAs and commercial properties can see substantial savings from using them too. Larger properties are perfect candidates for smart controllers since the technology is customizable and capable of watering landscapes that have varied zones and watering needs. And they're super convenient. Landscapers and property managers can manage multiple properties from their phone or computer. Commercial-grade controllers provide real-time data and send alerts when they detect irrigation issues. This helps property managers fix leaks and breaks more quickly. Smart irrigation controllers do require initial setup and monitoring every once in a while to make sure you have optimal water savings, but they're not too complicated to install, and many landscapers will help you if you need extra assistance. You have a smartphone and a smart TV. It's time to get smart about irrigation.
The SNWA offers a cash incentive with the purchase of a smart controller. Get all the details on our website, snwa.com.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
"2022 was an exciting year for the Clark County Department of Aviation as passenger numbers at Harry Reid International Airport soared to a new record high. While Las Vegas continued its ascent as the sports and entertainment capital of the world, the airport welcomed 52.6 million travelers, surpassing the previous high of 51.5 million set in 2019. In this episode of Flight Path, we'll look back at some of the special events that took place at the airport during this record-breaking year. We'll also revisit an aviation conference that brought industry leaders looking to make new connections right to our doorstep. Showcasing career possibilities to the wider community is an important part of the mission at Harry Reid International Airport. In pursuit of that mission, we welcomed a group of future female leaders for a behind-the-scenes tour, where they learn there's more to airports than takeoffs and landings.
You're about to meet the director.
Some 30 young women from Las Vegas's West Prep Academy and Valley High School drew inspiration from the tour, first meeting with Director of Aviation Rosemary Vasiliadis, herself a pioneer in the industry.
I am the first female director for the airport system down here.
The girls were invited to tour the airport after participating in the inaugural Young Women's Leadership Conference held at UNLV in March.
Scans the face.
The tour included an in-depth look at the technology of the Innovation Checkpoint at LAS, a one-of-a-kind collaboration between the TSA's Innovation Task Force and the airport that features side-by-side testing of security technology in a live checkpoint environment.
Tram approaching.
There was also a look at the automated tram system connecting Terminal 3 to the D concourse, where the group chatted with the LAS superintendent who oversees the tram operation.
Get on board the tram and try to figure out what it is and get the tram moving again.
Airport Passenger Services representatives joined the tour to help show the girls around and talk about their own career paths.
We escort buses on if we need, passengers to deplane and take them to the terminal.
Airside operations professionals who are responsible for the safety and upkeep of the runways and taxiways at LAS took the group on an exciting tour of the airfield, which included a stop at Station 13, the airport's dedicated fire station. The tour ended with lunch in Terminal 3, where more female professionals at Harry Reid Airport shared their stories of education and their paths to career in aviation.
They show us opportunities that we have at the airport and career opportunities that involve, diversity in women.
The experience showed the girls just how many varied careers, from security and technology to communications, customer service, mechanics, and airfield safety, are possible in an airport.
It was a little bit more than expected. I was expecting to see something different and huge from what I've seen, but I've seen more than I was expecting to see, so I'm pretty happy about it.
This is such a great event, and we're so happy after 3 years to resume it because we get to bring the kids from our community into the airport, teach them a lot about the airport, a bit about aviation, but just to have fun and partner with the kids from the Boys and Girls Club.
One or two.
A lot of times this is the first time they've ever been to the airport. So again, it's getting them out in their community and seeing what's here. Also, it's a little job exposure too. So we want them to see where employment and jobs are.
And then I fold it like this.
It's really extra special this year because this is actually the 10th anniversary of T3 opening. So that's where we hold the event. We have since day one to celebrate this magnificent unit terminal, and it has really far exceeded all of our expectations. So it was a really great combination with our kids and the community and the success of Terminal 3.
Pull it all the way down.
Such a robust turnout. It's great to see. It is very heartwarming and very inspiring to see.
Let's kick this off.
It was so fun. My best day of my life.
It's a privilege to be able to be here, meet with the community, engage with the children. Very meaningful. Frontier loves doing community outreach and events like this. So we're really grateful to have been offered an opportunity to be here.
Nice.
They get to hands-on teaching from our airlines, from TSA, from our Metro Police Department, as well as our fire department. And it is just really, really great to see the generosity and the time that all of our airport partners spend with these kids to teach them that.
Nice, very nice.
It's building the planes with the airlines, more career exposure of their jobs around this, and it's not just a place where you go in and out of, and then actually the competition, right? So when they get to throw those planes and see how far they can go.
One of the heartwarming pieces of today is that our airport community really come together, take time and effort, and they are so generous with the kids and things that they bring them, from hats to shirts to a backpack full of back to school type of items for these kids.
It's a summer highlight for the kids for sure.
And we did a table decoration contest. And number one is Delta Airlines. Yay!
First time winner, Team Spirit. Please come on up, Team Spirit. One more round of applause, everybody, for Team Spirit. Congratulations. And congratulations to everybody that participated. Thank you again for your help.
Our friends are all champions.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
Custodian Appreciation Day was celebrated at Harry Reid International Airport with a ceremony for the dedicated custodial staff that included a special award recognition from Rubbermaid.
Sheer number of travelers and the great work that this staff does is why we selected Las Vegas Airport.
I'm Steve Queen. Thank you.
Las Vegas is such an incredible airport with over 40 million travelers, and we thought it was a great opportunity to come meet and greet the staff and give our genuine thanks to the staff ourselves.
After the ceremony concluded, the custodial staff was also treated to a luncheon as a thank you for all the exceptional work done at the airport.
I just can't tell you how much I love our custodial team and how great they are. They keep our facility running from the top to the bottom.
The team works around the clock using a variety of skills and supplies to care for the airport, travelers, and fellow employees.
And they keep it in spectacular shape. They keep all of us safe with the disinfecting practices that we have, the cleaning practices that we have. They have done a lot to make us amazing.
At LAS, a great work environment.
Our team members love working here. Every day they make a huge difference to all of the guests that travel through our airport.
Along with happy employees.
I really like working here. Been here 19 plus years, so it's been a good job for me.
The best thing, benefits, the pay,
allows this hardworking team to achieve its goals.
One of the reasons why our team members love working here is, every day they make a difference, a huge difference to all of the people and all of the guests that travel through our airport. Second reason is no 2 days are ever the same. So if you like to see something different and don't want to do the same old, this is the place for you.
If you're looking for opportunities at the airport, visit harryreidairport.com/careers.
In September, Harry Reid Airport kicked off the busy Mexican Independence Day holiday weekend by welcoming passengers to Las Vegas with a special performance.
We just play for the people passing by, spreading what we know, or what we learned at school, we pass it on to people passing by.
The student mariachi band from Rancho High School greeted travelers arriving directly from Mexico with a traditional music performance.
It's honestly an honor to be playing here because there's so many people that come around, and then we're trying to represent the Mexican heritage.
The talented musicians were joined by the school's Ballet Folklorico dance troupe, who wore brightly colored costumes and performed traditional dances to honor Mexican heritage.
I'm very proud. I'm proud to spread my culture, spread my heritage. I'm proud of who I am, proud of where I came from.
The students enjoyed the unique opportunity to perform before an airport audience and share their culture and school pride with travelers.
It means a lot because there's so many things that happen around the world, and then we're getting to be a part of this, and then actually getting to celebrate our Mexican heritage and Hispanic heritage.
While the airport traditionally sees a spike in passenger activity associated with Mexican Independence Day, there's a strong year-round interest in Las Vegas from south of the border.
Just playing for them, just so that they could come and feel how it is in Vegas, that they're included.
Mexico annually ranks as the second largest source of international visitors to Las Vegas. The uptick in visitors over the Mexican Independence Day weekend not only benefited the local economy, it allowed the airport to foster a sense of community for those getting their first glimpse of Las Vegas.
Welcome aboard Allegiant Air's flight to Hawaii.
It's our 8th annual Girls in Aviation Day. It's a day that we can explore, engage, inspire girls for the world of aviation.
Pull back to go up, push down to go down.
MGM made this not only a successful large event, but also this year MGM decided they wanted to make it a free event.
It feels really good because not just men can be pilots.
This is so important because there's not as many women in aviation fields, and to see someone in an aviation field like a pilot, mechanics, we have engineers, we have Air Force, and they're all women.
It's absolutely my favorite thing to do. The biggest passion I have is sharing my love of flight with the next generation.
So, I really want to be a pilot, and, this taught me a lot about it.
There's so many things that they don't realize are part of aviation that they can be included in.
I got to meet friends, and I got to learn a lot about planes and pilots and stuff.
We are so appreciative to be able to have it here at MGM. They have welcomed us with their hangars and their aircraft and their support. We are just so appreciative.
I learned that I want to be a pilot.
Routes World is the largest show in the world for airline route planners.
And for the second time in 10 years, Las Vegas hosted Routes World, an aviation industry conference for cities, airports, and airlines from around the globe.
All of the airlines every year go to a city and have conversations around planning airline routes.
Widely known as the leading event for route development, the network event allowed tourism leaders to showcase their brands and explore new connections while getting a first-hand look at the host city, as well as the amenities and convenience of Harry Reid International Airport.
We are meeting with airlines around the world, telling them how we evolved and what the demand is like, and then, of course, what the experience would be through the airport.
It was unique in that Las Vegas was the first North American city to host the conference in 2013, and in 2022 was the first city to host Routes World for a second time.
So we're really proud that World Routes chose Las Vegas to be their very first U.S. domestic city, and now we're the first one for them to come back to.
The change in the city, the change in the destination has been so compelling. There's so much more richness to what Las Vegas has to offer. It was a perfect story for us to be able to bring the route development community back to Las Vegas.
On the exhibit floor at the Las Vegas Convention Center, destinations set up colorful booths, giving attendees a small glimpse of what their city might offer travelers. Airline executives were able to meet face-to-face to discuss what markets they might serve.
That would mean new travelers that were coming into Las Vegas and supporting and growing the local economy, but it'll also mean new destinations and opportunities for the local communities to go and experience and see for themselves.
In partnership with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the city's gateway for nearly half of all visitors was well represented at the show.
But we have real opportunity around the world, and in order to really capitalize on that opportunity, we need it to be an easy experience for those customers. Direct connections really matter. Certainly making sure that they can get to Las Vegas with just one stop is critical.
Local tourism leaders also had the opportunity to share the story of Las Vegas's pandemic recovery and evolution into a world-class destination for entertainment, business, and sports.
The one factor that has not reached 100% yet is international. So that is something that we are working on to show the carriers that are already coming here that we do have demand to resume back to the levels that they had pre-pandemic.
Having the event in Las Vegas, one of the world's best conference hosts, was a natural fit, and it allowed the Department of Aviation to show off the investments at Harry Reid Airport in the 10 years since the show was last here. Those include new and upgraded amenities for travelers, a Terminal 1 remodel, and expanded capacity for international arrivals.
The world's a big place. There are a lot of potential customers all around the globe. And We have 128 direct connections now in the United States.
It also created the possibility for expanded air service to and from Las Vegas, a win-win for locals who want to see the world and for our tourist-based economy. Routes World 2022 ended with well wishes and a handoff to next year's host city, Istanbul.
We are looking forward to seeing you all in Istanbul in October 2023. Thank you.
Just before Veterans Day, the airport was proud to once again take part in the annual Salute to the Troops, an all-expenses-paid weekend experience in Las Vegas for wounded service members and their guests. The troops were flown to LAS on an American Airlines charter, this time on the carrier's specially painted Medal of Honor aircraft. Representatives from TSA, the Clark County Fire Department, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, USO, and the Department of Aviation paid tribute upon the troops' arrival, greeting them at the gate and organizing a plainside salute. The special guests were hosted by MGM Resorts International for a weekend of dining, sightseeing, adventure, and entertainment.
While Harry Reid International Airport saw an influx of visitors in 2022, that doesn't tell the whole story. Locals have been traveling in large numbers as well, causing the Terminal 1 long-term parking garage to reach capacity nearly 3 times more in 2022 than in 2019. Work is underway to meet the demand for parking at Terminal 1. In the meantime, here's a travel tip for our parking customers. No matter which terminal your flight departs from, parking at Terminal 3 might be your best option. If you don't have any bags to check, simply park and take the pedestrian bridge across to the terminal. Check in using a self-service kiosk or pull up your mobile boarding pass and proceed to the Terminal 3 security checkpoint. A tram system connects Terminal 3 to the D gates and Terminal 1. If you need to check bags or check in at your airline's ticket counter at Terminal 1, grab your things and hop on the interterminal shuttle. The shuttle stop is located on Level 0 near the entry and exit doors numbered 55. Keep these tips in mind the next time you fly, and as always, know before you go.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
To kick off the holiday travel season,
we have invited a musical choir program from an elementary school right down the block, Doris French Elementary School, and their entire choir program to celebrate this kickoff.
Dashing through the snow.
The young singers entertain travelers, employees, and passersby while infusing the terminal with holiday spirit.
It is just one of the most heartwarming moments that we have. It gives you really that foundation of this is what it's about, this is the happiness, this is the joy.
The event included an important message from law enforcement about celebrating the holiday safely.
Designate a driver, use ride shares. There's so many options out there. And it's our goal that we remember this year as a festive one, and for all the right reasons and not all the wrong reasons.
To officially get the holidays rolling at LAS, airport leadership joined the children to light the tree.
2, 1.
Each winter, the airport's festive decor also includes a menorah at Terminal 1 and one at Terminal 3. Following tradition, the menorah is lit around nightfall each of the 8 nights of Hanukkah. Traditions like these not only provide a warm welcome for holiday travelers, they show the airport is more than a busy travel hub. It's a part of a community. Thanks for watching this look back at a record-breaking year. When you're ready to pack your bags and take flight, don't forget to check out LAS Airport on Twitter and Facebook for the latest travel tips, and use all the resources of our website, harryreidairport.com. Join us next time on Flight Path.
Faucet with a constant drip and a phantom flushing toilet are surefire signs you have a leak. But what about those you can't see? Hidden leaks are a common source of water waste. Many homes waste, on average, more than 10,000 gallons of water to leaks each year. Finding and fixing leaks can make a big difference on your water bill and conserve water. Leaks can spring at any time, and usually when you least expect it. To make matters worse, it could take months to realize you even have a leak, especially if you can't see it. Now you can spot a leak as fast as it starts, potentially saving you thousands of dollars in repairs.
So this is a new technology that's come out in about the last year. And so they kind of come under the term smart leak detectors, and so they detect leaks on your property. Basically what they're doing is they have a sensor that kind of monitors water use. Some of them are by a propeller, some are by sound, but they can kind of monitor the water that's going throughout your house. So they kind of serve two purposes. The first is they kind of see what consumption's going on. And so through an app, you can actually see, okay, this is how much water is going indoors, this is how much is going outside, this is how much is for a toilet, kitchen, kitchen faucet, whatever. They can kind of monitor all that and give you information on your app. Then, if you have something that's abnormal, so it's something that shouldn't be occurring, so a sink that's dripping, toilet that's kind of, flowing that shouldn't be, they'll alert you and say, hey, you have a leak going on. Kind of gives you real-time information on what's going on through your property, through consumption, and through leaks.
While leak detectors vary in functions and capabilities, all devices connect to your home's Wi-Fi. Some will even turn your water off if you're not home when a leak is detected, which can prevent catastrophes if the leak is big enough to flood your home. Toby, smart leak detectors are most helpful detecting leaks that you can't see, so maybe a big one that's starting beneath your home or that's lurking behind a wall. How beneficial are they in detecting these kind of leaks immediately before they turn into a big disaster?
So the big benefit of these is with those big leaks. So the obvious ones in the house, you see a kitchen faucet, you can hear a toilet. I mean, they'll alert you to it, but those you kind of visually see. The ones you don't see are the ones that are underground. So like your mainline leak, or if you have something, hopefully not, but under the house, like a big thing like that, these will alert you to that. And so they'll kind of make you aware. And a lot of people are interested in these, especially if they like travel, like if they're out of town, away from their homes, or just away from the homes, even in the day. A catastrophic leak can be thousands of gallons and cost a lot of money, cost a lot of damage very quickly. So with a device like this, with the auto shut-off, it can shut it off immediately. So there are a lot of benefits, but the biggest benefit is really on the catastrophic side.
The Water Authority offers a rebate for leak detection devices. To receive the rebate, participants must agree to being contacted periodically as part of our research into long-term benefits of these types of devices. Visit us at snwa.com to see program details. If you don't have a smart leak detector, you still can track down phantom leaks lurking in your home. It just takes a bit of research. First, look at your water bill to see if your water usage is unusually high, especially in the winter months when water use is typically lower. Next, turn off all the water to your home and check your water meter. So water meters can tell you if you have a leak. How?
So if you don't have one of the leak devices that's kind of giving you the information, an easy way to find out if you have a leak is to go to the meter. Basically what you're looking for is movement of the dials on the meter face. And so if you have everything off inside your house and your irrigation, so you think everything is off, right? Nothing's running, and you come out here and you see any of the dials moving, then you have a leak of some kind. And then just to kind of understand the meter in a very basic sense, there's a little tiny kind of star-shaped dial. If that's the only thing turning, that means you have a very small leak. So you're talking like maybe a couple gallons in a minute, an hour. I mean, it's really not a lot of water. If you see the longer kind of red dial and you see that moving, then that's like a little bit more. That's like, basically it could be like a gallon every minute. If you see that big dial turning quite a bit, and then actually there's a whole line of numbers, if those numbers are actually turning, then you kind of could have like a catastrophic leak. And I always tell people, that's the thing you should kind of be familiar with is your meter, just to kind of understand how water is flowing and if you kind of have a leak. And then there's a whole process of elimination then to kind of figure out if you say, yes, I do have a leak, but is it inside or outside? And I always say, just go to our website, snwa.com. We have a kind of how-to directions about how you can kind of go through the different parts of your house to figure out where the leak is at.
Irrigation systems are susceptible to leaks that can waste large volumes of water. That's why regular checks are vital. The extremes of summer and winter, along with wear and tear, can lead to cracks and breaks in both pipes and drip lines, as well as broken sprinklers and emitters. If you can't find the source of the leak but find soggy grass, damp planted areas, or puddles of water, you may have a larger problem, an underground leak. At that point, you may want to consult a professional. Swimming pools are another common source of outdoor leaks, particularly faulty equipment. For example, if your automatic filler is always on, you have a leak. Like toilet valves, autofill valves wear out over time and run continuously. This can cause water waste. If you're unfamiliar with the float system and parts needed to make the repairs, contact a pool service provider to help you stop the leak. Thankfully, most common household leaks, like dripping faucets and running toilets, are relatively easy and inexpensive to fix. Simple repairs and water-smart upgrades can save thousands of gallons of water. To help you test your water fixtures and toilets for leaks, the SNWA offers a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit.
So we offer one kit per household in the Valley. And the kit is actually kind of just a very simple tool to help people if they have some issues inside the house. So in the kit we have a shower head, a couple of bathroom aerators, a kitchen faucet. We also give dye tablets, so if you think you might have a leaky toilet, you can put dye tablets in and test the toilet. And then we also have a flow bag that you can kind of check your faucets and see what the flow is, if they're higher than they should be or lower. So just kind of contact us at snwa.com or call 258-SAVE or request the kit.
Whether you're here to celebrate, raise a family, study, or build your career, we all want the community of Clark County to be one thing: sustainable. That's clean air and water, but it's also affordable housing, reliable energy, diverse jobs, and a livable climate. But the changing climate is already a harsh reality for Southern Nevada. This takes a toll on every one of us, our health, economy, and quality of life. The choices we make in our daily lives contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions fueling these impacts. Each one of us can make a difference, and we already have the tools and the solutions we need. It's time to go all in. All in Clark County is a smart, bold, and inclusive roadmap to a more sustainable future for everyone. The All-In Plan was created by and for you. In developing the plan, we grew climate literacy, focus on equity, and build capacity for individuals, organizations, businesses, and local governments to take action. The All-In Plan touches nearly every facet of our lives and is focused on 6 key areas. Scaling up renewable energy is Clark County's greatest opportunity to reduce emissions while also creating jobs. The actions in All-In aim to make clean, reliable energy, like solar, more accessible and reliable. More vehicles on the road mean more pollution, congestion, health impacts, and harmful emissions. All-In is helping Southern Nevada transition to zero-emission vehicles and providing accessible, diverse, clean transportation options. Single-use products and overconsumption have created a waste problem that recycling alone cannot solve, and it creates greenhouse gas emissions. All-In embraces a circular approach that reimagines waste and resource use. Climate-driven emergencies like extreme heat, drought, and flooding put our families and infrastructure at risk. All-In recognizes our vulnerabilities and identifies ways we can be healthier, better connected, and more prepared. The energy we use to power, cool, and heat our homes and buildings account for nearly half of our emissions. All-In is raising the bar on electrification and energy efficiency to bring that number down. Our growing region depends on a sufficient water supply, but that's at risk from drought, pollution, and overuse. All-In identifies a path to improve the quantity and quality of our region's water supply. Will solar work for your home or office roof or in your neighborhood? What are your plans for your next car? What innovative and green businesses would you like to see in Clark County? Is your business, office, or home prepared for extreme weather events? Could your home or office be more energy efficient? Have you considered drought-resilient landscaping or identified water leaks in your home or office? When the stakes are this high, Clark County and partners are going all in. A resilient, sustainable, thriving future is in our hands, your hands. Visit allinclarkcounty.com to take action.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
Hola a todos y feliz año nuevo.
En el Condado Clark.
Hablamos tu idioma.
Te presentamos nuestra nueva página de Facebook y Twitter en español.
Infórmate sobre lo que pasa en tu comunidad.
Y en el Condado Clark.
Síguenos en Twitter y danos like en Facebook.
Te esperamos. Te esperamos.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, what's better than a poet laureate? Two poet laureates, Angela and Vogue, sit down together. Wii bowling is bigger than ever at Desert Breeze Community Center, and the Anna Roberts Parks exhibit hall at the County Museum honors a legendary local business owner. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
Welcome to the Clark County Museum. My name is Amber Colbert and I'm the Clark County Museum Administrator. Today you join me in the Ann Robert Parks Exhibit Hall. And it's a perfect place to be as we approach our 55th anniversary. Today I'd like to explore who Ann Robert Parks is and why she was so important not only to the community but to the museum itself. Let's go explore. So as you enter the exhibit hall, one of the first things you see is a panel about Anna Robert Parks. But she wasn't always Anna Robert Parks. She was born in 1888 on July 2nd as Mary Anna Newfer in Pennsylvania. She didn't make her appearance in southern Nevada until 1911 when she traveled here with her partner looking for business ventures. Her partner, William Roberts, actually knew that there was some lime deposits around the valley and lime was needed to process gold in Nevada and refined sugar in California. So Anna, William, and a few partners opened Nevada Lime and Plaster Company. So their business ventures were not done yet. The Las Vegas undertaker had decided to leave Las Vegas. So William, who was already a licensed mortician, took over the Las Vegas undertakers. Anna demanded to become a mortician. So she actually went to California in 1921 to attend mortician school. She returned to Las Vegas. So with what little money she had, she wanted to buy the old Cottage Hotel. It had recently burned and she thought this was the perfect opportunity. So she wanted to convince the owner to sell it to her. The only way she saw this possible was to get on a train, go to California, and meet the owner in person. She met him in person, arranged a deal, bought a palm tree, came back to Las Vegas, planted that palm tree in front of her business on First and Carson, and named the funeral home Palm Funeral Home. We know it today as Palm Mortuary. Anna continued to collect throughout the whole state as she did when she was working. Depending on what she was seeing, what she collected Native American artifacts, natural resource artifacts. She collected housewares, a little bit of everything from the past interest Anna. Well, eventually, that became the Clark County Museum's collection. One of the first items that was inventoried in our collection is in the case here, and it's a small clay pipe featuring a snake. That would have been a Native American pipe. Also, a lot of the first things that were stored and moved into the gymnasium were jars, like this jar here of pottery shard. Anna Robert Parks collected jars and jars of pottery shards, arrowheads, and rock specimens, along with sometimes some specimens stored in formaldehyde as well. So here we have an example of some of the home furnishings that Anna collected. What better way to talk about our heritage than our things we used in our everyday life? One of those items is this Peerless automatic mouse trap. So a mouse would walk in the guillotine door that would be lifted open. The minute it walked in, it'd actually trigger that guillotine door to close and open another chamber. The mouse would walk into that chamber, and only way out would have to be going up. Once it went up, it'd go through another door, which would trigger that guillotine door to back open up, letting another mouse get trapped in there. The mice would continue to go up the mesh and end up walking off the little diving board into a tank of water. So Anna's collection was way too large and way too significant to put it all on display. So the items we're looking at right now were actually pulled. We're actually in my office. Some of them represent geology, and mining was a huge passion of her. And as I said, there was jars and jars of rocks. We also have a very large specimen outside that was donated from her. She also collected a lot about natural history. This is a nice tortoise shell that came from her collection. Of course, had some weathering in the desert, but one of the local species we're all used to seeing come spring. These items here are some of the things in her collection that she kept from her days at the mortuary. So we have some pallbearer ribbons that they would have worn on the front of them. They have their gloves that she would have given to pallbearers as well to wear while they carried the casket. And then we have some other items as well. Purple and black were very common colors at Palm Mortuary. Thank you for joining me today as we explored Anna Robert Parks and the significant role she played not only in the development of Clark County Museum, but our community as a whole. If you'd like to come and see some of her collection yourself, you can come to the Clark County Museum. We're open 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 4:30 for a low, low price of $2 for adults or $1 for seniors or youth. See you next time.
Hi, I'm Clark County Poet Laureate Angela Brommel, and today we're talking with our second Clark County Poet Laureate, Vogue M. Robinson. Hey, Vogue.
What's up? Yes, it's always like it's the return. You've got the M, I've got the M, and we're here together.
Have M's. Yeah, both of us are covered.
For the grandmas.
For the grandmas, because we have that in common. Yeah, and both of us, our grandmothers show up in our poetry. What I wanted to do today is check back in with you. I talk to you all the time, so I know what you've done, what you're about to do, and things like that, but I wanted to catch people up at home.
Yeah, well, what was so fun is I tried to carry on Bruce's kind of legacy and bringing in the National Poet Laureate of the United States. And so we brought in Tracy K. Smith, and then later on, Tracy K. Smith sent me an email and was like, hey, Vogue, do you want to come to my final culminating event for my tenure as Poet Laureate? And I was like, yeah. I will come to DC and read poems. So it was her, it was Adrian Mateka, and I cannot say his name correctly, so he'll have to forgive me. Kealoha, so the Poet Laureate from Hawaii, from like 2 other like Midwestern states, and myself. So it was in Brooklyn, because Tina Chang. So it was a whole panel up on a stage really discussing the roles of Poets Laureate, like what do we do, how has the game really changed, and then what are other types of support that Poets Laureate can receive. And then I got to read a poem in the Library of Congress with my best friend from college.
That's great. Was that your first time to the Library of Congress?
Yeah, it was. I didn't get to spend enough time, but I got to sign this book. So there's a room for the National Poet Laureate. The National Poet Laureate.
I'm kind of geeking out about that.
It has an office.
Because I've been there a few times,
Yeah.
and every single time it's still amazing. Yeah, I think one of the things I was thinking about, you posted something recently and said something about something I had done about letting poets do their magic. And one of the things I thought about is the position with the Library of Congress and even the position we have here, that what it really does is it also helps connect us to national conversations. It records our place in history. So there's something so cool that we have had a Nevada Poet Laureate in the Library of Congress, and that you're my friend.
Yes.
You know, and I think we think about what the Poet Laureate does in terms of classes and workshops and things that happen, which are incredibly important. And it's important about connecting us to the national conversation, but it's also supposed to be a time to be the extra go-ahead, to have that poet be able to work on sort of their life project in that moment. Yeah. So, you know, that's where I hope to see us growing with the program in that way. So since then, you have also gotten into visual art.
Yeah, it's been fun. My nieces they needed something to do, and I needed something to do with my hands, because writing wasn't the same, because I write to make sense of things, and in 2020 to 2022, there's a little bit of stuff here now, but at least that period of time, most things I couldn't make sense of. And so going to visual art and carrying on, allowing my nieces to see somebody in their family circle who was also a visual artist kind of bridged multiple gaps and helped with a lot of healing for myself. Like, so it was kind of an exercise in grief, an exercise in gratitude, and lineage.
Because your grandmother was an artist.
Yeah.
So I love that, because sometimes we talk in the workshops I've been doing that are interdisciplinary. We've been talking about an artist is an artist, and sometimes it's awkward for me to say artists and writers, and I do it because it's commonly understood.
Right.
But in session, I say things like, artists have always had to hustle. They have always had many jobs, and so you might be a poet and a journalist, but you're also on a train going across America and painting with people and, you know, doing all the things, because it's really about being open to the spark, you know, and the inspiration and what you want to do. And it's good to work in the arts in ways that you're not good at, but bring something new. So for me, that's dance. I always say dance is my weakest art.
Now I want to go dance poorly with you.
Trust me.
Can we go dance poorly?
We can dance poorly, yeah, and it'll be with joy, but
yes, I support it.
It won't be my strongest. I wonder, do you have any, like, what are some favorite National Poetry Month memories? That maybe not everyone knows that April is National Poetry Month, and so there's different things we do and habits, maybe a memory, or, you know, how do you work in April? Is it any different than any other month?
It's a high yield month. If you do it right. If you market yourself right, career-wise, then that's the month people know to call you and bring you into classrooms. You can talk with students in universities and in the elementary schools, and all the places want more poetry because it's National Poetry Month. A lot of poets will do their 30 for 30, so they'll try to write a poem a day.
Have you done that?
I don't play that game.
No, I have done it.
I've seen.
You know, most of the poems in my first book came from a couple months. In fact, I've joked that if I had another journal, I would call it I Only Write in April.
But that's okay.
It's true. Like, it's a good month because we have workshops that people can go to.
The internet is chock full of prompts. So, and I think it pushes you to generate, and it pushes you to be disciplined about your art. And so I think that that's cool if you can stick to it and maintain it. But I also above the mind of, I want to make sure people know, like, just because you don't write every single day, or you don't write every single day in April, doesn't mean that you're not an artist. If you haven't written a poem in 3 years, then that means there's something in the way that you probably need to work through, but that doesn't mean that you're no longer an artist.
I've looked at the folders, and sometimes if there's a year and there's only 2 or 3 poems in that folder, I think that was a hard year.
That year sucked.
That year was no good.
That year was hard.
Yeah, but I've also had years where I've said all I have to do is write one beautiful sentence. And so, you know, Bruce has taught that class. That's the American sentence class, the Ginsberg, which is like a haiku. And so I've had nights when I had to write the 30 where, like, my eyes are blurring, and I'm writing that one sentence. I did it.
I like that, though, and then I like that you can come back to it. I think that's the thing, is that
it might be a poem later, it might be something more, but at least I touched the paper.
And it forces you to get out of your own way when it comes to editing. Like, if you're busy thinking, I'm going to obsess over this one poem multiple days, as opposed to, okay, I wrote one that day, I'm moving on to the next one, moving on to the next one, then you can come back to it later with fresh eyes and a fresh mind and go, huh, that was good. Well, you might be a poem when you grow up. And I you know, like, I love that. Generative workshops where you're consistently creating, I think that makes you get out of your own way. And I love that. That's cool.
So where can we find you these days?
Oh my gosh.
In some places.
You can mostly find me at Left of Center Art Gallery. It's the largest African art museum in the Valley, and it's directed by Miss Vicki Richardson, who's like the herald of all art teachers in the Valley. So I hang out there, I write some grants, I give tours, and that's most of it, I think, for now. So that's where I'm at on the radio. It's so funny. It's like, it's a podcast, but it's radio. You know, like, radio is radio.
You know it's radio.
But CityCast Las Vegas, I'm co-hosting that with David Figler. So that's been fun, because David is a storyteller and back in the day, he claimed poet.
Yeah.
He, like, barely claims it now. And every day I just want to shake him. I'm like,
bring it back.
Still a poet.
Bring it
sir. Back. So anyways, but yeah, so I'm co-hosting that, and the goal of that show is really to connect people in the city with the city. So Vegas, we're so spread out, and we're also kind of a transient city, and it's hard to kind of get your bearings if you don't have some guides, some people that you know and trust. So we're kind of your stand-in people you know and trust that'll tell you some stuff about the city.
I like to listen on Fridays. I don't always get it earlier in the week, but sometimes on Friday I sit and listen to everything up until then.
Yeah, 30-minute episodes.
So great. So you have that, but then I was really excited to see you had talked about this. You have a new publication coming out.
I do. It's so funny to call it new. So here's my little nervous brain, but yeah, I think this year is about accessibility for me. And I think a lot of that comes from living through the pandemic and seeing how many different things could change. Like what happens when we think about who has access to what and to what extent. And so the first step in this accessibility process for my work is it's going to be Audible. So I recorded my audiobook. I had a bunch of files already recorded and just kind of sat them off to the side, but I hadn't recorded the whole book. So yeah, I took this little baby, and now it's available in audio waves. So it's going to be an audiobook version of Vogue 316, and it was hard. It was hard to record the second half of it.
I bet it was.
Harder than I thought it would be.
I'm excited to see this.
Yeah.
And we are, can't wait to see what else you have coming up, so let us know anytime. And our next class at the Winchester will be Saturday, April 1st, 10 a.m. to noon. And we're just going to be writing together to kick off National Poetry Month.
Whoop, whoop.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's the best cultural center in town. Welcome to Winchester Dondero.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the program supervisor at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center, and I'm here to tell you about the activities that are coming up at Winchester. We've been busy preparing for our 28th annual Children's Festival coming up on April 22nd. We are very excited about our poetry programs that now we have expanded to Spanish, and we're working with a group that is called Grupo Literario Comalá, and this is going to be the second annual Mujer Música en Poesía, which is an event that's going to take place in the theater, and they're going to have poetry reading, they're going to have music, and they're going to be doing some recitations. And of course, you know, the Poet Laureate lives at Winchester, and they continue to be doing workshops here. We also work with Poetry Promise, which is an organization that also has a strong effort to continue promoting poetry in Las Vegas. Currently in our gallery, we have the Art of Words, which is several artists showcasing art that is based on words. It's gonna be up until the 28th of March. So if you haven't had a chance to come. That day we will have the reception also. And also during this month we have the opening of the Wall Gallery, and we have the art from the students at K.O. Knudsen. So please come and support the kids, those artists that are preparing for their future as artists here in Las Vegas. We hope to see you at Winchester.
Hi everybody, this is Adam Ward from Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. I'm here to talk to you about a couple workshops and an amazing show we have coming up. On April 1st at 10:30 a.m. we are going to have a mural painting workshop. That is going to be hosted by Sierra Slentz. What she does is she takes wood-fired kiln and she fires up any kind of clay tiles in order to create a mosaic, and that'll go on the walls of Winchester Dondero itself. Next up, on April 15th at 2 p.m., we have Mames Baba Ganoush. They're going to be here at 2 p.m. for free. They're going to be performing at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. We're super excited to have those guys. They're a European klezmer band. Dick Seegerbloom, our amazing commissioner, and he's going to help fund that, so it makes the tickets completely free. We do request that you guys pre-register for that event ahead of time. We really want that pre-registration in order to see what's going to happen in terms of seat attendance and everything. That means that tickets are limited. And so please register as soon as you can. We're super excited to have those guys. And of course, we can't wait to see you here.
Hi everybody, Michelle here from Winchester Cultural Center. We'd like to invite you out to our Senior Spring Social. It's going to be Tuesday, March 21st, starting at 11:30. We're going to be having a catered lunch, music, and games outside. We also would like to invite you to the David D. Alba Show. We are going to be presenting him April 1st at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tickets are currently on sale. We hope to see you guys here. Thank you.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and link, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
Hi, my name is Jason Lenhart. I'm the shotgun supervisor up here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Just trying to fill you in on some stuff that's coming up here at the complex. As always, we do have our Wednesday night trap league. That's going to resume here the last day of March. So it'll be into its second and third weeks here coming up in April, but it's never too late to join. Saturday mornings will feature the Vegas Skeet Association Skeet League. That starts up in the end of March and will run through for, I think, 10 or 12 weeks. You can contact Vegas Skeet for more information, or again, swing by the Shotgun Center and we've got information for you. In terms of our archery center, we've always got our archery basics going on. That's Thursday nights and Saturday mornings. Archery League is in full swing. That shoots Wednesday nights under the lights down at Archery. Again, never too late to register. You can always join in. We've got tons of information on that as well. One thing I do like to note is that the Shotgun Center is now a proud dealer of Pila lenses. Pila lenses are the highest grade shooting glasses on the market right now. They're fantastic for all of the clay shooting sports, as well as archery and that action shooting. Again, lots going on. Shotgun Centers also has the Clay Breakers. That's our youth shooting organization. They meet every Thursday night. So if you've got a youth that's looking to get into trap or skeet, please feel free to come on out on a Thursday night. We'll get you pointed in the right direction, get you talking to some of those coaches, and they'd love to have some more junior shooters. So hopefully we'll see you out here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. We are open Wednesday and Thursday nights from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then Friday through Sunday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex to give you an update on what's going on for this month. Right now the big game application regulations are out, so if you're looking at going big game hunting in 2023 in Nevada, make sure you pick up a copy of them at one of our offices, or you can get an e-regulation book online. If you're under the age of 18 and you've never had a hunter education course, you can take one right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. There's two things you'll need to do before you register for one of those. One is either pick up a workbook here at the Shooting Complex or at one of our offices, or you can complete that workbook online at huntered.com and click on the Nevada application. Once you've completed one of those, go to register-ed.com and sign up for a class right here at the Shooting Complex. We have several listed right now. When you go to register-ed.com, you can also look under Advanced Hunter Education for some of our shooting sports classes that we offer here at the complex. One is muzzleloader, one is rifle, and one is shotgun. And these classes are geared toward beginning shooters who just want to get some practice or learn how to shoot a muzzleloader or rifle or shotgun. And lastly, we have a Dutch oven cooking class. These classes typically run through the winter season because the summertime gets too warm for them. So we have one listed right now for this month and one next month, and then we take a couple months off during those hot summer months because of the cooking techniques that are used there. So remember, go to register-ed.com, sign up for one of these classes, and we look forward to seeing you out here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Until next month, have a great day, and I'm Martin Olson.
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities for active adults and seniors. And today we're here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, which is located near West Spring Mountain Road in Durango, for our weekly Nintendo Wii Bowling Club. Now, for those of you who may be younger and wondering what is Nintendo Wii, well, the Nintendo Wii was actually the big system that was before the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Wii is still quite popular for many people of all ages. The Nintendo Wii system offers Nintendo Wii Sports, and the most popular, one of the more popular games for this particular program is the bowling aspect. What's really unique about this program is a few different things. One, the cost is free, so you can't beat that. Two, it has that same element of going to an actual bowling alley because it has a lot of the same movements and mechanisms that you would do if one were to bowl is all with here in this video game system. And number three, the camaraderie and the community that comes along with it. You get to meet new people, stay active, and have fun. Another bonus thing is, for those who may not be able to stand for long periods of time, what a player can do is they can sit in a chair and they can at least mimic the arm movements. So it's great for all ability and skill levels. This program at Desert Breeze Community Center takes place every Wednesday morning from 10 a.m. to noon. Every Wednesday from 10 a.m. to noon. Registration is required, so you would have to call our front desk or come up to our front desk area to register. And this program is for active adults and seniors ages 55 and over. There are many recreation and senior centers across the valley that offer similar programming to Desert Breeze. And to find the nearest recreation and community center nearest you, give our main hotline a call at 702-455-8200 or check us out at our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov/parks. And the Desert Breeze Community Center also has many social media pages. We are on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And our social media handle is at Desert Breeze CC. That's once again, it's at Desert Breeze CC. We look forward to seeing you at one of our many programs in the near future.
We've all seen water waste at one time or another. Water flowing off the sidewalk and into the gutter. Wind-blown sprinkler water hitting everything but the grass. A stream of water shooting from a broken dripping motor. Water waste is a common issue in the Las Vegas Valley, but it is avoidable. Most water waste is caused by inefficient or improper landscape irrigation. Runoff and overspray are the most common issues, especially with sprinklers. Overspray happens when your sprinklers have too much reach for their intended target. Check your sprinkler heads regularly and realign those off course to make sure they're actually watering the grass. You may have to replace broken or clogged nozzles. It might be tempting to water longer in summer when the heat packs a stronger punch, but you're more likely to waste water. Our hard desert soils can't absorb a lot of water at once. The water puddles on top of the grass and then flows onto the sidewalk and into the street. A better way to water grass is to use the cycle and soak method. Just remember, 4, 3, 1. Set your sprinklers to run 4 minutes each cycle, 3 times a day, 1 hour apart. These shorter sips ensure your lawn gets the water it needs without causing runoff. Water waste also includes watering on days you're not supposed to. Follow mandatory watering restrictions and your assigned days to avoid water waste fines. Never water on Sunday or between the restricted hours of 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. in summer. If water waste investigators like myself see water waste on your property, we'll flag the issue and leave a notice on your door or garage. You'll have time to fix the problem, but don't let it go or you could receive a citation. Changing customers' habits is the ultimate goal, and no one is exempt from a water waste investigation. Water providers investigate water waste at homes, apartments, businesses, civic buildings, and even schools. If you see water waste, let the property owner know or report it to your water provider.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District F issues with the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Justin Jones. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Randy.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Good, good. We're here in District F at the Desert Breeze Community Center and Park. District F is located primarily in the southwest portion of Clark County and includes communities old and new, urban and rural. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District F. District F is one of the most diverse commission districts in Clark County, a combination of rural and urban communities, ranging from the solitude and wide open spaces of small towns to some of the finest master plan neighborhoods to cultural corridors where people live, work, and play. Chinatown is blossoming in and around Spring Mountain Road as a steady stream of residents and Asian American and Pacific Island restaurants, supply shops, and businesses continue to boost the economic profile and bring visitors to this area just west of Las Vegas Boulevard. The fast-growing Southwest is experiencing a major influx of people, parks, and development in places such as Mountain's Edge. Summerlin is another District F fixture, featuring custom-built neighborhoods and mixed-use expansion, including downtown Summerlin, which includes professional and recreational sports facilities, shopping, dining, commercial, and residential properties. New and existing parks include Desert Breeze, James Regional Park, Southwest Ridge, and many more, providing plenty of wide-open spaces with room to recreate, relax, and get fit. District F remains one of the best places in all of Clark County to live, work, and raise a family. Commissioner, it's been a long time since we've had you on In Your Neighborhood. Since that time, the voters of District F elected you for your second four-year term. Congratulations. I know you and your team have a lot of work with this four-year mandate. Tell me about it.
Absolutely. I'm really excited for the voters to give me this opportunity to continue to do good work in District F. We've got a lot of exciting projects that we started over the last 4 years that are going to come to fruition over the next 4 years, and excited to get started on a few new ones.
Well, let's talk about this one, as we'll probably hear some beep, beep, beep and some construction while we're discussing here. We're here at Desert Breeze Park here. This special event center is something I know you're very excited about, and I know the community is also. Tell me about it.
Yeah, this is a fantastic opportunity here at Desert Breeze to add a really exciting amenity for the folks, not just in the Southwest Valley, but really from across all of Las Vegas. This has been a place where we've had events for years before, but nothing formalized. So this special events area is going to have a world-class stage. It's going to be a place where you can come and have concerts. We can do movies in the park with all of the lighting, all of the bells and whistles that you'd expect for something like this.
Is there anything like this in the Valley, Commissioner, or what can people expect?
No, there really isn't anything quite like this. I know in the city of Las Vegas, city of Henderson, they have some pavilions, but nothing quite like this. So we're excited for the opportunities to really host big ticket events, but at a low cost, right? I mean, we're the county. We're able to provide those to our community here, thanks to the taxpayers who funded these types of projects. And so we're excited to really give back to the community.
It's about a 25-year-old park here, and this just keeps getting bigger and better. I understand some baseball fields, and did I hear pickleball coming over there too? Is that something as well?
Well, actually, I don't know if we got pickleball coming over here quite yet, but one of the exciting things about the baseball diamonds, which are so much in need over here, is that we have an accessible field. So that means that those with disabilities will have their own accessible diamond in order to participate, and that's something that's very unique to Clark County right now.
A little further south of here, Commissioner, I know the Southwest Ridge Park and Trailhead is open. I know something that's you've been working on and something that is very near and dear to your heart, combining hiking and biking. Tell me about that place.
Absolutely. This is a great facility out there next to Forbes Elementary School in the Southwest Valley. And this is just step one of what's going to be a multi-phase of development over there. We've got our Bike Skills Park that's going to be coming up for construction here by the end of the year, hopefully, which is nearby. We've got the Red Rock Legacy Trail, which will connect in all over there. And then the existing hiking trails and the mountain biking trails. So we're really excited for really a network of hiking and biking trails in the Southwest Valley.
Tell me a little bit more about the Southwest Skills Bike Park.
Sure. So that's at Warm Springs and Fort Apache. We're able to get some federal funding for that. This is going to be a place where if you're a kid or an adult and you want to brush up on those skills, it's going to have wooden elements. It's going to have a little bit of a pump track. It's really an opportunity for folks to safely brush up on those skills before they get out there and ride.
I believe was it you and your son, you investigated one out in Utah. You're kind of modeling this one after some other ones out there?
Yeah, we were out at Snake Hollow, which is located up in St. George, and we thought it was so impressive. The county actually subcontracted with the designers for that project so that we get the same type of quality amenities.
Commissioner, I know you're very proud of the parks here. I know LeBaron and Lindell, TP and Patrick, there are a couple other smaller neighborhood parks here that are very successful for people that are, it's so close to their houses and they get a great amount of usage. Give me an update on those ones.
Yeah, these are 10-acre community parks. TP and Patrick should be coming up for construction pretty soon here. That will have some great amenities over there. One of the things we're really proud of is it had a wash that ran through it. And so instead of just paving over the wash as we often do, we thought we'd incorporate it into the park itself and include some educational elements. Obviously, we deal with flash floods here in southern Nevada, and so we're going to incorporate those educational elements to teach our kids at the same time about the dangers of floods, but also the beauty that comes along with our ecosystem here.
Talking about all these things, bikes and parks and flash flooding and flash flood protection. I know the Fort Apache widening between Huntington Cove and Warm Springs took place last year, which included storm drains as well as bike paths and a few things like that. And I know one of your constituents even had a sign to please fix this road. And I know it's not that easy. That was something that was under construction anyway, but that was kind of a humorous moment, and I know you're proud to deliver that to the community.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic little moment. We'd seen that sign out there, a hand-painted sign, for a long time, and it was just happenstance that a family member of the gentleman who had done the hand painting himself saw our video and reached out, and so we were able to get that back to him and tell him that we got it fixed as he requested. And the exciting thing is that we are moving on to phase 3 of the Fort Apache widening, which should go out to contract to bid here very shortly and get under construction before the end of the year. And so that'll be from Huntington Cove on the backside of Rhodes Ranch all the way down to Blue Diamond. So it'll have similarly sidewalks and buffered bike lanes. And then eventually in the next year or two, it will all connect in again with that Red Rock Legacy Trail. So you can safely get down Fort Apache, and then in the coming years connect right into the Red Rock area.
Commissioner, I know in your year-end report you had a 5-year public works plan. Many of these projects were included. Tell me a little bit about some of the other projects that you have on the table out there.
Sure. I mean, if you live in the Southwest Valley, you're used to the cones. Not unique to the Southwest, but definitely we've got a lot of projects going on out there. We've been working first to get Durango widened, so that a lot of that project's already done. There'll be some additional widening on Rainbow that's coming up soon, and we're excited that finally, after years and years and years of working with Union Pacific Railroad, that the Jones overpass from Blue Diamond is going to move forward here in the near future. Those are just a few of the many projects. We've got exciting little projects, for example, like there's some paseos in Mountain's Edge where there wasn't a crossing so that kids could get from one side to the other. So we're going to move forward with those types of projects where it really allows our kids to safely access schools.
And I know you have flipped many switches. There's been a number of traffic signals that have gone up in that area. And how difficult is it to get traffic signals, and what type of studies are involved every time you add new traffic signals in these intersections?
Yeah, every time that we get a request to study an intersection where people feel like there's been a lot of crashes or there are other concerns, it takes our public works team to get out there and really study the traffic and see whether it merits the type of signal, or whether it's a pedestrian flasher or some other means of making sure that people can safely cross. And one thing that I didn't understand when I got into this job, and I think a lot of people don't understand, is every single one of those pole arms that you see there at a traffic signal, those are all specially designed. They're not just run to Home Depot and grab one the same length. So it's a lot of work that goes into it from our public works team, and I'm really proud of the safety improvements we've got going on in the Southwest Valley.
Commissioner, closer to the internal core of District F, I know Spring Mountain, you have a major project there going all the way from I-15 all the way up to Rainbow. Tell me what's going on there.
Sure, this is really exciting. Well, it's not just Public Works, our economic development team. So a year or so ago, we had asked our economic development team to really look at this corridor for possible expansion of our redevelopment zone, and the report came back, and it's really exciting that is an area where we're now going to move forward with expanding our redevelopment zone. At the same time, our public works team is going forward with a review of the entire corridor. We have a lot of folks who like to cross from, for example, Shanghai Plaza to Chinatown Plaza, and it's really dangerous. And so we're looking at all the opportunities there for what we call complete streets. Complete streets means it's not just a road, it's somewhere where pedestrians, cyclists, people on transit can all safely maneuver through our valley. And we think Spring Mountain, with all its amazing resources, amazing restaurants, can really be a place that should be more walkable and accessible to the small business owners who are down there.
Anybody that spends any time there can see just an amazing number of new restaurants, new other small businesses that are going there. Small business is the backbone of the community, and certainly in that part of District F.
Absolutely, and the exciting thing about Spring Mountain is it's not just the businesses of people driving there. We've got a lot of residential apartment complexes that are really interested in that mixed use kind of sweet spot that we're trying to aim for. So not only you can live, you can work and play in the Spring Mountain corridor.
All right, we must take a break. We'll continue with District F Commissioner and the Vice Chairman, Justin Jones. This is In Your Neighborhood.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
Positively Kids, a nonprofit foundation in Las Vegas, provides care for medically fragile children at no cost. Please visit their website and join the team to see how you can help support their efforts. Thank you.
District F is home to the Desert Breeze Park Community and Aquatic Center. This place is a one-stop recreational shop with athletic fields for nearly every team sport. A collection of dog parks provides a place for pooches to run. The Indoor and Outdoor Aquatic Centers offers classes, programs, and plenty of free pool time for swimming and splashing. Desert Breeze hosts dozens of concerts, tournaments, and special events year-round with acres and acres of green space for leisure and relaxation. Today we're at Desert Breeze Park in District F, and we're talking to the man who represents the area, Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners and District F Commissioner Justin Jones. Commissioner, I know you're now the chairman of the Regional Transportation of Southern Nevada, and you just received a $1.68 million from the Federal Highway Administration's Safe Streets for All. What does that mean?
This is going to be a great opportunity, really, to partner with all the jurisdictions of the county and all the cities and the school district to make sure that we have safe opportunities for kids to walk to school, to walk to parks just like this at Desert Breeze, and just make sure that pedestrian safety, cyclist safety is really at the forefront of what we do every day.
And I know you also had a chance, you're at a Clean Energy and Transportation Conference in Reno recently. What types of things did you take away from that conference that we can use here in Southern Nevada?
Well, this is a really exciting opportunity to talk with other folks from other jurisdictions. We had folks from Utah and New York who came in and talked about some of the interesting ideas that they had, but really exciting to talk to the folks from Washoe County. Washoe County was one of the first places in the entire nation to have an entirely electric vehicle fleet. And so that's something that RTC is really focused on, is clean transportation. We've got grants to buy a number of electric vehicle buses, but also hydrogen-powered buses. So very exciting. We're one of the few in the country that are moving in the direction of hydrogen-powered buses, and it's going to be an interesting transition as we move in that direction.
And how is the RTC doing? I know we've done a number of things with double-decker buses. The game day buses have been immensely successful for sporting events, and of course, bike safety, bike lanes just seem to be continue to being added to the inventory.
Well, I think that we have gotten back to where we wanted to be after the pandemic. Obviously, a lot of people stopped using transit during the pandemic, and we've been able to expand service after the pandemic, and as a result of federal funding, have been able to actually provide new resources like our on-demand service in the Southwest Valley, where you can punch into your app and request that one of their larger vehicles, the buses, come straight to your door and take you to one of the other areas. I've taken it to go to a restaurant or come home from a restaurant or the tire store. I had to take my car in, and so it's a really great service that we're looking to replicate in other areas of town. So I think we know that transportation is something where we have to be cognizant of the changes that are going on throughout the country, throughout the world, and in our community. And so we need to adapt to those changes. And it's not just buses; it's everything in between.
Commissioner, let's shift gears a little bit. I know as a former state senator, you're very involved and very familiar with what goes on up in Carson City, and I know the county's efforts this year, foster care, homelessness, affordable housing. Bring us up to date on a couple of those things.
Sure. On affordable housing, we were fortunate to receive a substantial amount of money from the federal government as part of the ARPA, American Recovery Plan Act, and so we devoted more than a third of those dollars, $140 million, to affordable housing. We allowed people to submit their applications, and so we provided funding or have allocated funding for more than 30 different projects, new construction, but also rehabbing existing facilities. So we're excited that those are really getting off the ground right now and provide more than 3,000 affordable units to our community. Several of those, I'm proud to say, are right in the district, in my district F. When it comes to homelessness, I was able to participate in the recent count that happened. That's really the benchmark to see where we are each year in order to not only ask for federal funds in order to help us with our homeless problem, but also really just to see on the ground how people are doing and what we can do to get them into the right kind of care that they need, whether it be housing or addiction recovery or mental health treatment. And then foster care, something I care deeply about. Our county manager, Kevin Schiller, and I were down at our Child Haven facility on Christmas morning, and it really kind of broke my heart to see so many kids that were there, particularly infants, at Child Haven that hadn't found a foster family yet. And so we're really upping our foster care recruitment and information. We've got a new innovative program. You used to have to go through 12 weeks of training. We now have an alternative where you can go for 2 weekends, and it's a little more intensive training because we know that was a challenge for a lot of folks. So we are really excited for the opportunities that we have in order to increase the number of foster families that will take a loving child into their home.
Anybody almost anybody can do that, right, Commissioner? I mean, that is a problem that the entire community must tackle.
Absolutely. I had an interesting conversation with a friend of mine, and I wasn't aware that she was a foster parent, and it turns out, I mean, she's like a famous DJ, and she was a foster parent to some great teenage girls. And I think that's what we really need to do is make sure the word gets out that pretty much anybody can be a foster family, whether it be for a short duration or a longer duration. And I'm sure you can put on the information, but if anybody wants to know more, they can go to ClarkCountyFosterCare.com. Go to an information session, just learn about what's going on, whether you sign up to be a foster parent yourself or to help out somebody else who's participating in foster care.
Let's shift back again for a second, if we can, Commissioner, to affordable housing. I know you're very proud to welcome 195 units at Arioso on Blue Diamond last year. Tell me about this project and others similar to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm fortunate that several of the top affordable housing builders are coming out to the Southwest Valley. This was an Ovation project, and it's providing just beautiful apartments. You would never know that it was an affordable housing project. It just looks like another apartment complex. And to hear the seniors who really couldn't afford somewhere else talk about how wonderful not only the apartments themselves are, but the community resources, the community managers who are there to make sure that they can, get to the grocery store, get some activities going on. So it was a great opportunity.
And affordable housing and homelessness are intrinsically linked in many different ways, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We like to talk about the stair step, right? Some people are truly homeless. They're on the streets. And so we want to get them as quickly as possible into a shelter, and out of a shelter into supportive housing, and out of supportive housing into treatment. Sometimes it means that you got to get into addiction recovery or mental health treatment, and from there into those affordable housing units. So it's all a stair step.
I know that one project that has happened recently is the CARE, the Community Advocacy Resource and Engagement, which has primarily been helping that clientele along the Strip, where arresting is kind of being the last resort, right?
Right, we're trying to meet people where they are, and in this case, a lot of people who are homeless or facing other mental health crises are attracted to going to the Strip and asking people for money or other resources. And so working with Metro, working with the resorts to make sure that those folks are not creating issues for a tourist, one, but also getting the care that they need. And so we're proud of the innovations that we got going on in order to make sure that people get the treatment, the housing that they really deserve.
Another innovative program I know that you and the board have implemented in the past year, and our social service team have been actually renting rooms at different hotel rooms, like the La Quinta Inn I know is one, and it's just a different approach that, hey, there's a motel or a hotel there that isn't being used. It's cheaper that way to house people and give them a safe, affordable place to live, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We have these leases with either apartments or with hotels, motels, where we know that when a call comes in at midnight or a different time frame, that we know exactly where we can put them, right? Because a lot of times in the past, it's been such a struggle. We'll have somebody who's in crisis, who's in a bad situation, and it's pick up the phone, see if anybody has a room here or there. Now we know that we've got our own access to rooms, and so we can get somebody rehoused as quick as possible.
Commissioner, I know All in Clark County is something that you have been a champion on for a number of years. Bring us update onto what is going all in with All in Clark County.
Sure. So All In was our attempt to really focus on climate action at the county, and we've been working internally, our environment sustainability team, with a consultant in order to adopt plans that will actually be meaningful. So last year we adopted our plan really focused internally on Clark County. We want to make sure we lead by example. So our internal operations are really focusing on what types of improvements they can make. One of the exciting ones we got coming up is we're converting 80 of our fleet vehicles for our family services folks over to clean electric vehicles, which is really exciting. And then here in the next little bit here in first quarter or second quarter of 2023, we're going to adopt our community-wide resource plan, which really focuses on everything that the community can be doing in order to be a part of the solution to climate change.
What are some things that we all can do, Commissioner?
Well, actually, transportation is one of the biggest things, right? So if you can take advantage of public transit, that's amazing. If you are able to access an electric vehicle or a hybrid vehicle, that's fantastic too. We know that transportation is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. We're also partnering with a lot of the private sector in order to make sure that they're able to improve the quality of their buildings, convert over to clean energy and efficient technologies that will reduce their carbon footprint.
All right. Well, we must take a quick break. We'll continue in the neighborhood with the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, District F Commissioner Justin Jones. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them. District F is home to the rural communities of Blue Diamond, Sloan, Sandy Valley, and Good Springs. These are some of the original settlements in Nevada, and their pioneer spirit mingles with present-day progress. The historic mining town of Good Springs is known for a famous watering hole, the oldest school in Clark County, and a hiking trail that provides glimpses of the area's beauty. These rural gems are all located in District F, and we're speaking with the man who represents this community, District F Commissioner Justin Jones. Commissioner, I know you and your staff have plenty of events coming up soon, many of them here at Desert Breeze. Tell me about a few things coming up in the spring.
Sure, we're really excited for the events we've got coming up, and we've had some great ones here at Desert Breeze. We just wrapped up our Spring Festival, second annual Spring Festival, celebrating Chinese New Year, and our Desert Breeze team really is fantastic. They are at the top of their game, and we're lucky to have them here in District F. We've got some silent disco coming up here. We've got Spring Formal coming up. Just great opportunities for whether you're 8 years old or 80 years old. To participate in all the resources that we have coming up here. One other thing that we're really excited about that we were able to sponsor is our Zap 13, which is the painting of a lot of the boxes with hiring fantastic mural artists to participate in painting the boxes just like we have right around here in Desert Breeze. Instead of those ugly green boxes, they're going to have just really cool artwork.
Those are all along Blue Diamond, right? Mm-hmm. Right. And I know you have a very strong social media presence. That's always a great way to reach out to you and your team for any constituent concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. Just check out @JustinJonesNV on any of the social media platforms.
All right. Always a pleasure, Commissioner. Thank you so much for bringing us up to date.
Absolutely. Thanks, Randy.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Justin Jones, to take time about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District F. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
To the storm drain.
Danger, danger,
my, this looks like a great place to play.
Danger, danger, honey, honey.
Grab you up, sweep you away.
Shimmy, shimmy down to the underground. We got rats and bats and broken glass.
It's the water park with no return. Basically, there's a good chance you die, kid. Where you going?
Wait for you.
I'll be waiting.
The Clark County Department of Aviation recently completed an 18-acre expansion of the aircraft parking area at Henderson Executive Airport. This investment in general aviation infrastructure helps prepare our airport system for future growth in the private and business jet traffic driven by high-profile, large-scale events. During big event weekends, general aviation operations at Harry Reid International Airport often reach capacity, and private aircraft are directed to Henderson and North Las Vegas Airport. In these instances, available aircraft parking at Henderson has reached capacity, making this expansion a necessity. The project began in April of 2022 on previously undeveloped land just west of the terminal building. The new space will also be able to support newer, heavier aircraft. This expansion is a welcome amenity for Henderson Executive Airport, whose convenient location offers easy access to freeways, hotels, convention spaces, and the world-famous Las Vegas Strip. Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Well, sheep are hard to see.
People would see bighorn sheep down by Mercury, mostly rams. Rams wander.
They're hard to see, and there's probably not very many of them.
We never saw evidence of a reproducing population until we started the project on cougars and found that they were eating bighorn sheep.
Mostly they kill what is available to them in their environment. We use a helicopter to capture various types of wildlife. They're very unpredictable. They're extremely secretive.
We had some observations of mountain lions around active projects and facilities. There was a biologist attacked in the early 90s. So from a safety standpoint, we wanted to understand kind of the core range, the habitat use of mountain lions.
The Nevada National Security Site, formerly the Nevada Test Site, is a 1,360 square mile rugged landscape 68 miles northwest of Las Vegas, Nevada. Scientists here are collaborating to learn more about the newly documented populations of bighorn sheep and cougars. And it's not easy.
We're studying bighorn sheep and cougars on the Nevada National Security Site, looking at predator-prey interactions. And the project started as a study on cougars. What happened is, we first put collars on cougars, we found out that they were actually eating bighorn sheep.
Central questions of the study are how many bighorn sheep and cougars live here, and what is the status of their populations. And health studies of captured animals are clarifying whether wildlife here are at all contaminated by radiation.
For bighorn sheep, life is about risk from predation. And so in order to escape from their predators, they tend to stay in steep terrain, rocky terrain, and they particularly pick these types of areas when lambs are born. So in order for the ewes to protect the lambs, that's the best they do, is to stay up in these rocky areas. And the subspecies that lives in the desert is Nelson's bighorn sheep, and they are able to exist on these desert mountain ranges. Mostly they eat shrubs, and during the springtime they focus on annuals. They eat a lot of winter annuals, little plants that you see flowering out in the desert. Sheep tend to avoid areas that are very bushy because they don't have good visibility, so they like to see where the predators are. We need to know about their general health because there have been some disease issues in this area. There was an outbreak of pneumonia in the populations in southern Nevada, and it's been pretty serious.
In understanding what the health profile here is on Department of Energy land on the Nevada National Security Site is going to help us understand the bigger picture.
An important part of the bighorn story, scientists learned, are the cougars.
Cougars are very solitary animals. Their densities are low on the landscape, particularly in the desert, where prey densities are low. They have large home ranges, and they're primarily nocturnal. So it's really very rare to see a cougar out while you're just out hiking, especially during the daytime.
One tool we use to monitor mountain lion activity around the Nevada National Security Site is with motion-activated cameras. We've set up 20 to 30 of these cameras over the last 10 years at various sites around the NNSS. And we found, actually documented 680 images, recorded 680 images, both video clips and photographs of mountain lions, which is a staggering number of images to understand where these lions are found and the frequency of use at these different sites. And it really helped us with our trapping effort as well, know where to set the traps and where to look for the lions to get them captured.
The cougar, also commonly known as puma, mountain lion, or panther, is the largest cat in North America. An average male weighs 150 pounds. Cougars are known for their strength, agility, and exceptional ability to jump. Their powerful legs enable them to leap 30 feet from a standstill or jump 15 feet straight up a cliff wall. Mainly solitary, cougars interact only to mate. Females then raise the young while males return to their solitary lifestyle. Each cougar establishes its own territory. They need a lot of room to roam.
The environment that we have here is the driest ecosystem in North America with the Mojave Desert. Transitioning into the Great Basin Desert. So very dry, arid area, prey density is pretty low. So these animals are having to cover large areas to support themselves.
The cougar research here began due to concerns by the Nevada National Security Site over safety for the site's employees. In 1991, a biologist here survived a rare attack by a hungry, malnourished cougar.
So from a safety standpoint, we wanted to understand kind of the core range, the habitat use of mountain lions. Also get a handle on how many lions are out there, population estimate, and just learn more about their movements and potential risk to workers out there. So we started with cameras with Erin Boydston with USGS. Worked with her, set up a bunch of cameras around the site in mountain lion habitat.
Trail cameras were placed at springs, which are important watering holes, and also at sites along roads and in canyons to look for evidence of cougars.
Got a lot of pictures of both young adults, male, female, so we knew we had a reproducing population of mountain lions. We had somewhat of an understanding of where the lions were. They were using roads as travel corridors, they were using areas around springs. We documented 6 individual lions within a 90 square kilometer area over a 2-month period. With the data we had from the camera traps, we knew we had a reproducing population of mountain lions on the site, so we wanted to understand their movements better, and so we took it to the next level and worked with USGS, who contracted with Brian Jansen to come and capture mountain lions for us, so that we could put the radio transmitters on them and track them with radio transmitters and really understand their movements and their habitat use and their diet as well, using the radio telemetry.
Most things in life you can eventually, with a lot of practice, master. You just cannot master catching lions. Every lion seems to have a whole bunch of aces up their sleeve that they've always got the upper hand, and it's dang near luck to catch one. I'm Brian Jansen, and I'm a mountain lion and bighorn sheep biologist. So I've been camped out here for the last 18 days on the Nevada National Security Site in a region called Rainier Mesa, tracking lions, looking for fresh sign, setting traps, and just trying to find them and catch them. They're pretty difficult to even find, let alone catch. There's 2 ways I capture mountain lions. I use foot snares, and I place those on trails that I know mountain lions are going to use, either from recent sign or just my estimation. And then we also use the hounds. So on a normal day, what we would do is check our traps in the morning, and if we don't find anything in the traps, I'll go to places where I think a lion might have gone, or places that lions frequent, and park, and then we usually walk a loop about 10 miles, me and the dogs, and I'm looking for tracks at the same time the dogs are sniffing for lion scent. Sometimes I can't see the tracks because the ground is hard, but they leave scent, and the dogs will pick up the scent. I will let the dogs scent trail the lion as far as they can, and I will follow the dogs on foot. And in the course of a day, they might lose the track 4 or 5 times, and I'll have to help them find it. And we keep going. While we're doing that, the lion is sleeping in their daybed because they're nocturnal and they walk around all night. And so we're following the scent trail of what they did the previous night. And when we get to the lion's bed, the lion's not there anymore because he heard the dogs coming and they get up and move. When we hit that spot, that scent is so fresh, the dogs blow out of there fast and usually catch the lion within a quarter to half a mile. When the dogs start putting pressure on the lion will find a place to seek refuge. They'll either climb up a tree, go down in a hole, or get out on the edge of a cliff. Some place that they can protect themselves from the dogs. And then I tie the dogs up because I don't want any dog to fight with the lion. And then I dart the lion and immobilize it. I protect it from falling while it's being immobilized. Once it's immobilized, I bring it to a safe location and then take whatever the project wants.
The tranquilized lions are weighed. The scientists look for injuries. They take body measurements. They look for parasites and sample for evidence of disease. They examine their teeth. They draw blood and attach an ear tag. Finally, they fit the lion with a satellite GPS tracking collar. The rest of the research begins after that. They release the animal on site and begin to follow as the satellite data pours in.
Hey guys, come on.
The 2 lions I just recently collared are both adult males. One was about 5 to 6 years old, one was about 3 to 4 years old. They weigh about the same, 125 and 130 pounds. The project will be able to track these lions wherever they go for the next 2 years, I believe. So one of the things we found in the past is that these lions just make tremendous movements. One lion I collared on the site went, in a matter of a week, went 70 miles to the west across Death Valley. Killed deer over in the Cottonwood Mountains, crossed Death Valley back, hunted around in the grapevines, went up by Goldfield, comes back to the site, back across Death Valley. You could never do that kind of research without these satellite collars. I mean, the things that we're learning and the extent to which these lions are roaming just far surpasses what we ever knew before.
GPS collars that permit tracking are also a crucial tool for studying bighorn sheep.
Today, we are putting GPS collars on bighorn sheep in the Nevada National Security Site.
You guys back to the airport afterwards, right?
Yep. This is a new population of bighorn sheep that we just found existed a couple of years ago, and we need to have information about where the sheep are, how many there are, possibly their movement patterns.
Our gunner is the guy in the front seat generally, and he leans out and shoots the gun to catch the animal. Usually that's the first animal that he'll net, and then the mugger will hop out of the back seat and he'll go out. He'll restrain the animal and he'll work that one up, while me and the gunner will go out and catch another one. Flying a helicopter, especially a small single-engine helicopter in 30-mile-an-hour winds, can be challenging at times, especially when you're working in steep terrain and you're trying to get an animal to go to a certain spot where you could safely make a capture on it, and your crew can get out and work it up where it needs to be too. We obtain biological data, including blood samples and nasal swabs, and they'll be able to look at those samples and test them for different types of sickness the sheep might have. But a very important part of the project was placing tracking collars on these animals.
And then they attach the collar and let the animal up, and they're done. And it's pretty fast. So these are the collars that we put on sheep, and we put these same collars on cougars. We have the GPS VHF unit down here, and then we have satellite uplink. Here's the antenna for the satellite uplink. At the end of the study, this little mechanism has a charge in it, and it goes off and breaks off, and the collar falls off the animal. We then go out and retrieve the collar.
That satellite GPS collar is especially indispensable if for no other reason that we're on the Nevada National Security Site. We don't have ready access to this site. And what that collar is going to do, it's going to uplink with satellites. It's going to enable us to have real-time or near real-time positional data over seasons, over years. And that's going to give us very valuable movement information.
So we look at differences in habitat use throughout the day. So we know areas where sheep particularly like to forage and where they might be bedding. We're hoping to look at lamb bed sites so that the test site has an idea of important areas for the sheep population on the landscape. Sheep select for cliffs and steep, rugged areas at night, of course, when they're bedding down, which is also the time that mountain lions tend to go hunting.
Predator-prey relationships, they're always important, and they change over time. What we see on the Nevada National Security Site with respect to large-bodied predators like mountain lions impacting potentially desert bighorn sheep, we also have to think about another big game component here, and that would be mule deer. We do have a mule deer resource on Department of Energy lands.
Mule deer are the most common prey of cougars on the Nevada National Security Site. Tracking the collared cougars has clarified which animals they prey on and how widely they roam.
We have captured to date 9 animals. We put radio transmitters on them, and they operate with satellite, so they take locations at pre-programmed intervals. Usually it's about every 6 hours or every 4 hours, so multiple times a day. And we get coordinates for those locations that are emailed to us, and then we can pull those up in GIS and look at their movements.
We can find out when they've made a kill. What happens is lions seem to never stop moving. They're really quite amazing. They're always moving around, and normally the points that are 4 hours apart, the GPS locations 4 hours apart, they might be a mile apart from each other. So the lion's moving around all night long, doing whatever it is they're doing. And when they kill something, it takes 2 to 3 days for them to eat that item, because it's a large item, it's a deer-sized animal. So all of a sudden they go from moving a mile every 4 hours to staying in the same spot for 2 days. And what happens is those GPS points overlap each other, and we call that a cluster. It's a cluster of points. So what we do is after the lion leaves that cluster of points, we go and see what they were doing. And ordinarily, the only thing that's there is a dead animal. And so we're finding anything from gray foxes up to deer-sized animals by doing that.
There's a seasonal difference as well. They prefer mule deer, that's their main prey. And what we found is that the mule deer will concentrate on the higher elevations of the site. Rainier Mesa, Paiute Mesa, where there's a lot of forested cover, as well as sagebrush meadows, and that's perfect habitat for the mule deer. And so the lions will congregate around that summer range, which is concentrated. During the wintertime, the snow comes, it gets cold, and so the mule deer will move off those high elevation habitats to the lower elevation habitats. There's just a large area, and so the deer get dispersed over very large areas. This also brings the lions down into bighorn sheep habitat, really rugged, steep country canyons and that. So the lions move off to follow the deer, but then come into contact with the sheep. And so what we're seeing is a seasonal change in diet. They'll take primarily mule deer in the summer, fall, and then they'll shift to mainly bighorn sheep during the winter and spring.
But what we think is going to happen here, potentially anyway, is that we'll see a little nucleus of sheep maybe expand into what could be considered a viable little population on Department of Energy land.
One of the other reasons that we wanted to do this study was the Department of Energy is mandated by law to document potential radiation exposure from test site activities to the off-site public. One of those potential pathways is wildlife. So game animals such as bighorn sheep, mountain lions, or mule deer can potentially come on site, eat some contaminated material, and then go off-site and then get shot and eaten by a hunter. That's one of the potential exposure pathways. And so we wanted to understand those movements both on-site and off-site. And we also wanted to identify what the radiological burden was of these animals. All of the sampling that has been done over the years has found really that from the residual radiation we're not seeing really any effects. And we actually go out and study the plants and animals that are using some of those contaminated areas. All of that information is put into our annual site-wide environmental report that explains the radiation doses and stuff. And again, like I say, we're not seeing levels that are harmful to the animals or people that would be eating those animals.
As science goes, this is a particularly elegant study. An impressive array of tools, skills, and expertise have led to insightful results on the health and life habits of wildlife here. This work is part of the Nevada National Security Site obligation to monitor and protect the local ecosystem.
I just like sheep. They're spectacular. I just love working on sheep. I mean, if you're out and you watch them, they're just amazing. They're surviving in the desert in the middle of nowhere. They walk on these little steep, tiny little cliffs and walls, and they're just gorgeous.
But Brian Janus was amazing. He knows mountain lions. He knows how they move through the environment. Without him, we wouldn't have any animals to study.
They have a difficult life. If you think about it, these lions are walking around 5 to 10 miles every night looking for something to kill with their teeth and their front legs. Once they hit 10 years old, their teeth are pretty well wore out. They don't usually live a lot longer than that. In fact, the vast majority of them never even reach 7 to 9 years old.
I like working with bighorn sheep because it's a native animal. It historically occurred throughout the state. There are so many questions about bighorn that it takes science, good researchers doing good work to answer these questions.
It's a team effort to obtain the correct data so they can make the correct decisions on how to manage those animals so that we can maintain the resource.
It is a special feeling, I suppose, knowing that you're doing good stuff. It's a good feeling. It feels like you did work that really counts for something.
Tomorrow I'm going to pull up some of my gear, cameras, trail transmitters, some traps, and then I'm going to pick up camp and head home.
Let's go. Vamos.
Calamity. It lurks around every corner. Or not. That's why UMC Quick Care is around every corner, with locations around the valley. UMC Quick Care, for all your small calamities.
early 1900s had many more opportunities that women had ever experienced before. Some went to college for the first time, others took on new jobs, but overall, there were more options in the West.
Art and science, usually divided into separate studies, came together for May Bradford Shockley and Jean Yonish. Both women received their education at Stanford, a rare accomplishment in itself in the early 1900s. Their distinction as students of arts and sciences places these two in a very small group of Southern Nevada pioneers. Bradford graduated from Stanford in 1902 and worked as a teacher to save money for a trip to Paris to study art. Fate, however, directed her elsewhere. In 1904, her father experienced a series of business setbacks. He was a surveyor in the mining boomtown of Tonopah, Nevada. He turned to his daughter for help, and Paris went on the back burner as she learned to survey and work with her father. Her success as a surveyor was crowned when she received the distinction to be the first woman appointed Deputy United States Mineral Surveyor for Nevada. When the family business sold in 1906, Bradford finally made her trip to Paris. She studied art and met her future husband, mining engineer William H. Shockley. They married in 1908 and returned to Tonopah. The contrast between Paris and Tonopah apparently didn't faze Bradford. She enjoyed the high desert and became friends with unique individuals, like the enterprising Borax Smith and the future United States President Herbert Hoover. Regardless of her environs, art remained at the center of her life. Jean Russell Yonish made art from science and science and art. She entered graduate school in 1924, majoring in geology at Stanford. Scientific field observation was for men only at the time, so Yonish needed to meet the requirements with ingenuity. She signed up for a 4-week Sierra Club hiking trip through Kings Canyon, and she used those observations as the basis for her thesis. In 1926, Yonish became the first woman to graduate with a master's degree in geology from Stanford. Yonish's professors encouraged her to develop her skills in scientific illustration because it was one of the few ways women in the natural sciences could earn a living. She followed the advice. Her unerring eye for detail brought her numerous jobs as an illustrator for several of Stanford's science departments. The first publication of her illustrations came out in 1930. After graduation, Jean left for China on family business. There she met and married Carl R. Yonish, who was a New York Times reporter. The Yonishes made Las Vegas their permanent home in 1954. After settling in southern Nevada, her career as a botanical illustrator took off. New York Botanical Gardens twice recognized Yonish for her contributions. Once by naming a new flower in her honor, and then with the prestigious Distinguished Service Award for her work with systematic botany. She drew more than 11,000 illustrations in the span of 55 years. Much of her popular work focuses on the Southwest. Her collection of Death Valley wildflowers is well known. Indeed, the guidebooks many hikers carry to identify plants along the trail may have illustrations by Jean Yonish. May Bradford Shockley and Jean Russell Yonish combined their love of art and science with perseverance and a sense of adventure to develop careers outside the traditional norms for women. In the process, they earned the respect of their colleagues and a place in Nevada history.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
60% of our water is used outdoors, mostly for watering landscapes, but also in evaporative coolers and septic tanks. That's most of our water supply, and it only gets used once. But nearly 100% of water used indoors in appliances, sinks, and showers is captured and reclaimed through the wastewater system, where it is safely treated to clean water standards. The treated water travels through the Las Vegas Wash, where it's naturally filtered and returns to Lake Mead. This helps stretch our water supply because every gallon returned to Lake Mead allows the SNWA to draw another gallon. That's important because our portion of Colorado River water has been reduced due to ongoing drought. Conserving water outdoors is crucial. We live in a desert. It's time to act like it.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Sue Levitt. Well, it has been an especially active monsoon season this year, with Las Vegas receiving record amounts of rain. Thanks to the many storm systems in place, when it does rain, most water gets safely diverted away from homes and businesses. Rainwater leaves the valley through miles of underground flood channels that lie right underneath our city. And when these channels fill up, it can be especially dangerous to some homeless individuals in our community that have made the flood channels their home. We begin this program with a look into Shine a Light, an organization filled with volunteers who regularly venture into the depths of the flood channels to extend help and warn people of how dangerous the channels can be when it rains.
It's quiet, it's lonely, it's dark, it's wet, it's damp.
Paul Votrino spent almost 3 years of his life here underground in these flood channels.
I had resigned to the fact that I would die homeless, living in a flood drain.
And living in a flood drain that's meant for floodwater doesn't create the most stable living conditions.
When it rains, I lose my bed. It's gone, and I have to start over.
About 8 years ago, Paul was arrested and received help through a Henderson drug court. He's been able to get his life back on track and is now the executive director of the Shine a Light Foundation. He returns to the tunnels where he once lived to help others find a way out.
These flood channels were created to keep the public safe, right? But some people have made this their home. So obviously, when it does rain, even when it's not raining, there's a lot of dangers to living like this. You know, disease and just the addiction and the things that are going on down here. But for a lot of them, they don't see a way out. So it's our responsibility to hold their hand and show them a way.
Shine a Light is a Freedom House sober living program that helps the hundreds of men, women, and children who live in the underground flood channels of Las Vegas. The program prides itself on going into the depths of the storm drain system to engage with the underserved hidden population on a personal level. Volunteers from Shine a Light venture into the flood channels every Saturday to offer supplies along with information on gaining access to treatment and housing. And each time it rains, efforts are increased to be sure those living in these channels realize the danger headed their way.
And those experiences are like, you know, you don't gamble with that experience. So every time the rain, the water shows, the level of anxiety, the level of immediacy, like, it's move now, we gotta go.
There are over 677 miles of storm drains and flood channels built underneath and throughout Clark County, designed to divert and carry floodwater safely through the valley. When it rains, the flood channels fill up quickly, and for those living in these channels, floodwater poses a serious threat.
I've been stuck down there twice in the middle of floodwater, you know, to my knees, if not higher. One time I didn't make it out. I stayed in the tunnel hanging off of a steel ladder that was built into the concrete on the side for hours waiting for the water to slow down.
Paul was lucky the water did slow down and he was able to reach safety. Unfortunately, almost every monsoon season, someone dies by drowning in one of the flood channels during a storm.
So it can come completely unexpected. And then two, it's never easy to gauge how long it would take. So like there's been times when it rained and it never dangerously flooded, right? Like you're good, you're safe, you can stay down there, take your time, pack your stuff. Then there's times when it rains and in 30 seconds it's at your knees rushing 30 miles an hour downhill because they're designed to move downhill, and it can sweep you off your feet and carry you, you know, miles down the tunnel.
Shine a Light watches the weather and receives updates from the National Weather Service. This way, they can warn and give those living deep in the flood channels plenty of notice to get out.
It's terrifying. The part of a tunnel that I lived in turned, so I was literally like probably about 40 feet away from the bend, right? And I'm just doing my thing, existing in my space, and I noticed the water come around the corner, and it's, you know, no higher than the sole of my shoe, no big deal, and I'm like, okay, it's time to go, and so I start grabbing some stuff, and then all of a sudden I hear this deafening roar kind of echoing down the tunnel, and it took over all sound. And when you're underground, you can hear the cars, you can hear the sewers, you can hear what's happening above you. It stole all that sound, and it was just replaced by this roar. And I look up and I see the water was coming around the corner. It's catastrophic, right? Like, and that happened, you know, the sole of my shoe is getting wet to like, here's this gallons and gallons of water coming around the corner within minutes. It didn't take long at all for that rise.
Hearing firsthand the terror those face living in the tunnels is what keeps organizations like Shine a Light heading back time and time again to help. It's estimated that over 2,000 people have made the tunnels their home, and so far this year, Shine a Light has helped almost 250 people get out. If you would like to help or want more information, you can visit shinealightlv.com. Well, do you know which way water flows in the Las Vegas Valley? And do you know how much rain Las Vegas receives on an average year? We'll have the answers when we come back.
I hear there are new swimming pool restrictions. Am I going to have to get rid of my pool?
There are no plans right now to prohibit anybody's existing swimming pool from continuing to have water in it so that homeowners and property owners can continue to enjoy it. What we have done, however, is we have limited the size of swimming pools going forward. This means new construction of swimming pools have to be smaller than 600 square feet. Now, the average size swimming pool in southern Nevada is about 470 square feet. So a 600 square foot swimming pool still provides for a good sized pool.
Let's go, come on! Don't you do it. It's just a little water in the road. The light is green, there's places to go. It's just a little water in the road. The flash flood grows, how deep, who knows? The other cars made it. Watch and learn, let me show you how it goes. Loco!
Ooh la la!
Yep.
Welcome back. Before the break, we asked if you know which way water flows in the Las Vegas Valley and if you know how much rain we receive each year. And the answer is water flows west to east, and we receive on average just over 4 inches of rain each year. Well, monsoon season is July through September, and this season has been one of the most restless and wettest in 10 years. We take a look at some of the storms that caused heavy rain to pour into casinos and flood some area streets. Las Vegas has captured national attention this summer as monsoon season delivers some of the heaviest rainfall in 10 years. August 11th, the Las Vegas Valley was hit with fresh flash floods just 2 weeks after casinos and hotels were flooded with water during torrential rainfall. Video was shared all over social media showing rainwater pouring from ceilings at the Planet Hollywood and Caesars Palace resorts on the Las Vegas Strip. Rainwater also swamped the carpet at the Circa Resort and Casino after rain started seeping in through the sportsbook video wall. Rushing water turned a parking garage on the Strip into a fast-moving river, and this video captured by a North Las Vegas police officer shows one woman swept away for nearly 2 miles before she grabbed onto a bridge pier and was then rescued from a flood channel. There have been 3 reported deaths of people who have died in flood control facilities.
So this season has been one of the wettest in the past 10 years. You have to go back to 2012 to find a wetter monsoon season in the Las Vegas Valley. So it's definitely wet. Furthermore, the past few monsoon seasons, 2019 and 2020 especially, were very dry. I think 2020 was the driest monsoon season on record for the whole southwestern United States. So it was very dry. So it seems even more dramatic because we're coming off of so many dry summer seasons.
You'll see from this graph provided by the National Weather Service, the last storm on August 11th picked up a little over a half an inch of rainfall with the downpour, which brings this monsoon season official rainfall total to just over 1 inch of rain. We have not received more than 1 inch of rainfall during monsoon season at the official gauge since 2014.
It's been really active around here, and what's kind of unusual about this monsoon is that normally living in Las Vegas, we're on the edge of the monsoon. You hear about it in Arizona every day, but out here it's usually much more bursts and breaks through the summer, but it's just been burst all summer long. Almost every day we've had storm activity in the area, so that's made this season really exceptional.
More videos shared during the August 11th storm shows a bus trying to make its way through an intersection on Charleston Boulevard, with one of the bus riders describing Charleston as raging rapids. Another video shows a car battling strong currents of downhill flooding. During these storms, the Regional Flood Control District and the National Weather Service urges everyone to please take all flash flood warnings serious.
All through the season, all through the summer season, don't let the sunny skies in the morning and the early afternoon fool you. These storms can develop very quickly, and when they do, the flash flood threat is very real.
The National Weather Service has issued over 200 flash flood warnings this summer and expects more warnings before monsoon season ends.
You can't tell how deep that water is, especially if it's flowing water. It has momentum. It can lift your car and sweep you away. If it's nighttime, it's hard to tell how deep that water might be. And then you don't know what's in that water. There's all kinds of toxins and snakes and kind of things like that in there. So you definitely want to avoid the floodwater at all costs and take flood safety seriously.
The Flood Control District does take flood safety seriously, and this is why they hold an annual press conference at the start of every monsoon season to warn residents to be prepared and use caution during flash floods. The Clark County Regional Flood Control District wants everyone to be aware of the dangers of flash flooding. This is why the district kicks off monsoon season with an annual press conference to remind residents that trails, roads, and washes can fill with water within minutes during flash flood season. Flash flood season runs from July to September, and during these months, it's especially important for Southern Nevada residents to be prepared for possible flooding.
And we really have no idea. We know the conditions are there, but we don't know where they're going to form or when. And so these storms can pop up at any time, which makes them all the more dangerous because it can catch people off guard.
On July 8, 1999, a flash flood took over much of the valley. The National Weather Service reports that 3.2 inches of rain poured down in about 90 minutes in parts of the valley. The city's infrastructure at the time was not equipped for the water. The district has done a lot of work since the 100-year event that hit our city back in 1999. Over $2 billion has been invested over the last 3.5 decades to build 677 miles of flood channels and storm drains, along with 104 detention basins throughout the valley.
We have another 25% to do. That's 38 detention basins and over 200 miles of channels and storm drains that still need to be built.
One of the latest flood control basins to be built, and the 6th project for North Las Vegas, will help protect residents in the rapidly growing area.
A detention basin just behind me right here. This project alone, crews hauled off 38,000 truckloads of dirt. That's more dirt than was excavated when the Allegiant Stadium was built. And when it rains, this detention basin will hold over 100 million gallons of water that could have just ran through everybody's neighborhoods and been on its way had the flood control district not prepared for this.
While 7 out of the last 8 monsoon seasons in the Las Vegas Valley have been drier than normal, the National Weather Service advises this should not lead to a false sense of security, and residents should continue to be aware of flood risks. A few ways you can stay safe this summer. Always check the forecast when planning your day. Know what to do if a flash flood warning is issued, and never drive through flooded roadways. It only takes as little as 6 inches of flowing water to knock you off your feet. As little as a foot of water can float a vehicle. If you encounter floodwaters on your route home, turn around and find another road, and educate your children about the dangers of flood channels that can quickly turn into raging rivers.
Thanks to the hard work of Clark County Flood Control and extensive city planning, the risk of flooding in the Clark County vicinity and Las Vegas is significantly less than it once was, and images of submerged city streets and swiftwater rescues have become less common.
The more aware the community is about these dangers, the better equipped that they will be to deal with the challenges that Mother Nature throws at us during flash flood season.
Take flood safety seriously and know what to do if you encounter floodwaters. Your life just may depend on it. And as we say in the National Weather Service, turn around, don't drown.
Well, it seems basic to be reminded to turn around, don't drown, but almost every flash flood season, someone tries to drive through floodwaters, so it's always good to play it safe and turn around. Well, the Flood Control District has many detention basins throughout the valley that are designed to reduce flooding by capturing water during storms. An area of town that experienced quite a bit of flooding this monsoon season will now have a brand new detention basin to help divert floodwater when more big storms occur. Construction of a new flood control detention basin is underway in the fast-growing southwest area of the valley. When complete, the 294 acre-foot basin will help alleviate flooding in the southwest area of town, an area that just recently experienced heavy rainfall after a storm on July 25th. This storm flooded several streets and roadways, impacting traffic throughout the area, prompting Clark County Public Works to close West Silverado Boulevard from Dean Martin Drive to Decatur Boulevard. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department reported that multiple vehicles became stuck when motorists attempted to drive through the flooded roadways. Metro Police and the Clark County Fire Department assisted several motorists during the storm event near Rainbow Boulevard and Blue Diamond Road.
So we never know exactly where we're going to get rain. So therefore, most of our facilities are are designed for the worst case scenario. And so that it protects existing development and also accommodates future development.
This project includes the completion of a storm drain system that will carry water safely from the Duck Creek Railroad Detention Basin to the new Silverado Ranch Detention Basin. The outlet to this new detention basin will be connected to an existing storm drain system downstream of I-15. Once the project is complete, the chances of severe street flooding like we experienced in July will be greatly reduced. Instead, stormwater will be diverted safely underground and away from street surfaces.
Typically, when it rains in the valley, it's going to come fast and it's going to come short. And then so we have these detention basins designed to exactly take in all of that flow and contain it in that and then slowly drain it out into our outfall facility.
This monsoon season has been especially intense and has delivered enough rain to the valley to make 2022 Las Vegas's wettest monsoon season in 10 years. Some areas in the southwest received just under an inch of rain in under an hour. The intense rainfall, followed by flooding, indicates where better flood control infrastructure is needed in the valley. The Silverado Ranch Detention Basin, along with the Blue Diamond Railroad Channel, which is currently under design, will both greatly benefit the southwest area by significantly reducing the chance of flooding.
An acre is approximately a football field. So if you think about a football field stacked 293 up high, that is the capacity of this detention basin. The inflow structures taken about 600 CFS. When you're thinking about a CFS, it's about one basketball size. So imagine 600 of those basketball coming down in here and discharging into the detention basin.
Construction started on the Silverado Ranch Detention Basin and outfall facilities in August of 2021. The project should be complete November 2022.
It includes 4 main structures. The first one starting from the west, Decatur inflow structure, which will take flow from north of Decatur and then bring it down south along Decatur and into the detention basin. We are going to connect to an existing facility west of Decatur, which is a 16 by 6 RCA or reinforced concrete pipe. And from the south, we also have an south inflow structure starting off around Pyle and Decatur area, heading north along Ulam and discharging east to the detention basin.
The Flood Control District has completed over 75% of their flood control master plan, with just over $2.1 billion in work done since 1986. When the Silverado Detention Basin is complete, there will be 105 detention basins and 677 miles of flood channels completed across Clark County.
Seeing the project built, that is the most rewarding part of my job. I like the design. I get to do my blue pencil, take out my blue pencil and review the design. But once I am out here, I wave to the guys and the gals, go to meetings, tell them what we need as far as flood control facilities, what's important to us, and then just seeing the project built. That is the most rewarding part of my job, and I love it.
With the completion of the Silverado Detention Basin, as mentioned, our valley will have a total of 105 detention basins. And there's also miles of flood channels that lead into these basins. But do you know how many miles? We'll have the answer when we return.
There's a place to share gossip about the office party fun, and a place to share the story you tell everyone. There's a place to share a laugh about when things went wrong, and a place to share the video of you dancing to your song. There's a place to share spare change, lunch, and your time. But we could all be better at sharing how we're feeling inside. 76% of employees have struggled with at least one issue that affected their mental health. When you share, you're not alone.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? God.
Welcome back to the Flood Channel. Before the break, we asked if you know how many miles of flood channels run through the valley, and the answer is there are 677 miles of storm channels and drains throughout Clark County. Well, a new exhibit at the Discovery Children's Museum is helping teach and warn children about the danger of flash flooding. Kids can now visit Dranger Danger, who not only gives kids important tips, but also grants a few wishes.
I'd love to meet you, but you don't want to meet me.
Flood safety reminders are important for everyone, but especially children who may not fully understand that playing in floodwater can be dangerous. This is why Dranger Danger is now here at the Discovery Children's Museum, giving kids important tips.
for us, it was really a no-brainer, right? We love education, obviously. It's in everything that we do here. But then really being able to bleed in and bring some of our local government agencies that are actively doing this work in the community, we just thought this was so important.
Dranger Danger is an interactive Zoltar, so the kids have a fun time listening to his safety tips. And Dranger not only gives out tips, but also fortunes, making the interaction that much more fun for the children.
It's a little skeleton guy with swimming gear, and like I love swimming. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so hilarious. And then it's so cool, you get these little tips and tricks to help you out with, flood safety, so I think that's pretty awesome.
Growing up in Las Vegas, I saw lots of floods, and I felt like it was a really important thing. I still do to educate kids about that because it can be really dangerous, and it might seem enticing, but it's really dangerous, and it maybe doesn't look that way, but it is something to be aware of.
We want to remind children and teens to stay out of storm drains as well as staying out of the gutters when it's raining, because you just never know how fast that water's going to be moving. It can go up to speeds of 30 miles an hour. And so Dranger here is really reinforcing that message to stay out of the storm drains, stay safe during a rainstorm.
Safety tips are printed on tickets, which the kids can keep and take with them when they leave the museum as a reminder to stay safe. And if they're lucky, they'll also take away a prize.
When kids push the button and they get their fortune, they need to really check it out because they may win a prize. And that prize is filled with all kinds of regional flood control district swag.
I'm the danger that lives in the storm drain.
Dranger Danger speaks to the kids in both Spanish and English and is expected to reach over 250,000 children in the year that he's living here at the museum.
It's important for them to understand that this is not just something cool that you see in a movie or when water builds up that you should be playing in it. We really want them to know that safety is part of the education process, and I think that's why this partnership is so invaluable.
This is the first time the Clark County Regional Flood Control District has partnered with the Discovery Children's Museum. And when Dranger Danger made his debut, the museum had a full day of hands-on, fun educational flood safety activities for the kids.
I did not grow up here, so flash floods are new to me, and they're new to my daughter. She sees it raining outside and sees the big river, and she wants to go out and play in it. And so we've had to have lots of talks about nope, that's not a good idea.
I would tell them to come check it out. It seems like a really fun way to educate kids about flood safety.
Take it from me, Dranger Danger.
Dranger Danger will only live at the museum for a year, so you'll want to go check it out soon. The exhibit is in the Eco-City section on the second floor of the museum. Well, we want to thank you for joining us for this Flood Channel episode. If you would like updates on the efforts of the Clark County Regional Flood Control District, you can visit the website at regionalflood.org. You can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. We'll see you next time.
The Clark County Department of Aviation recently completed an 18-acre expansion of the aircraft parking area at Henderson Executive Airport. This investment in general aviation infrastructure helps prepare our airport system for future growth in the private and business jet traffic driven by high-profile, large-scale events. During big event weekends, general aviation operations at Harry Reid International Airport often reach capacity, and private aircraft are directed to Henderson and North Las Vegas Airport. In these instances, available aircraft parking at Henderson has reached capacity, making this expansion a necessity. The project began in April of 2022 on previously undeveloped land just west of the terminal building. The new space will also be able to support newer, heavier aircraft. This expansion is a welcome amenity for Henderson Executive Airport, whose convenient location offers easy access to freeways, hotels, convention spaces, and the world-famous Las Vegas Strip.
Do you believe that we send all of our water to California, or that casinos and resorts use an outsized portion of our water resources? Well, we are here today to talk to you about several myths related to water use in Southern Nevada. We want to set the record straight and give you the facts. It's time to tap the truth. I'm Colby Pellegrino, Deputy General Manager of Resources for the Southern Nevada Water Authority. And our topic for this edition of Tap the Truth is the Strip uses way too much water, especially those Bellagio fountains. So there's something you have to know about the way water works in Southern Nevada. All of our water that hits a drain is treated and returned to Lake Mead. So any of the indoor water use within those Strip resorts, all the toilet flushing, all the showers, all the restaurant water use is actually being returned to Lake Mead and doesn't affect our water resource portfolio. As for the outdoor water use, if you actually take an aerial view of the Strip, there's very little outdoor water use. While those fountains and those pools seem gigantic when you're standing next to them, overall they represent a very small portion of the square footage of the properties that they're on. And those properties are the economic engine for Southern Nevada. Our resort sector as a whole uses about 7% of our water resources annually, most of which again is being recycled and returned to Lake Mead. So the Bellagio fountains are iconic. Everyone who visits the Las Vegas Strip goes to see them. So they are there motivating a very huge portion of our economy. Now, would we let that happen today? Probably not. And there's actually some code in place to ensure that some of the things in the past don't continue. But I'll leave you with one other tidbit, and that is that the Bellagio fountains actually don't even use Colorado River water. They use nuisance groundwater that has to be pumped out of the ground, which occurs at many of our Strip resorts. And that's how we tap the truth. For more information about the most popular water myths in the Valley and the real truth about them, find us on YouTube by searching Southern Nevada Water Authority.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District A issues with a man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Michael Neff. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Randy. Good to be back with you.
We're here in District A at the Silverado Ranch Park. District A is one of the massive ones in Clark County. It ranges from the central part of the Las Vegas Valley all the way to Laughlin. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District A. District A is one of the largest in Clark County, and this diverse district features some of the most recognizable world-class resorts, sporting and concert venues, cities and rural towns. Much of the south part of Las Vegas Boulevard is in District A, including the Strip's Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign, a Betty Willis-designed creation that has served as a popular place for visitors to take photos and selfies, and as a community meeting spot to pay tribute to noteworthy people, events, and causes. Just down the street is the home of the Las Vegas Raiders football team, Allegiant Stadium. Since opening in 2020, this striking silver and black dome has already welcomed an A-list of concert headliners and hosted hundreds of other special events and sporting contests. Some of the Valley's fastest growing commercial and residential activities are taking place in corridors along the Beltway and in neighborhoods such as Silverado Ranch and newly developed areas in Henderson. Of course, District A also boasts Silver State rugged rural areas all the way to the borders of Arizona and California, including Searchlight, Jean, and Cal Navari. The town of Laughlin, Nevada sits at the southernmost point of Clark County and is home to several thousand residents and a couple million annual tourists who come to this expanding Colorado Riverside destination for food, fun, and adventure. From the bright neon lights to the desert beauty to some of the Valley's best neighborhoods, there's something for everyone all around District A. Commissioner, it just seems like yesterday we were sitting out here doing an In Your Neighborhood here at Silverado Ranch Park, but there's a big difference looking over my right shoulder here. Community center, I know you're very excited about this 37,000 square foot community center that's under construction. Tell me about it.
That's right. This has been 4 years in the works now between getting the funds together for the capital to build it, creating the design, deciding on the location, which I think this is just going to be a perfect location in the heart of Silverado Ranch, accessible easily from both the 250 15 and the 15, but really in an area that is so underserved by county resources. We don't have that many parks in the area, and we don't have any community centers in the entirety of Enterprise Township. So I think this is just going to be a really great addition to the neighborhood. Community centers not only bring people together, but they raise property value and give kids something to do. There's about 4 schools within walking distance of this spot, so I'm thrilled about the location. I'm thrilled to see action over there and to see the building actually going up, because I know that it means soon we'll be able to cut a ribbon, unlock the doors, and let people enjoy this amenity.
The thing I'm most excited about, Commissioner, is there's a second level walking and jogging track where that's never been done in any of our community centers before. And I understand that this really is community in community center because you went out to the people to help them put the designs, put the elements in there, right?
That's right. Nearly every single part of this building and the amenities inside of it, and even the programming, is because of the input that we received from members of the community, people who will actually use this facility. So we did surveys early on. We did meetings with stakeholders in the area. We have different both businesses and individuals who live and work in the area solicited their opinion, and in particular that walking track you mentioned that's never been done in a county building, that's here because of some input we received from a group of ladies who told me that they come to this park right now every morning and they walk around, and some days it's too hot, some days it's too cold, so they just thought that would be a great addition to the center. We figured out how to do it without increasing the cost too much, which is typically the problem in these types of projects because of the nature of the square footage it takes up, and in this case we elevated it, but we figured out how to get it done, and I think that's that's something I'm really excited about.
Very cool, very cool. I know you just had the first anniversary at another part of District A at the Echo Trail Park over in Russell and Buffalo, 5-acre park with room for expansion there. Tell me about that neighborhood park.
Well, that's another area that, while not as mature as Silverado Ranch, it's an area we've seen a lot of new rooftops in a short period of time, and also an area that's really underserved by parks and recreation facilities. So it's a 25-acre area site that is reserved for parks. We've developed out 5 of it with tennis court, a playground for both toddlers and older kids. We've got a splash pad, which, while it was a little too cold for our 1-year anniversary, it was still nice to have the water going. And just a park that is really, in this year since it's been open, has been incredibly well used, incredibly well maintained by our RPM department, who takes care of all of our public facilities, and just has become a neighborhood meeting spot. We had nearly 500 people come out for the anniversary. We had food in the park. We had live music from the band at the Blind Center of Southern Nevada, and it was just a great time.
And much like this facility we are here, you have more acreage there, and that's something you hope to add other phases in the future?
So while we were there for the 1-year anniversary, we took the opportunity again to solicit the opinions of people who actually use that neighborhood park. So we had Parks and Rec staff out there filling out surveys on behalf of people who came, and really getting a better understanding of what we could do with that remaining 25 acres to make it the best park it could be for the area.
Another park in District A, Commissioner, James Regional Park, which is already a world-class area for soccer fields, and now you're adding 8 baseball fields, including one that will be a championship type thing. Now this is for youth sports or other organized groups like that, right? And this is a different type of park than the one we're sitting at, or Echo Trail.
That's right. Unlike this one, which is really for the people who live in the immediate area and for people just to come and enjoy in a more relaxed setting, James Regional is the most pristine tournament play facility in the area. It's actually an economic development project for the community because it does so well with tournaments from all over the region. Neighboring states come, and lots of thousands of people come to play soccer right now on those pristine fields. There really aren't. One, there's a shortage of soccer fields of all kind in the valley. There's a tremendous shortage of soccer fields at that caliber. So it really brings people from all over the place to play on those fields who are part of leagues and tournaments. But as you mentioned, we just got a federal award of nearly $40 million to help build out those softball facilities. So that's going to be the next generation, the next step we take in developing out James Regional Sports Complex.
It's not like you have an unlimited pot of money here. I know you and your and all of Clark County are dealing with nearly a $2 billion annual budget for the next fiscal year. And places like this during the pandemic wouldn't have been able to be built, Commissioner. Have we recovered from that, from the pandemic, money-wise?
We have. We're doing there were some real dark, scary days there, and the county had to do some shifting. We did a lot of, we took a lot of actions that we probably didn't want to take, but were obligated to and had to. But since then, thanks to many things, one thing that I always give credit to Governor Sisolak for is allowing construction to continue during the pandemic. And when you think about what that did, is it allowed us to reopen after from the pandemic once travel continued, in a place where we had a new NFL stadium that was actually built and constructed. We had the Boring Company operating 3 stations. We had an entirely new convention center, the West Hall at the LVCC. We had Madison Square Garden continuing and soon to be opening. We had Resorts World able to open out of the pandemic. We had Fontainebleau able to resume construction and looks like a bright future ahead after 14 years of sitting idle. So because construction didn't really take a pause, all of these projects were really able to contribute towards our strong recovery here in Southern Nevada.
Let's start with the Legion Stadium, Commissioner. That has obviously been an amazing boon for the community. Just recently, Taylor Swift sold out there. We've got Beyonce coming, world-class soccer. There's a little football team down that calls that place home. What has that meant to the community, to our economic development?
Well, we taped, I think one of my first times being on your show 4 years ago, we were outside of a construction site, just a big hole in the ground at Allegiant Stadium, talking about one day in this building we would be able to qualify for an event like a Beyonce concert, and what that means for us. You have 40 plus events a year that we otherwise would not be able to attract to Southern Nevada because we simply didn't have a venue for them. So it's been an incredible revenue generator for the community. It's been an attractor. It's been a tool to get people to stay longer when they're here for other reasons. And it's really put us on the map, and I think that's going to continue as we look towards hosting the 2024 Super Bowl.
2024 Super Bowl, Super Bowl 58. That is huge, and that is a great get for our community. What do you expect, the economic development, how is that going to help us grow?
One thing that I'm really excited about, in addition to the event, it's important to recognize that there's well over 100 sanctioned NFL events that occur during and around the Super Bowl itself, so that brings lots of business. But also, they've done a really good job implementing their Business Connect program, and this is where they tap into local businesses and entrepreneurs who are already that are already working in the community, rather than outsourcing from external locations. Really take advantage of the resources that we have right here, take advantages of the businesses that are already operating. And what is really exciting about that is that long after the Super Bowl comes and goes, that list will still be in place for procurement purposes, for being able to, anytime any large event comes to town, we'll know which small businesses are ready and able, and what services and amenities they offer.
And even before that, there's, this little thing called Formula One, the Las Vegas Grand Prix, which is the Super Bowl on steroids around the globe. This is a huge get. I know the Formula One parent company has already invested more than $500 million on a piece of land and their paddock start-finish area. This is just monumental. People really might not be able to wrap their mind around how big this is.
And I was one of those people. Before we secured it, I didn't fully comprehend just the scale and the scope of what this meant for our community. I thought, great, we're getting another event. This is so much more than another event. Not only is it multiple days, but it has an international reach unlike anything else that we have ever done in the history of Las Vegas. There will be more people here internationally. There will be more spectators watching the Las Vegas Strip at night with the cars racing down it than you could even imagine. And what that will mean for the marketing potential of Las Vegas, advertising us as a destination. And I know years from now people will come to Las Vegas because they saw it on a Formula One race.
I know Steve Hill from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority said something that was very interesting to me, that he thought that without Allegiant Stadium, Formula One maybe would have never been on our radar. Is that?
I agree with Steve. I think that demonstrated the capacity that we have to host large-scale events. To really, it tested everyone from Metro to the Clark County Fire Department to the private ambulance companies to the parking guys who do logistics for us. It really gave everybody an opportunity to stretch their legs in a big way and get ready for these massive events.
Well, that's only a few months away. Well, we'll talk more about that as it comes closer. We must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District 8 Commissioner Michael Naft. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Number 3, the dog ate my summons. Number 2, I don't like wool. Lawyers wear too many wool suits. And the number 1 most creative excuse, I'm a psychic and I know something bad is going to happen. We've heard every excuse in the book.
Jury service is vital for our community. Participate in our jury and justice system. I served on a jury and it was a great experience.
Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons. Play your important part in our justice system.
District A is home to Laughlin, the southernmost point in Nevada and Clark County. This Colorado River town is home to about 9,000 people and is an important destination for gaming, tourism, and water recreation. Clark County is a governmental entity that provides Laughlin with public safety, public works, water, wastewater, and other infrastructure needs. Laughlin is located 90 miles south of the valley in District A, and speaking of District A, we're talking to the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Michael Naft. Commissioner, you sit on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and one of the most recent conventions was the ConExpo. 139,000 attendees. They say it was their largest convention ever. Is our convention business back? Or talk to me a little bit about how conventions are today as opposed to before the pandemic.
Well, our international visitation is still down. We're seeing domestic visitation and business travelers coming back pre-2019 levels. You can see we have more routes, more nonstop routes than we had before the pandemic. And so that's a really positive, good sign. We want to continue to work towards that international visitation because those visitors tend to spend significantly more, they stay significantly longer, and they're a really valuable asset to locals who benefit from the economic engine of Nevada, the Las Vegas Strip. So that show was unbelievable. It was great to see it. We actually had a board meeting while that show was going on, and it's, I believe, the only trade show in town that rents out literally every single square foot of space that the Las Vegas Convention Center has to offer, including the parking lots and all the surface areas. So it's a great win for us.
Harry Reid Airport, 4.2 million passengers in February. It was the best February in history. Things like that, indicators like that, must be music to your ears.
It's really exciting because we know that the passenger through count at the airport directly translates to employment for people who live here, for opportunities for people like me who grew up here, and I just think it's wonderful. And we need the airport to continue to process passengers as smoothly as possible because it's the first look people get of our community and it's the last look as people leave. So I commend the Clark County's Department of Aviation. We're the owner and operator of that airport and others in the area, and they just do a great job making sure that people have a positive experience as they come through town.
The board and the Department of Aviation are always very forward-looking, and this is, I believe, is it FAA mandated by the time we reach 65, 70 million passengers per year, something else will have to be done. Is there a possibility to expand Harry Reid Airport, or is a second airport potentially in play?
Well, we've recently procured some surface area around the airport to expand some of the areas where particularly general aviation aircraft can park and stay. That's a significant part of the business at the airport. But no doubt we have for many years now been looking at the expansion of the auxiliary airport, the Southern Nevada Supplemental Airport in Ivanpah to the south of the valley. That's going to be a really important part of the future of Clark County and allow us to continue to grow, because it doesn't appear to be a slowdown in people wanting to come here by air.
Another form of transportation that could happen sometime, Commissioner, is the Brightline, the high-speed train.
It will happen.
It will happen, okay. Talk to me, give me an update on the Brightline project.
Well, I think for a lot of people like me who've been hearing about high-speed rail to Southern California, in my case for my entire life, you can see why people are skeptical. But there's an opportunity right now, unlike ever before, where you have an operator like Brightline who is not only tested and proven in Florida, but they're committed to the valley. They've closed on over 100 acres of land right on Las Vegas Boulevard in Robindale for what would be the Las Vegas station. They've committed to locating their the area where they would work on the trains and fix them on the Nevada side of the border, which is great for our workforce here. Those are high-paying, skilled jobs, and they have the right-of-way all the way through to Southern California. They recently signed commitments with labor organizations who will help build the train, and they're really better positioned than anyone else to get this done. So I'm thrilled for it. I'm really excited for what it means for the environment, reducing the carbon footprint, reducing the impact on the I-15 to Southern California. We just can no longer allow for visitors to come here from Southern California. The majority of visitors who come are from California, and we just can't allow them to have a negative experience heading home on the 15 for 8 hours. There's only so much they're going to put up with that. So I think Brightline will be one of the ways that we ease the congestion on the 15 and make for a better experience to and from California.
These easier modes of transportation do translate sometimes into economic development. Commissioner, I know in the past couple months or the past couple weeks you've been visiting a number of businesses that have set up shop here, everything from Mark Wahlberg opening up a second burger place to a chopstick factory where they take their Chop Value takes recycles chopsticks and creates beautiful projects. I mean, things like that, the economic development is wonderful that businesses like this are continuing to call Clark County home.
That's right. Well, something else we've been talking about for most of my life is diversifying our economy in this state. And, it seems no matter how many efforts have been made, we always have a challenge doing that because people think of Nevada and Las Vegas as the Las Vegas Strip. Well, as we like to say at Clark County's Economic Development Office, there's more than the bright lights of the Strip to Nevada. And that includes places like Chop Value, who are figuring out how to reuse and recycle 6.5 million chopsticks last year. They're taking them from restaurants and repurposing them into beautiful art and functional things like tables and desks and doing wonderful, incredible things right here in Nevada, right here in Clark County. So it's great to see the continuation of the food and beverage industry and the nightlife industry and the resort corridor. That's going to continue to get bigger and better, but it's also really exciting to see some of these innovative businesses really come into play. Just recently I did the topping off ceremony at the T-Mobile Experience Center. That's at the UNLV Research Park in District A. That's a whole other area that is just ripe for expansion and bringing in these new innovative workforces to really help build our diverse economy.
District A, gosh, we've been all over the place, and I know Laughlin in the South County is a place that is very near and dear to your heart. You dedicate much of your team out there, and you spend a lot of time out there yourself. What are the issues that people in Laughlin, Searchlight, and the South County, the differences and the similarities to us folks here in the Valley?
I think it's a really important point to make that Clark County and the work that we do is representative of people from Bunkerville to Laughlin and everything in between. So while we each represent a district. Clark County is the size of New Jersey geographically. It's 2.5 million people, and the needs are different from rural to urban parts of the county to urban areas and outlying areas like Laughlin. But I think overall people want from their local government the same thing, no matter if you're in Laughlin, Searchlight, Las Vegas, Henderson. They want accessible government. They want to be able to reach out and tell you what they want and get it when they ask for it. And they also want access to information and the tools they need to get business done. So in Laughlin, we've done things like expanding the hours of Clark County business licensing down there, code enforcement spending more time down there, and just figuring out how to bring the tools and the resources of Clark County to the area. I've also spent a lot of time working with our friends from across the river in Bullhead City on things that we could do to improve safety along the Colorado River and water. It's a tri-state area, and working with all the stakeholders in the region has been really important to getting a handle on that.
Let's shift gears a little bit now to Traffic Safety Commissioner. I know that you were one of the major proponents for the Office of Traffic Safety. You've been installing a number of full traffic signals all across District A and other growing parts of the community. We've hired crossing guards dusk to dawn. Talk to me a little bit about traffic safety, why this is so vital.
Well, not only does it impact, no matter who you are, you utilize public infrastructure. Whether you're driving your car like so many do in Southern Nevada, whether you're the passenger next to the driver, whether you're the cyclist riding his bike, or whether you're the person, the mom walking her kids to school, you rely on the public infrastructure and you depend on it to be safe. And unfortunately, we don't have a very good track record here. We've seen in the last number of years things getting worse and worse on our roads. So it frustrates me to no end. We've done a lot in recent years to address it, to really get a handle on how we engineer, design, construct, and build our roads, how on the back end we enforce the rules of the road, and how we educate people on how to really intersect with each other when they're commuting. Something I'm really excited and proud about is our Safe Sidewalk Ordinance. That was something that was adopted by the board a few months back, and it requires detached sidewalks. In most jurisdictions around the country, neighborhoods, you don't have a sidewalk right up against a 45-mile-an-hour road. We know that it takes a driver an average of 4.2 feet to compensate, to correct if they accidentally pop onto the curb, to correct. So giving a 5-foot buffer not only is the safe and the right thing to do, but it's also a really great way to increase property value in the area. You look at many of the areas that have master plans, places like Summerlin or Seven Hills, you only see detached sidewalks. It's because it looks good, it's aesthetically pleasing, it boosts property value, and it saves people's lives.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District 8 Commissioner Michael Knapp. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Number 3, the dog ate my summons. Number 2, I don't like wool. Lawyers wear too many wool suits. And the number 1 most creative excuse, I'm a psychic and I know something bad is going to happen. We've heard every excuse in the book.
Jury service is vital for our community. Participate in our jury and justice system. I served on a jury and it was a great experience.
Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons. Play your important part in our justice system.
District A is home to Allegiant Stadium. This place is named for hometown Allegiant Vacations, and this place has already hosted many high-flying concerts, events, and sporting contests. The NFL's Las Vegas Raiders are Allegiant's top tenant, bringing hundreds of thousands of fans annually to cheer on the silver and black, and visitors perhaps cheering on their own teams. Allegiant Stadium will host the biggest sporting event next February, as Super Bowl 58 is sure to put a colossal spotlight on our community. Allegiant Stadium is located at 3333 Al Davis Way in District A. And speaking of District A, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Michael Naft. Commissioner, your social media outreach is everywhere. You and your team are everywhere, but I know you still love to meet and greet people, and I know your Coffee and Conversations program has been very popular. I know you've gone with Commissioner Justin Jones. You almost always bring someone from the state legislature to come out there and hash out local issues. Talk to me about that program.
Yeah. Well, the work we do at the Government Center and in the building is really, really important. But there's nothing better than getting out and actually hearing from people what's on their minds and how we could actually use the authority that we have to improve their quality of life in their communities. And so one of the ways we do that is with Coffee and Conversations. We hold them nearly every month or every other month for sure in targeted areas around District A, everywhere from Flamingo to Laughlin, everything in between. And so I do partner usually with a state legislator or a colleague on those events, because my goal is to answer as many questions as possible. If we don't have the answer, we can follow up and get you the answer, and really help carry the voice of the community to the policy work that we do to help get things done for people in Clark County.
And I know you're excited about the sneak peek that's coming up here in a couple months here to keep people up to date on what's going on here at Silverado Ranch.
That's right. We're calling it the sneak peek. It's basically a preview of what will be at the Silverado Ranch Community Center. So working with the Parks and Recreation Department, we're going to have, right where we're standing right now, we're going to have so many of the things that will be offered in a kind of sample format. So we have a demonstration kitchen, so we're going to have folks demoing how to kind of a mini clinic on how to cook healthy meals. We're going to offer dance classes, so there'll be someone doing a dance clinic, and everything that'll be offered out of that center will be on display and to be sampled at our sneak peek coming up in May. I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to, one, show off all that will happen in this facility, but also get people in the area excited about what they stand to gain from having the community center in their backyard.
All right. Well, thank you so much as always, Commissioner. Great talking to you. I know we could talk for another half hour, but we'll let you get back to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Michael Naft for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District A. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 455-6357 or send an email to rsw@ClarkCountyNV.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
The Clark County Wetlands Park offers thousands of acres for your recreation, learning, and enjoyment right here in Las Vegas.
There's something in us that needs nature. We can't just hope that people will drive hundreds of miles to go see something wild. We have to have nearby nature where people live in their everyday lives.
Visit to experience the diverse landscapes of the park. From sweeping desert vistas to lush aquatic wetlands. The park's many habitats are home to hundreds of species of wildlife, making it a great place to view animals and also do wildlife research.
We're at a revegetation site just upstream of our Papco Weir. We came through with volunteers back in February of 2002 and revegetated this area. Volunteers planted this and then Mother Nature helped us along. The plants are growing so nice and large and tall, creating shade, and that is so crucial for this wildlife. We had ourselves a southwestern willow flycatcher this year. They were federally listed in 1995 by the government as endangered, and that means that its population has declined to the point where extinction is quite possible if something is not done. What was so thrilling and did indeed lead to that sense of victory was the bird was here, but it stayed. It wasn't detected just one time. It was detected on multiple occasions, being very territorial, being very present in the habitat. We're creating the habitat that these birds really need.
Some animals are a bit trickier than others to study.
Bats are very difficult to study. They fly at night, and it's almost impossible to follow them around and get really any good ecological behavioral observations. This is an osbat harp trap. You have this monofilament line that's about an inch apart on both panels, and then each panel, the strands are offset. They'll come along, they know they can negotiate this, they'll fly up, and they actually turn sideways and fly through the strand. They're perceiving this, but they're not really perceiving this second panel. So they'll get through, and then they bank right back up to continue flight, and now they're stuck in between these two panels. And so they'll flutter down and slide into the bag.
We have 17 species in the wash, and 3 that we normally find when we're doing capturing are pallid bats, pipistrelles, which are the smallest bat in North America, and Mexican free-tailed.
This is the bat detector right here, the broadband microphone that picks up the bat signals. We use sound to visually determine what the species are. You see my fingers doing this. The dry skin is rubbing. We don't hear anything. But we're producing ultrasounds, much like a bat's call. This has allowed us to now come out in the open without ever touching a bat. Well, there's a lot of things that we can find out from this technology.
Well, I've seen a few flying over the top of us.
Yep. That is a Yuma myotis, one of the little mouse-eared bats. And this particular fellow lives along these areas where there are bodies of water. There we go. There's a pallet again. Bats are the most interesting animal that I've ever studied. If you want to know everything about a given species, do 1 year of study. You'll know everything. You have your 4 seasons. If you go out and do a second year of study, you find out you know very little.
Tonight we have officially caught something. All right, so determine his sex. He's a male. He's an adult. From here, we'll go and key the bat out using all of their special characteristics. Their ears, their tragus, their calcar, their forearm length, their hind foot length. And that will indicate what kind of species this is.
The intensity of activity, the numbers of apparent individuals that are out here within each species seems to have increased dramatically.
Basing on all these characteristics, he has a forearm that's less than 40 millimeters, he has an ear length that's less than 20 millimeters, and he has a bald-looking face. So this is a Yuma myotis.
When I was a kid, my special place was the woods behind our house. I could go out my back door, through the yard, through a hedge, and then from there on into the woods and the fields. I spent much of my boyhood in those woods. And I found something large. All spiritual life begins with a sense of wonder. What is one of our first experiences of that awe? I think it's when perhaps we're at the edge of nature and when we crawl through the grass to where the weeds and the trees, the cacti begin. And we turn over a rock and we find for the first time that we are not alone in the universe.
I began photographing the Las Vegas Wash in late 1970. When you were in the Las Vegas Wash, even though you could see Las Vegas, you felt like you were a million miles from anywhere. It had its own odors, its own scent, the smell of the creosote in the morning. That sense of isolation and wildness that I greatly appreciated. More people for the longest time thought of the Wash as a dumping ground rather than as a place of getting back to nature. I mean, think of the term wash as in to get rid of anything you don't want anymore, to wash my hands, to be done with. The Las Vegas Wash had always that reputation to it. My interest as an artist is how we humanize landscapes. And I can't understand the humanization of nature by sitting in a studio. I have to be out there and observing and recording and watching. The 5th century Taoist poet Zhuangzi, who said, "The sound of the water says what I think." And I think that's pretty profound, as simple a statement as it is. Water speaks to a part of the human imagination about things never change. But within that, things are always changing. So it's always the same wash, but it never is. It's always a different wash. The change of the Las Vegas Wash is something that has a profound effect on the quality of life in this town.
Become a park volunteer. Join your community in saving this land for future generations.
Today is our semi-annual green up. Twice a year, we come out to the Wash and have a planting event that's open to the community. We're reaching record numbers. This year, we're expecting close to 700 people at this event.
What a great way to get the kids involved in, understanding our environment and appreciating our environment.
Part of the park's effort is to build a bridge for the community, a place for them to have a resource to see the history of Las Vegas, because the Wash itself is a part of Clark County's history. It's important that you have stewardship. And so we think by getting the community involved, that's exactly what we're doing. We're getting them vested in this project so that it can last for generations.
We're going to take these out and stage them by red flag. So grab 2 at a time.
How is it so graceful?
It's really important that you give these guys as good a beginning as you can, because you know it's pretty harsh out here. How'd you like to be growing out here?
Several acres of the park, once dominated by invasive species, are replanted with native plants in a single day.
I'm here with a group. It's called Las Vegas Kids for Saving the Earth. The supervisor here showed us some of the plants that we planted about a year ago, and they grew into huge saplings. And you can't live without trees and nature because of the greenhouse gases. Trees help with giving you oxygen, and you need oxygen to live. I want to come back here next year and see if I can find any of the plants that we planted. It would just be really awesome. It makes me proud to think that we planted all these trees.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a work in progress, it's now open for you to experience firsthand.
A big, bright, glorious flower like this would be an insect-pollinated flower, and it's got a big open...
Experience the park in a deeper way by joining a guided tour. Learn about the abundant flora and fauna of these desert wetlands. The Wetlands Park offers education appropriate for all ages, including outdoor classes to engage kids and teens in science and the natural world.
So if we're looking for a spider, what maybe would you look for? He's right there. Oh, and now he's finally got the zigzag there. Do you see that guy?
Hey, that's beautiful.
Oh. That right there is a Gambel's quail.
We know that kids learn better when they are outside. They learn to write better. They learn history better. They learn better when they are using all of their senses at the same time. We're hardwired to need the beauty and the immersion in nature. One of the great importances of urban parks is that they provide that nearby nature. Nature heals us in ways that we fully do not understand.
Explore the park. Come to relax, recharge, and leave the city behind.
Very nice out there. Look at that.
The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
Think one piece of litter doesn't matter. Think again. When it rains, trash in our streets and sidewalks goes somewhere, like down our washes and through our flood channels, polluting our prettiest places. Worse yet, it all ends up in Lake Mead, the source of the water we drink. Do your part. Keep Clark County clean.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
On the east side of Las Vegas, an incredible transformation is underway. A unique park is being built to restore and showcase almost 3,000 acres of habitat along 7 miles of the Las Vegas Wash, the heart of these wetlands. It's called the Clark County Wetlands Park. It's part of the evolving landscape of Las Vegas. Of course, this is the Las Vegas that dominates the public's imagination. You'd think places like these wouldn't have much to offer nature, but some of these historic casinos will provide the foundation for this park.
We're looking at the remnants of the Stardust Casino. This is a lot of the parking garage, a lot of the foundation material, some of the walls are in here, and we're really glad to get this material. We'll be able to manufacture this, break it down in small size, and use it out on the wash, and that keeps the channel banks from eroding. Look at this piece right here, just by the thickness of this piece. It's about a foot thick in here. This probably was one of the floors of the casino. Or possibly a floor from a parking garage. I just noticed back here, there's a piece right here. You can see this curved face right here. This is part of an old driveway into the casino, is what this is. If you're looking at about a 4-foot piece, 4x4, you're looking at about 10,000 pounds. We're always looking for ways to be more sustainable in what we do. And out here in the wash, we have plenty of opportunity to do that because we can maintain a natural environment and build these kind of materials into that natural environment. What this does is it saves thousands of cubic yards of space in our landfills. And to us, that's very important. We drive up and down the wash and we say, here lies the Stardust Casino, and here lies the old Rancho Casino. In a lot of ways, when you look at the history of these casinos and what they mean to a lot of people, just knowing they're having a second life and doing some real good is cool.
The Las Vegas Wash, a critical part of the valley's watershed, courses through the middle of the Wetlands Park. The wash's history reflects the growth of our city.
I became enamored and fascinated by what happens to water in this valley and how we use it and how we take it for granted. It's a priceless resource and it's a scarce resource. If you look around this entire valley, it is 1,635 square miles that drains here, ends right here in the Las Vegas Wash. The wash drains into Lake Mead, which is Las Vegas's main water supply. Everything that goes into the lake comes back.
Originally, the wash only flowed during seasonal rains, but in recent times, development in the region has completely reshaped this fragile waterway. In the 1950s, city growth added urban runoff and treated wastewater to the channel, turning the wash into a year-round flow. This additional water created a thriving wetlands habitat. As the valley's population boomed in the 1970s, so did the volume of water. bringing erosion, severe flooding, and degradation in its wake.
We had a horrific flood in 1984. It literally carved the wash like the Colorado River carves the Grand Canyon. The wash changed radically.
The wash and its wetlands became an ailing environment desperately in need of help.
As the Las Vegas Valley grew, the drinking water authorities, the officials that deliver drinking water, realized that everything that comes from our homes and hotel rooms and businesses was growing at a very rapid pace. They understood they had to do something about changing how we took care of the runoff and the water treatment. In the 1990s, scientists began to discover things in the wash like pesticides, bacteria, chemicals. You clean with ammonia or chlorine, it goes into the wash, because when it goes down the drain, it goes through the treatment plant, but it ends up in the wash. Wetlands are nature's filters. The natural process in a wetlands filters out all of that bad stuff if you give it enough time. It can remove pesticides, it can remove chemicals. They act like kidneys in our bodies. They filter the bad stuff out.
The building of the Clark County Wetlands Park brings together a team of experts and volunteers with common goals: to stabilize the wash, help clean the city's water supply, and restore lost wetlands and native habitat, all while creating a natural oasis for urban visitors.
What we do is slow the water down, and we create ponds behind these low-height dams that we build. And that actually creates a lot more wetlands than what we have had in the past. We're working on almost 8 miles of stream channel here. Back in 1975, there was about 2,300 acres of wetlands out here. By 1990, there was only 230 acres left. So our effort is basically to recreate a lot of that wetlands.
The park will include 25 weirs, man-made structures that slow the water's flow and prevent bank erosion. With such a large volume of moving water, the weirs are essential for reestablishing the wetlands.
We have diverted the wash around our construction sites so that we can work in the dry and not get all muddy and have a good foundation. When we're done with this diversion, is what we call it, we'll shut that water off over there and we'll bring it over the top of the spillway so they'll be flowing right behind us here. One day we know we'll be able to come out here and see over 200 species of birds, animals moving through the wetlands park. We'll see the wash itself stabilized. It won't be carrying sediment downstream into Lake Mead, and it'll just be a fun place for everyone to come out and enjoy.
Contractors finally setting the bridge on the concrete pedestals that we've placed here prior, and this is the first section of 7 that we'll be setting, and it will serve as a pedestrian bridge to get access from one part of the park to the other. This weir will help allow more capacity of the wash to flow through here, so when we get the wet time of the year and get a rain event, the water coming down is unpredictable. You don't know what the volume of it is. That's why a lot of it is engineered to get it structurally more stable. And so you have a park that you're helping build, and you're helping minimize property damage by flooding that could occur in a high storm event. Right now, it looks like an engineered site, but you come back in a few more years and nature's going to take over. It's going to have a lot of growth occur, And you hope people will think that this is natural.
Clark County is a vital, densely settled urban center, one of the most rapidly growing places in the United States. As the population increased during the 1970s, citizens began to voice their concerns about how the growth was impacting the Las Vegas Wash and its wetlands.
It started with the Las Vegas Wash Development Committee, which was a county committee. And there were people involved in that were very dedicated to the restoration of the wetlands.
The wash had become a dumping ground. When nobody wanted to go out to Sunrise Mountain where the landfill was, or out further in the desert, they came to the Las Vegas Wash and dumped. And that was the image that had to be changed before anything could be done.
I decided to form the Friends of the Desert Wetlands Park. Our goal was to educate the public about the importance of wetlands, what it does in cleaning wastewater, how valuable it was as an outdoor place for people to go and recreate. It was in 1983 when I met Vern Bostic, when I joined the Wash Development Committee. And Vern was there, and he was very knowledgeable.
Vern Bostic is a biologist, so he knew about what was going on here, and he is the driving force behind the Wetlands Park.
In 1971, I inventoried the vegetation in Las Vegas Wash. Cattails were the dominant vegetation, and the cattail marsh covered about 1,500 acres. You might say it was virgin country.
Educating the public involved a number of things. We held public meetings. We set up tours for students. I personally went on radio shows.
As citizens worked to raise awareness of the value of the wetlands environment, the wetlands themselves were vanishing. Vern Bostic's photos documented their decline during the 1970s, 80s, and 90s.
Vern was writing letters to the editor frequently, and if I did an article that explained something, he would elaborate on what I said. People started reading those stories, and they started making the front page. And to the Las Vegas Sun's credit, we ran water stories front page news.
As people became more environmentally aware, then they recognized the value of it.
During the 1990s, the Wetlands Park finally became a reality. Nevada voters funded park development, and Clark County created a park plan. Local, state, and federal agencies, citizens, and environmental groups created the Las Vegas Wash Coordination Committee, a group dedicated to ensuring a healthy future for the wash and the wetlands.
I think it was Mark Twain that said that whiskey's for drinking and water is for fighting. Without Vern Bostic and without Norma Cox and without the scientists and the officials that paid attention to the public, there would not be a wetlands park today, and we'd probably be covered in concrete. We'd probably be sitting in a concrete channel.
Decades later, the community's commitment to building the Wetlands Park remains strong.
Today is our semi-annual green up. Twice a year, we come out to the wash and have a planting event that's open to the community. We're reaching record numbers. This year, we're expecting close to 700 people at this event.
What a great way to get the kids involved in, understanding our environment and appreciating our environment.
Part of the park's effort is to build a bridge for the community, a place for them to have a resource to see the history of Las Vegas, because the wash itself is a part of Clark County's history. It's important that you have stewardship. And so we think by getting the community involved, that's exactly what we're doing. We're getting them vested in this project so that it can last for generations.
We're going to take these out and stage them by red flags. So grab two at a time.
Ooh, that wasn't so graceful. It's really important that you give these guys as good a beginning as you can, because it's pretty harsh out here. How'd you like to be growing out here?
Several acres of the park, once dominated by invasive species, are replanted with native plants in a single day.
I'm here with a group. It's called Las Vegas Kids for Saving the Air. The supervisor here showed us some of the plants that we planted about a year ago, and they grew into huge saplings. And you can't live without trees and nature because of the greenhouse gases. Trees help with giving you oxygen, and you need oxygen to live. I want to come back here next year and see if I can find any of the plants that we planted. It would just be really awesome. It makes me proud to think that we planted all these trees.
This is the birth of the project, if you will. This is when it begins to function like it was intended to. So this is a big day. Now the weir is complete, so now we can bring the water back to where it was going originally and let it flow over the weir. So the weir starts to work today.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a developing landscape, it's now open for you to experience firsthand. Visit the park and the historic Las Vegas Wash. Come to relax and recharge. The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
The Clark County Wetlands Park is a rare, significant open space within our valley's boundaries. It's a unique environment that features both desert and water. Historically, this land was once considered quite remote. Even so, this place has always attracted people. During the park's construction, an archaeological site is uncovered, offering clues about life here in the early 20th century.
Archaeology is two-dimensional, and when we walk and look for artifacts on the surface, we're only seeing kind of the tip of the iceberg. The rest is hidden in these thin layers. This is a historic foundation. We believe it's either the foundation, a shallow foundation to a house that was owned by the Bishop ranchers about 1900, 1910. We actually had to clear off some of this duff from the tamarisk bushes to view this little segment of wall and the far wall on the end. What this wall is probably the edge of a basement into some kind of a root cellar or the foundation to a house. We're digging this thoroughly. We're going to excavate the entire foundation, and we're going to excavate a trash scatter, which is over in a slumped area on the very edge of the wash. These artifacts tell us a lot. The color of this glass, which is unique, it's purple, and it's purple because of an additive that was put in it to make it clear. And once it's exposed to the sunlight, it then turns purple. We call it sun-turned amethyst. The materials that make this clear were all imported from Germany. And during World War I, we no longer imported those materials. So the glass after World War I does not turn purple. This is whiteware pottery. This is really typical of what you find out in the West during this period of time. Right over here is a bone sticking out, so we can learn a lot about what they had out here and how they lived, what they ate. The goal of archaeology is not the things within the structure. It's not the artifacts, it's not maybe the marble we'll find, but it's about what those artifacts tell us about what happened here and what that tells us about the people who lived here.
Few would have ventured to this region had it not been for the presence of water. For thousands of years, Native Americans inhabited the Las Vegas Wash. They used the wash as a travel corridor between the Las Vegas Valley and the Colorado River. Artifacts like seed grinding tools, cooking pits, corn pollen, and even pit houses show how tribes thrived near the wash. In 1829, the paths of these Native Americans were traced again, this time by a Mexican trader and explorer. Antonio Armijo led a caravan of 60 men and 100 mules down the Colorado River, resting at the mouth of the Las Vegas Wash before following the wash inland. His journey marked the founding of Las Vegas and established the first successful commercial trade route that would become known as the Old Spanish Trail, linking New Mexico to the California coast. The seasonal presence of water in this region encouraged grasses and mesquite trees to flourish near water channels, springs, and creeks. These meadows, Las Vegas in Spanish, allowed travelers to graze their livestock during their long journeys. By the early 1900s, natural springs and aquifers lured ranchers and farmers to settle the valley in significant numbers. Water from the springs allowed agriculture, livestock, and humans to flourish, in spite of the desert heat. People like these would bring their personal passions, curiosities, and ambitions here, transforming this desert to suit their dreams. In 1909, Las Vegas resident Leon Rockwell set out down the wash to visit the Colorado River. His diary and photographs tell the story of many who had traveled this land before.
We started from Vegas about 4 o'clock. We walked till 10 p.m. over the desert and covered 15 miles, which brought us to Bishop's Ranch, where we could get water and camp for the night. Hit the trail for the river about 5:30 a.m., struck the mouth of the Vegas Wash about 11:30 a.m., covered 16 miles, and I believe it was the hottest 16 miles I'll ever cover on this planet. I perspired until it darn near run out of my shoes. We passed some deserted Indian cabins and a large flat stone, all covered with little stones. For every time an Indian passes there, he throws a stone or pebble on it. For luck, I guess. We seen a good many old stone cabins built by the Spanish cowboys years ago, when grazing was pretty good through here. The river is like drinking paste. It is so thick and muddy. I've been drinking it now for 3 days. I'll bet there is adobe lining on my stomach an inch thick. Sat on the banks of the silvery Colorado for a few hours until bedtime. Built a campfire and boiled a large mess of beans. Rolled up in our blankets and forgot our troubles.
"100 years later, the ranch Leon Rockwell visited during his trip still holds clues about its history.
We finished digging the foundation. This wasn't a short-term occupation. We realized we had a house. This black line here is the roof. And what happened is water filled the structure, and then eventually the roof caved in, and it fell and laid over the first few flooding episodes. This is a single flood episode. This is likely another flood episode. This was a flood episode, but it came from a different direction. We found a really unusually large number of artifacts, way more than we anticipated at this site. And the artifacts tell us about who lived here. They tell us there was probably a woman, probably a mother. She had pins and a compact, combs, and buttons, lots and lots of buttons. We found 2 brooches, one out of metal and the other one a beautiful blue brooch. We suspect there's an adult male because of the cigarette tins, and there's also a Zippo lighter and lots of ammunition. This plate really makes me smile. My grandmother collected ironstone, and I could just see my grandmother with this plate. These were so common. This is classic turn of the century, and it also has a manufacturer mark on it, and we will be able to identify exactly where and when it was made. And that will tell us another picture, what this person came to the frontier with. The most spectacular item that hardly is ever found in my knowledge is a bag of, we think it's flour. A bag of flour gives us a key clue to what happened in this foundation and this house, this structure. If they abandoned it, they would have taken this with them. What this tells us by finding this on the floor is that it was flooded and they didn't have an opportunity to clean it out first. It was a catastrophic abandonment event. Around that time, in 1900, people would claim a parcel of government land up to generally around 160 acres. And in order to obtain that land from the government, they had to live on it for a period of time. They had to prove that they lived on it, and they had to do improvements. Alan Bishop applied for land from the government, and the application told us that he had a wife and 6 children. They lived in a house, and they had a milk house behind it. This site is an example of how people lived and tried to make a living and settled the West. We have a lot of information about the settlement of Las Vegas, but we have very little information about this broad expanse of the West. These difficult settings, these places where it was hot and they lived just off the land. It gives us a view of a family living and struggling to survive.
Farmers and ranchers like the Bishop family were not the only people flocking to southern Nevada. This land has a long history of people coming here to build their fortunes. By the late 1800s, the discovery of mineral deposits had already pulled in small groups of miners to the area. Although geographically isolated, southern Nevada's mining industry boomed during the late 1800s. The allure of profits brought prospectors in search of claims, engineers to build the mines, assayers to analyze the ore, and bankers to sell it. By the early 1900s, the arrival of the railroad turned this once quiet settlement into a growing community. The railways freighted ore from the mines, produce from California, and connected Los Angeles to Salt Lake City. The promise of future rail commerce led to land auctions that helped establish Las Vegas. In 1928, a federal government plan to build the world's biggest dam opened the floodgates for tens of thousands seeking employment in the area. Initially living in tents and other primitive shelters, Hoover Dam workers would transform the community yet again. with many putting down roots after the work was completed. The legalization of gaming in 1931 would seal the deal, kicking off an industry that would attract both tourists and permanent residents for years to come. During World War II, the valley's population increased again as workers arrived to staff the area's military defense industries. The world's largest magnesium plant, built to produce materials for ammunition and aircraft, would employ 13,000 workers, 10% of Nevada's total workforce at the time. The once remote location of southern Nevada has become a vital, densely settled urban center, one of the most rapidly growing places in the United States. In the past 2 decades, Clark County has experienced a population boom unlike any other. It's now home to nearly 2 million people. The story of those who have gone before us is written in this landscape. The Clark County Wetlands Park is the next chapter of that story. Visit the park and explore this land that holds so much of our history.
Very nice. Look at that.
The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.